Killing a stealth for 3 in the round and a 3rd round on the board.
Really solid stuff coming through from John Olsen. I feel like that's 2 rounds in a row, and for him across this tournament,
hello guys.
I think he started off a little bit slow. There were some doubts, especially when he was going up against Samurai.
Sorry lama.
But he has really turned it on since and put together some really impressive maps.
Oke guys, jadi decidernya adalah kita selesai nonton, baru kita giveaway. Jadi yang pengen ada kesempatan menang, udah lu nonton sampai habis deh. Kalau ntar join ntar malam aja, oke?
Yeah, and it's really good to see because there has been a little bit of wavering in his play as far as whether or not he's going to be the one that's popping off, that's been destroying PTC.
Bentar ya guys.
Otherwise, we'll kind of fall into that role. We've seen everybody.
By the way, how are you guys today?
Individually have their moments in the limelight, but John Olsen to be starting this hot on Ascent is a very scary prospect for Northampton to deal with. Normally, you'd say like, okay, they've got sold on that Jet matchup should be handled, but so far. It's not really been the case. We didn't see too much come from that Blade Storm. See how they fare now, though. Rifles back in the hands of the Northampton players. Everybody just
and walk it out
to be without their abilities. So time to leave.
Yeah, tiny little suck there from Superbus and Northampton.
Hey guys, siapa ini PRX main kan betul.
Full sense of sort of played this A site,
betul.
Often playing a little bit heavier towards Tree Worm up in Heaven, not really leaving a lot of players on site. Northampton still though, just leave the one lurker with 10 there. The rest of the team over by B. They could try to put a late lockdown here to really try and set the fake hit on towards A, but with Hawk coming on through B, they're gonna have to try and blitz through this Killjoy.
See if they can.
I'm fine, thank you. And you bapak ya
down that B site throughout the first 5 rounds so far, and it seems like in the 6th he'll be
fake
do the same. And, yeah, they're just
gonna. Hello, Marco.
You can call it a fake. I call it hesitation and indecision. Rotate all the way back around through the spawn, Gelato into main. Seems like it's just gonna be a full 5-man hit straight into the site.
Gila anjir.
Super bust most down 3.
Nggak tau kenapa gue bilang yang menang NTH sih guys.
The members of Northampton and now Sugar Zero and Estelle, they can do nothing but
Northampton. Gue suka banget tim NTH ada Soldamnya jago banget Jet ya anjir si Soldam.
Oh man, it's super bussin' on the A side right
guys,
here.
apa kita main aja? Nggak usah nonton.
I love that position. I think we've seen more teams willing to play over on that far.
Aduh, jangan deh, jangan bet lagi. Apa kita main aja? Males nonton ginian. Terserah lu orang sih, mendingan main atau nonton. Gue udah lama nggak main Valorant sih rasanya sih. Udah kangen main Valorant gua.
To really drop here. They're 2-0
Gimana menurut kalian?
F4Q and PRX. They have not dropped a map at this tournament, but they played slow, and it's full sense that are not really giving them the openings, the opportunities to find punish by overstepping early on and not biting on any of these fake hits towards the other sites.
Beautifully done.
Yaudah, satu map lah ya. Satu map lah ya. Gue udah lama banget kagak main Valo sumpah.
Looking to see if he can get a lucky wall bang over towards market, but that space is
satu map lah ya.
Anybody. Let's have this nice little 2-3 split across B and A. But he's covering Boiler. They know that Northampton will go ahead and send people all the way down mid into Boiler. Make sure that they have 2 guns when in that direction to go ahead and trade back or trade up on any kills that might come through. So far, yet again with the drone escorting forward, it seems like Northampton might try to turn their sights over towards Pizza.
Gue pengen main cok, gue pengen nembak-nembak. Mending gue giveaway aja, gue udah bilang malam. Gak enak kalau nabrak ntar. Besok aja belum kalah.
By the defending Sova, just trying to work off of some shock darts utility to scout out that mid area. It will end up being a split A hit over here. Again, they do have access to the lockdown if they want to commit over on towards this A site.
Lu pilih NTH atau FS? Gue sih, gue dukung NTH sih sebenarnya sih. Tapi John Olsen jago banget anjir. Guys, Jordi masuk prosin lah guys. Tahu nggak?
Oh boy.
Nanti selesai PRX giveaway-nya. Mampir dong. Hai Dudils. Halo Kyoksu. Jordi masuk prosin loh. Enggak, gue masuk tier 2. Tier 2, tier 3 gue masuknya. Belum tier 1.
any of those late round hits from Northeption.
Gue masuk tim 2, tier 2. Serius? Masa bercanda? Tier 2, Anthony tier 2.
Maybe that's something they can try to return to, but I think in terms of like utility, you're scouting out here. It's pretty hard to break through that killjoy. The few times they have gone A late in the round, they've been
tim apaan ada deh?
by some early grab.
Tunggu aja. Kayak minggu depan gue udah mulai compete deh. Kayak minggu depan udah mulai turnamen deh.
Really wanting to fully commit on over towards the sites. I also feel like again with some of the utility usage of the sky.
Bener, masa bohongan.
But so often is playing away from the team, so it's hard to just explode out onto a site without her to enter for you.
Gue udah mau turnamen, gue main aja masih belum jelas, sudah lama nggak main. Nggak bercanda, serius ini.
See if it matters though, because you have John Olsen there. And the spray downs have been pretty wild. And just cutting across to the left side, that will go out and reveal.
Emang ada pengumuman di FVP? Udah kan?
John Olsen manages to find 110. Will strike him down, but Chala's going to be fast on the reply, making sure they keep their advantage. Sugar Zero is well tagged up, and now the only person that could have healed him has been eliminated. Superbus comes up with a nice little headshot.
30 seconds left.
It's just round after round now. For the last several that Northeption have
udah berapa hari nggak main?
tried to inch forward.
Padahal baru 2 hari sumpah. Gue baru nggak main 2 hari weh.
All just leads into a very steady bleed out.
Ih.
Marshall shots to try to clear. The peak comes in.
Gue pipis dulu deh ya. Ini kayak cepet banget deh.
That's now 4 rounds up for full sets.
Yeah, you know, Northeption have options too. They've sat on this lockdown for 2-3 rounds now. I think ever since that round where they did the ping-ponging back between A and B site, not actually committing any which way. They've sort of been sitting on that one. I assume it's going to be Northeption calling for a timeout here to strategize for this next round. They have the money to invest in some rifles here. They have the lockdown, like mentioned, the Hunter's Fury too, so often can be effective at pinging out the enemy and causing more chaos when the rest of your team is trying to hit on towards a site. So I'd like to see them sort of combine some of their utility like that. Again, it seems like this B site is really challenging to work into. There's a lockdown now for Chalalala as well. So I don't know. It's just a little bit difficult now for Northeption the way they've been playing without finding any early picks from these early defaults.
It's just such a strange departure from the Northeption that we saw just, yesterday versus PRX. Seemed like they were going to be able to come.
Gua habis pipis, enak banget.
Into this and not have an easy time. Full Sense has been impressing us, but it seemed like, after taking down one of the tournament favorites in PRX, one of the teams that has had the most international.
Woi, viewernya kenapa cuma 100? Ada apaan nih, guys?
This would not be nearly as rough of a start for them, but proving to be the case. Granted, we have seen kind of trending on most maps.
Kapan dia Nazigi? Penasaran banget.
The defender side has been
minggu depan paling ya. Minggu depan gue main. Setahu gue turnamen tanggal 27 ada tuh. Enggak deh, PRX lawan DAMWON. Sebenarnya gue dukung PRX, tapi menurut gue yang menang DAMWON loh. Gue pengen main aja deh, tunggu ya abis round ini ya. Nonton ASMR apaan?
He's warmed up. Yeah. They're back on board, baby. And I was gonna say, like, it does seem like it's a little bit more on Full Sense, and Full Sense not getting over eager, playing really solid setups here against Northeption that has been so solid. And man, John Olsen in particular, but with that early pick.
Gue tanggal minggu depan ada turnamen, inget gue.
Northeption again, it will be that split B. This worked for them on the second round of the map.
Ada satu anak Tokyo lain yang setim sama gue kayaknya.
PTC to hold on to this site, and he does it for now.
Will manage to get rid of Soldam, now drops down into the site, only has a couple more flashbangs. Sort of the dart, tucks in behind the boxes. First flash right into the corner. I love that because it lands below his line of sight, so he's not going to blind himself. Just trying to dissuade them from pushing in. Superbus with a lurk around the back.
Gila.
And they don't call it out fast enough.
Spike-nya drop pula.
May drops into the site. Get rid of PTC, pushes up over the top. Tries to trade that back, but now finds himself in a 1v2 after having a man advantage at the very beginning. He'll get darted. Tries to run away, tries to drop in. As he does, takes a major shot. Nice little tag up. The shock dart finishes him off. That was the best looking start that we've had for Northeption.
Kirain gue Tokyo-nya yang comeback. Tokyo tadinya mau comeback, cuman jadinya speak doang kayaknya.
Yeah, that was just a nasty
Pemenang
shot.
Razer setelah PRX. Abis itu kita siap-siap main ya.
There with the operator off the tag, then the shock dart lineup too to get the extra kill. Again, it's these defensive holds that have been absolutely rock solid from Full Sense. Always, you have one player showing up more, getting 2-3 kills. It's been John Olsen a bunch in this map, but it was super busting on the lurk, like you mentioned, that time around. And again, Northception, with how slowly they play, they give time for these lurks to come out. If you have the right game sense, if you're counting players on the map, you know you can push out a cap, push out an A, and find those ways.
ID utama nggak sih guys hari ini guys?
Going to work for you this time around. There's a little.
Halo, Hawa. It's okay, baru live kok.
Turret in, be on top of tiles there to make sure they can scout out those. Although I do think 10 ended up pulling that one back. But,
tapi ntar chemistry pasti tai sih. Gue banyak yang gue nggak kenal di tim itu. Baik yang kayak lu siapa anjir? Cuman ya gitulah guys. Main sama Felicia. Felicia siapa Felicia?
That's not going to find anything with the blind, and 10 going to be melted down by that nanoswarm. Soldom, however, presses forward, gets right in on top of Chala, takes him out with the shorty. It's like that's
John Walling.
Nice little save round here for the side of Northception, results in them getting a spike.
Halo Roselia.
Feels like the first time since they took their last round. Shots coming out, just want to go ahead and get rid of the drone. Can they stay entrenched in this position?
Able to. Super Bus over on the side gets a first opening kill though. That's huge. Oh, May though.
But so is May. Oh, he comes up with 3.
What the fuck just happened? Hi, Rumi.
Super Bus manages to get in behind him. Finishes him off. The defuse comes in Full Sense.
Gue kangen main game, sumpah. Gue kangen main Valorant. Guys, gue dari tadi main Spider-Man lah. Seru banget.
Full Sense, it doesn't seem like they are showing any signs of stopping right now. I mean, look at the kill count. John Olsen doubling that of anybody on the side of Northception right now.
I mean, just beautiful stuff from Full Sense. Still, I mean,
Real
pretty
life
impressive eco round there from Northception to upgrade to some rifles off of some early heroic Soldom with the shorty. But I still have to just look at the ult.
Dia terkenal nggak, Jor? Kagak.
Right? We've been sitting on these round-changing ultimates for so long. And just not really making anything happening with it. 10 is
gue main Valo abis ini guys. Pasti udah kacau banget, cok. Gue udah lama banget nggak main ID utama. Main apa Mas Morales? Iya, Mas Morales gue main.
We need to see something coordinated and we need to see it fast because if we're just relying on individual play and these late round bursts from Northception, Full Sense are just simply better.
Main jam 5 PRX ya deh.
Yeah, they've been shutting it down left, right, and center. And 5
Halo TRUS.
available here for the side of Full Sense, just not really feeling pressured at all to use any of these. Clear out the Trailblazer.
There's 4 here for Full Sense. How do you break this?
Yeah, it's going to prove to be difficult. They spot out onto the 1, but Sugar Zero is going to fall. PTC finding that elimination as they try to make their way through Tree. Super Bus will get pinched on, will fall down.
Apa yang sedang terjadi?
So then again, it's just going to be 2 members left alive, Soldom and May. Off shot not going to connect. He manages to dip back over towards 1 for just a moment.
Gila cuk, NTH diinjek-injek tadi.
The cross to the left side, or the right side from his perspective. Will get caught off guard by that push, but May, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find any more. PTC cleans up 3. Now there's 1 more round to go in the half as Full Sense find themselves in a position to potentially be up.
Yaudah kita siap-siap buka Valorant aja deh. Nggak seru anjing, gue pengen main Valorant.
Again, we're just seeing Northception now with all 5 ultimates available. I don't know what's going wrong for them on attack. Like they just can't figure out what to do. Blind.
Iya ada update ya. Yaudah gue sambil update deh.
Any form of utility to force enemies off the angle. You see PTC coming up huge there on defense with 3 kills completely.
Turun gue ngantai atau FS NTH.
As well, and Full Sense that time just reading with the early rotation. Northception, it's the last round of the half. You've been sitting on this lockdown the whole game. Let's use it.
See if they do. Bladestorm gonna come out. Cosmic.
Bagus banget klip jadian tadi gue nonton tuh. Mantap, thank you ya.
Map across. Chala still gonna be on the back here of the site. Lurks in, gets himself situated in boats as PTC is going to be taken down to the ground. They will finish him off, making sure that no one can try to go for the revive. John Olsen, however, with his Bladestorm, manages to find 1. Soldom's not going to get it. Cuts him down with the Phantom. Still, we'll find Lammy as May uses up the rest of that Hunter's Fury, but doesn't manage to find anything.
Jadi desain pro team kayak B aja ekspresinya. Karena gue belum siap. Sebenarnya bukan belum siap sih, karena gue takut nggak perform.
little bit of healing can come out from us.
Gue takut nggak perform doang. Gue seneng sih sebenarnya gue bisa compete di pro scene, cuman gue takut. Enaknya turnamen semua didaftarin, gue udah gak usah nyari turnamen, gue cuman main aja. Gue main aja terus. Gue bener-bener main doang. Gue dikasih role yang gue paling suka lagi guys. Siang Wiki.
From John Olsen as well. Player in market and Chalalala, you still haven't cleared him from Boathouse.
Okay, well, Estelle will manage to displace him, but now has to deal with 2 more members. He's running out of time. Picks up the spike and he can't get the shot off. John Olsen comes around the side, manages to get the bank through the
duelis lah.
kills for him in the round. There you have it.
Gue gak dikasih duelis, gue bingung anjir mau jadi apa.
Well, this might come back to bite me, you know, in the form of Indonesian fans, but something that should be pointed out is maybe Northeption thinks that they're playing on Icebox, because if you remember, Ender, it was a 10-2 half for them.
Right.
They were very much down and out, and then they happened to run it back and took it 14-12 in the end. So maybe they're just gonna do the same thing on a set. Maybe that was the game plan.
Valorant gue udah sabit sih.
Yeah, it's the evolution of the 9-3 curse. It's just let's make it look even worse, right? 10-2 curse.
Tanggung nggak sih guys? Mau habisin atau mau langsung follow aja?
I don't know. Northeption lost last 10 rounds in a row. You'd give them a little bit more benefit of the doubt, I think, if it wasn't just.
Mau habisin atau langsung follow aja atau fuck it?
Afterwards. Yeah. They were able to secure for themselves, but now at least they do get to switch it up and go to defense. It's up to Full Sense to try and figure out a way to break in onto these sides because Northeption just were not able to make it happen whatsoever.
Certainly not at all. See how they try to control this. Well, they're not thinking
di sini ya.
Guys,
kalau gua soalnya gua udah lama udah beberapa hari nggak main Onion. Guys, kalau misalkan ada klip Valorant tolong ya di klip di Discord ya. Belum gue publikin nama timnya. Kayaknya pasti habis maghrib sih harga Messi.
League of Legends players holding on to the legs of their teleports and especially their flashes. 10, I don't think he wants to be the new double lift holding that lockdown until next year.
He's not even playing anymore. He can't even defend himself. It's a new esport. Getting roasted. But, oh man, Full Sense. They might walk into Sold Up Shorty. His Shorty play has been absolutely ridiculous. He's gonna find it. This is what we were waiting for. Gets traded out by John, and the hit comes through.
Estelle, though, he comes in, he has that little flank.
Cok, Mei ini jago banget, coy.
But Mei is holding down the site. Finds 3 with his ghost. Gets the final shot.
Ih, di kemarin gue belum main. Emang gak boleh disebar atau lu gak mau sebar? Gak mau. Nanti dulu. Yes, NTH yang ada Soldam. Lu mau gue jujur gak membernya? Gue juga cuma tahu 2. Gue tuh belum pernah main sama mereka sama sekali. Sama sekali gue belum pernah main sama mereka. Terus mereka mau dibayar sih, gue nge-team sama mereka sih. Gue dibayar sih. Cuman ya gitu. Gue belum kenal sama sekali. Di chat gua, Jor mau compete gak? Di sini masuk tim gua sini. Ada namanya pernah, lu orang mungkin pernah dengar lah. Namanya nggak gede, tapi lu orang mungkin pernah dengar. Maybe ya, I'm just saying maybe.
Take those longer angles here on ascent can be pretty effective, whether you're on the attacking side or defending.
Maybe lu orang pernah dengar.
I wonder if Full Sense are going to be able to figure
ya, ada gua paling juara 1 timnya. Bukan Boom, Cok. Boom itu terkenal setengah mampus, tai. The fuck? Kamu tuh ya, tanggal 27. Tier semakin besar, angkanya semakin bagus. Tier 1 bahkan bagus. Tier 3, 4, 5 ya cacat. Tier 2, gua gak tau sini kayak timnya tier 2, tier 3. OP apa sih OP?
Just gonna be specters across the board, save for Soldam. Does have that Marshall.
Bukan tim kayak Boom gituan, coy. What the fuck?
Coming in, but it's not gonna be too
great. Still get fucked like that.
Kill puts a decent amount of damage into the enemy killjoy, but otherwise advantage right now in the side of Full Sense.
Yeah. You know, Achilles, I think that sort of sums up the big difference in how Full Sense and Northeption have played defense. Granted, this is our second round on defense, but Full Sense just weren't taking risks, right? When they were playing defense.
Tim esport Onion.
laser right there to try and deny that one from being picked up a little bit later, but
Cok nggak terkenal pokoknya timnya.
It's a nice attempt at a little macro play, but they at least can confirm that it's in PTC's hands, or at least somebody's hands on the side of Full Sense, so they know that it's something to be concerned about. Can they play around?
Oi, J.
We're gonna find out pretty soon.
Jadi spill membernya nggak tahu gua nggak tahu nama-namanya anjir, yang gua tahu cuma satu. Tai Gilbert. Gue pengen main, lu mau ikut main nggak, J?
Not a lot of a stronghold here as Chalala breaks out onto the site. They know May is playing somewhere close here.
Gua nggak kenal orang-orangnya. Gue cuma tahu satu.
Surprised, I kind of thought that he was just
Pink
gonna
shirt,
rattle around
Gilbert.
the floor as soon as he heard the door start to shut.
Abis ini gue cek dulu ya, gue lupa nih. Ntar gue kayak Enci gue tahu deh, gue udah tahu bentar ya.
Rotates around and it's gonna be a full approach for the moment from heaven. This could be dangerous. Drop down comes in. Oh, the shots through the smokes. Charleston will find Soldan, but May gets rid of Chala. They're now in onto the spike. Can they get that defuse off?
Yang lo tau tuh siapa, Jod? Nggak mau, entar.
Defensive cover coming out here, blocking off sightlines. They still do lose a couple.
Gila, John Olsen coy ini anjir.
As John Olsen just marshals down 3. So not going to hold on to any of those weapons. There's still damage dealt, but a 4th round picked up, heads kept above the water for Northampton.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the time you'd be like, oh, that's concerning when you survive a round like that, but because they were able to plant the spike, Full Sense will still get full money off of that, even on the players that weren't.
Jangan dibocorin sekarang.
And, well, I kind of wish they hadn't played offsite there. I understand it, doing it with double marshals, but as soon as that smoke comes in, it becomes really hard.
Ada. J, gua ada pink shirt. Aneh nggak sih anjing gua pakai pink, tai. PRX main jam 5.
All the way back into this, so a judge on 10, a couple of specters as well. Not ideal for them, but you can see again.
Bukan tier 1 sayang. Amin deh gua masuk tim tier 1 ya, tapi nanti dulu.
Shotguns 2 playing in tree room as well. So far, Full Sense haven't.
Jadi giveaway-nya kapan ya? Selesai PRX, selesai main.
Soldam thinking about going for that wide peek across the B lobby. Thinks better of it, just stays tucked. 10. Far forward here in B pushes her.
Sumpah ini kalau comeback lagi rada gila ya. Kalau comeback lagi rada PR ya. Dia main Dota nggak? Kagak.
Could be hard sometimes.
Gue pengen main, cok.
Little rat right there, and I mean, John Olsen, if he's gonna blow this round up, he really has to make this push through mid work eventually. But you gotta cover all your basics. They come in from behind you.
30 seconds left.
In B main, they gotta worry about.
Nggak tahu deh gue, Tiandi.
Still rocking the judge, so wasn't able to upgrade a weapon on that, but John Olsen gonna dash on forward and help with the sight hit.
Gue mau ngapain sih?
Line goes out. Plus it's John Olsen. They look to hold the angle.
Spike down.
1 for 1. Bus good for Estelle, but then falls to Soldam. Oh, he tries to push for the gun.
10 seconds.
You gotta be joking. You should have known that someone was gonna be rotating through.
But oh man, that feels super bad. Yeah, he was trying to pick up the spike, but it's the same button to pick up a spike.
Jor, gue udah makan Minutella sama Sri Kaya kayak lu dulu. Jago lo abis itu.
Don't even know if he had a smoke to try and make that one happen, but with your
spike jadi malam, iya.
Basically in defender spawn.
Aduh, lama banget anjing, gue pengen main. Gue udah lama banget kagak main, cuy. Padahal baru 3 hari ya, cuman rasanya udah kayak setahun tai nggak main Valorant.
True.
Gue kangen banget main Valorant, sumpah.
Maybe he'd have his right.
Doain ya Wangi ya.
You never know. He could have just had his ult by now. Doesn't work like that, but we can make up the rules as we go.
Sabar, habis ini. Habis map 1.
Sheriffs across the board here, half armor for the side. Full Sense on this attack. We'll see if they can deal any damage out. Reception not getting super overextended here. Not going to be positioned in boiler. Still have May watching. Soldam's going to rotate all the way back around. May going to be spotting out a couple members. We'll throw out a shock dart.
Buset.
He's not ready for John Olsen. Start pushing forward towards window. There's the find one.
Lami snacks nih, bos.
Get rid of Super Bus before Lammy Snacks manages to shut him down. PTC though.
Comeback anjing. Comeback, cok. Diinjak-injak.
Sheriff shot will get Sugar Zero in the head.
NTH nge-comeback, cok. Gue dukung NTH sih sebenarnya sih, cuma gue pengen get the first map over aja.
Climbing back here in this half. Now just separated by 6 rounds or 4 rounds where previously it was 8.
Yeah, and
I can do
Wingspan-
PRX ya Jer gantiin G. Iya deh, gue main di PRX besok.
Congratulations.
Just takes me a minute.
It just takes
Jordi
some time,
comeback
right? 'Cause you have to do the
prosin.
calculator
Oh my
app out
God.
on your phone, make that one
Yeah,
work for
exactly.
yourself.
Tiandi mendingan lu cari turnamen deh,
Full
cepetan deh,
sense.
jangan lama-lama
Yeah,
deh.
of course,
Lu
gonna be
urus deh cepet deh, gue pengen main cok, gue pengen bantai-bantai tim coy.
TC definitely going to be a strong one. And if
Mending lu
you do
cepet
that,
deh.
I mean, going into a sky here, no ability to sort of flash on back.
Cari
They've
deh
got
lu.
the suck on through.
Beresin
Dave's
deh.
trying to do a little jig
Gue
right
pengen
there,
main.
but it doesn't work out for him.
Yeah, that is nice spray down though from Estelle. Manages to retreat back around the corner as well, but
Anjir.
obfuscated by the
Anjir.
smoke. They actually
John
might
Olsen
be
kayak orang gila, Cok.
TC up.
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah, they got him, so there you go. John Olsen now slinking around the back, trying to make his way into heaven. Amazed that he didn't turn his sights.
John
off.
Olsen!
Only gets the one person who was stationary though. Needed to go for 10 first, but a little bit of panic. Got rid of the Astra, at least a guarantee.
Lu nggak ngebecer kagak.
Keeps them with a man advantage, but as I say that, it's a little bit of a curse. Still, they'll get rid of Lemmy, but PTC's faster reply finds Soul.
GG.
With that closeout,
11, 6. Ngapain PRX tadi bacain 4 second, Bang? Tahu dari mana lu dibacotin?
Closer to closing out our first map of Ascent.
John Olsen jago banget ya, Emi ya?
Northeption, they need to win 7 consecutively here
BYB fam.
to go ahead
Going
and
to
win it
Astro
out.
to do them
Void
Astro
overtime.
Guardian things I
And
do.
that John Olsen flank right there. That's one where I'm like, you know, if Jet hadn't been nerfed, he's right-clicking there and he's getting 2-3 kills every single
yeah.
time.
Oh,
but there's that brief moment of panic
Johnson.
every Jet player's felt it when you go for the left click, can't quite find the head, you just give up on the kill entirely. Still got the one, and solid round for Full Sense overall. Because like even with the small mechanical blunder, right? Like it's still the idea that's right for them, the timing to be able to get in on the flank. Northeption not expecting that.
Halo Mr. Laser.
Getting a big punish, and you can see it's just a lot of sheriffs for Northeption. 10 has a rifle, and it's a full push out of B. Really hard to hold on to the safe side for now. They might just fall back and try and play full retake with 5 players.
Cosmic Divide is blocking off heaven. I mean, John Olsen, does he really want to push through this? He's been playing in a pretty wild fashion, but I think even that would be a bit of an overstep for him.
Flash out.
Actually go in with an escort from PTC. They make their way up.
Dah,
top.
GG, Cok.
Still only
12.
managed to find enemy KO as John Olsen gets 2. Around the back, Soldam, gonna be good. Blade Storm gets the reset.
Hah?
Chala
2 tim Thailand, VCT emang siapa aja?
V2, Blade Storm needs to find some impact
Wait.
as both of these remaining members have been taken low.
Soldam nih, bos!
Only winnable. Oh, but Soldam
What the fuck?
showing off his skills, showing off why he became a household name in Valorant before we'd really even seen, you know, any of their matches played. This guy, there was a lot of buzz around him, and that is exactly why. Comes up huge.
Gue pengen main Jet ntar guys.
He is the most. They close
Guys, gue
it out.
turnamen main Jet ya guys ya.
7 to 11.
Gue kompe main Jet ya guys ya.
Added to the montage right there. That's a Korean Jet, baby. Soldam, he'd been a little bit quiet start off the map here, but now I think 7-11 on the scoreboard. Northeption starting to put up a much better fight, and you kind of have to mix things up, right? You know, they go for that full push out of B main with 3 players because they had that completely shattered by just 1 rifle to their name, 3 sheriffs and the knives. But it works out for you, and playing with that, with the updrafts that you can see just over that angle on the green boxes on site too. Really nice stuff coming through from them, and you can sort of see Full Sense aren't going to have the money to battle back against Northeption this round.
Yeah, timeout used. It's a really good swing, being able to come in, like you said, just down in weapons, close out the round. So coaching staff wants to get in there.
Kalau lu join pro team kan pasti ngikut meta. Jadi berapa map lu bakal pakai Jet? Enggak, gue pakai pakai Reyna. 80% gue bakal pakai Reyna. 80% gue pasti pakai Reyna. Mungkin kalau misalkan gue lagi not feeling it, tukeran sama orang gue main Sky. Paling gue Reyna, Sky, Sage udah, Cok. Kecuali gue diajarin sama, nggak tahu kalau ada coach mungkin gue diajarin, boleh deh main agent lain deh.
Yeah, true. I mean, honestly, it was a little bit weird because, like, you're watching Northeption play, and they've been doing this the last few days where they'll, like, play with Sky sort of solo and not with the rest of the team, and then you just don't have a flash. So I think that's where some of the hesitancy comes out from, is how these teams are sort of placing their members around the map, especially when it does come down to these defaults. Here you can see they'll all their attacking pieces with them, just the killjoy split away from the team, watching the flanks, and that may work out here because
Gua omongin sama Boner, siap.
Or A main rather.
Habis ini Major 3 hari nggak main. Males aja, gue lagi malas main aja kemarin itu. Burnout aja. Gak ada internal problem kan. Jadi kayak nggak mood main gitu loh.
for any kind of pick that they could possibly get, but He's not going to be able to make a connection.
Cuk, masa kena thrifty, Cok? Entah ini. What the fuck? Kena thrifty.
Blinds his way into the boats. Go ahead and finish off 10. Seekers get unleashed as the market door collapses.
Oh, that's big. They know 2 or B main, and Soldom has the flank, so he has this read here. He can blow open the round here for North.
Oh, yep, they're trying to. They just peeked at 2. Child turned around for
Soldom jago banget, cu.
Makes his way in, finds both of those kills, and Estelle will get rid of John.
Cuk, Soldom jago banget.
And he will fall. Northeption seems like maybe that tag timeout working a treat. They execute this.
Ingat JF jadinya nih.
They'll have 3 members alive. Go ahead and get that defuse, and now they were within touching distance of full sense. 3 more rounds to tie this up.
10-2 lo anjir.
And that was just beautiful awareness, excellent utility usage off of that play too. You know, early on in the round, Soldom, he wanted to go for that flank. He ends up going through with the play, but it's knowing that 2 players are in B main off of the Seekers, knowing that it's split on the site. So even after Soldom gets that first kill, then Estelle also has the hawk to flash that second player in B main. If you don't have one of those 2 pieces of utility, Soldom very high chance that he falls, and then you have this.
Ya, abis ini giveaway kan giveaway setelah PRX.
B main when you're trying to retake the site. That's the reception I was wanting to see here. That's the utility use that has made them flawless so far. Yet to lose a map here in the APAC LCQ in full sense, trying to bust that open quick.
Yeah. Oh, what? He still gets it? How?
Gets in on top of Sugar Zero. 10 gonna go down.
Gila.
Dislodging that killjoy from boats.
Ih, dicek ya. Lo nge-flank terus deh lo Soldom deh.
Nice little play. This was, you know, one of the players that was kind of getting a lot of chatter around him from our SEA compatriots talking about, you know, his lurking. He is the best in the region, but unfortunately, he's been out.
PRX kayak jam 4-an deh harusnya deh.
On each other. I love it.
Yep.
Only 2 players alive though for North. Very hard to get this retake to work out.
Oke guys, 1 round lagi habis. Kemarin katanya jam 2. Jam 2 ada FS. Ini gua undur. Sorry deh, gue undur.
Initial lurk from Soldom, right? The flank coming in, you just did in the previous round. This time, you have Superbus pushed all the way up in tiles, just waiting for it. Knows that Northeption want to run that one back, and as soon as that one goes down, all of a sudden, you have to spend so much time, right? Even though I think it was Sugar Zero, or was it Estelle? It was Estelle who went back towards tiles and ended up killing out Superbus. It just, you've lost so much time at that point and too many players.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta mention Sugar Zero there as well. Him losing out to John at the switch is also just a major blow right off the bat. Not being able to have all of that pressure, all of that, you know, vision control that Astra brings throughout the rest of the round really hurt them. It seemed like that should have been Northeption starting off the round with the pick onto the enemy jet. Doesn't go that way for them though. And now John Olsen, he's got knives out, ready to click some heads and make his own highlight reel.
Lutfi siapa anjir?
They don't actually have jet with them on this attack, so maybe a little bit slower until we can get John Olsen up into tree. It's also going to be that lurk through mid from Superbus, but Alarmbot is going to spot that out, and as soon as that one
no viewers tuh gue pengen main kompe abis ini.
This attack might actually be thwarted just a little bit. You can see a lot of players on the defensive side actually rotating.
Menurut gue PRX bagusan ada Jing sih daripada Shiba.
Larger hit in the area, but Full Sense biding their time for the time being. Not a whole lot of ultimates to work with, and well, they have a flash to try and break out across this wall. They can actually try and go for this here.
10 finds 1. Starting to make their way through John Olsen around the corner.
He doesn't go for the right click. I thought he was going to
panic and use it and not have a reset, but instead he gets the headshot there onto Sugar Zero. Makes his way in up on top of the box, but then May sprays him down. He doesn't check that back right side of heaven. May's good for another. Does end up falling, but Soldom gets his way onto the site, finds PTC. It's all on Charlotte.
Orang kok bisa kayak gitu ya cuy ya?
Soldom will barely survive with 11 HP, but the defuse will
come
in. That's the final ult charge here for 10 to have his next lockdown online. Northeption keep the overtime alive. 3 more rounds to go to get there.
Bisa ya orang-orang kayak gitu ya tadi.
Win the round, but I'm pretty sure that Astro Wall actually made it easier for Full Sense to try and get out on site. When you're going for an Astro Wall like that, you really have to keep in mind things like, you know, flashes. Have you been counting PTC's flashes on the attacking side? Because you can use that sort of blitz out from the wall. Also because it was
dari lubuk hati gue dukung NTH.
Which your opponents can enter onto the site, right? It's no longer just from that arch in A main. They can push players so that they're coming out sort of in a line all together. They were able to shut
Gimana Bebek? Siapa Bebek? Yang mana? Yang mana? Siapa Bebek? Wah, NTH. NTH menurut gue NTH better team sih. Kalau menurut gue NTH better team. Kamu mau dikirim gimana? Ya gue kirimin ke alamat lu lah.
A positive direction for Northampton as PTC will go down. There's still always the John Olsen factor, though. Crept his way up, just checking out Boiler.
Bangsat emang Ralph.
All the way down mid. Perfectly cleared, and I like this. Northampton, they get picks in these positions, and then they're pulling back. They're changing up where they're playing, making it a constant guessing game for those on the side of full sense. Finally spot out one, though. They don't know about a stealth.
Now they do. Actually, I think he was down in the smoke. They're not going to be ready.
Oh my god! Oh, GG guys, abis guys. Belum deh. Belum.
Nice shot from May. It's been a consistent force here for the side of Northampton, but the door is shut. The throne's going out. Spike in the hands of John Olsen's going to look for the plant and then look for the retreat in all likelihood here. No Hunter's Fury to try to clear out that lockdown. They just have to make their exit.
John Olsen timing jelek banget tadi posisinya.
Now Lammy, if they want to close this out right here, right now, he needs to be good for 3, but he's not going to be good for 1. Then we'll get the headshot.
Emang gak ada slow mode?
Rounds away from heading into OT yet again.
Yeah, that was a really good lockdown. We had to wait a long time.
Kok bisa nggak ada slow mode? Siapa yang ngajarin nggak ada slow mode? Ada kok.
It worked out great for them. As soon as that door actually got closed, that was actually full sense sealing their own doom. Because now all of a sudden you actually.
Kalau yang menang akun gue semua gimana? Ya bagus. Semangat.
Especially with the numbers disadvantage, there is just not much room to play.
NTH tuh jago guys. Gue udah bilang NTH tuh sebenarnya jago banget. Cuma mereka kayak bagusnya di CT doang deh.
Into this round, some light armor, a Spectre, a Guardian as well there for Lammy. So putting a lot on the line here to try and win this one against North, and they do have some good ultimates to work with for themselves. But yet, these B hits have been shut down a couple of times by Northampton. Strong flanking, good utility usage. They've been locked in B main, but they're going to use the lockdown to jailbreak.
Yeah, May doesn't have the Hunter's Fury either, so can't really clear that out. Decent amount of damage got pushed out though. Lammy going to be down to 45. Cosmic Divide coming through. Lockdown does manage to find 1. Going to be May situated there in market, should be safe for the time being.
Wah, seru nih.
Seekers online for the moment. See if Estelle decides to throw
Lammy.
Lammy.
Gets on top of him and cuts him down. Back over towards the site though. Chala will find 10. The Cloudburst comes down. The blinds
Oh
come
my
out.
god. Messi banget, cok.
And PTC joining, and there's the cleanup. Northampton is punching him right in the jaw. Managed to get this defuse off. It was looking good, potentially there for full sense, but as soon as they
Cara ikut giveaway gimana? Tadi suruh giveaway aja.
they don't get that kill on the 10 initially. It all starts to spiral out of control, and now Northampton are just 1 round away from tying it up and taking
Gila
this
bagus cok mereka main ini.
Yeah, man. Oh, playing that B site in a post play when all 5 players on the defending team are still alive, it just feels like you're fishing a barrel, right? You're just trapped down in there, especially with all the flashes coming on through. It was really hard for John Olsen to play that angle once he didn't find that first kill with the gun peeking through the smoke. They invested a lot of ultimates into that round. Now May has the ulti to try and counteract some of these pushes. They don't have the best purchase coming in from full sense either.
I mean, this is really bad. There's no shock darts for Lammy. There is no nano swarms for Chala. They could not afford them. And that's with them just going for half armor. John Olsen, though, finds a really nice opening pick. Immediately dashes away, though, as he spots out May. Show respect, but that's already going to be a very nice start. He would love to recover that rifle, upgrade off the Spectre if he can.
Here.
But with Tailwind down, no cloud bursts. He's in a very rough position and in all likelihood needs some kind of save to come out. Seems like, yeah. Pings down for a nice little nebula to pop up. And Superbus obliges.
I'm not sure Full Sense were able to scout out that the Killjoy was over on A. They had a lot of players there early on in the round. Hawk in mid will clear out that bench area. But all 5 now for Full Sense, gearing up and ready to go on towards this B site.
Have the drone try and work B, though. This is completely open.
Yeah, I mean, right now Northampton are going to try and play the full-on retake. It seems like they have a...
Lagi nggak mau main, gimana? Ini mau main abis ini.
Big damage coming through, though.
Can he get the final shot? The answer is going to be no, but he does take John Olsen down to 6 HP. Stiff breeze will finish.
Woi, masa menangnya thrifty, Cok? Nggak thrifty sih, tapi kayak force buy gitu loh.
That lurk over towards lobby manages to find the kill. Dart will go ahead, scout out B main.
Super bus position, bro.
Within it, Super Bus coming around the back.
Oh, he sees
Could
heads.
this be their demise? He sees the blinds. He manages to find one. Cannot get the follow up, but 10 replies with a nice headshot. A 2v3. Does Northampton try to punch it into overtime here? Otherwise, it's going to be the first map going the way of full sense. And Lammy lurking in through.
Nggak bisa lah, Soldam gila lu.
Presses
Oh,
up,
wait.
down to the side, gets the headshot on the PTC. Now needs to find 2 more.
Oh, enggak.
Fight for just a brief moment, but he cannot clear out Chala. And there you go.
GG.
A really rough start there.
Oke, saatnya gue main. Sorry, gue pengen main nih ya. Bukannya apa nih, gue pengen main. Gue udah pengen main, gue udah kebelet main nih ya. Gue udah kebelet main. Jangan ganggu gue. Gue kebelet main. Saya kebelet main, guys. Ya, nggak ada temen. Oke, baiklah. Deathmatch dulu. Kill, coy. Enggak lah, gue main ya kalau nggak Jet, Reina.
Match found.
Sensinya berat amat, siapa yang ganti nih? Kevin. Anjir. Kenceng amat ya? Sensi gue sekenceng ini, Cuk. SSD apa? Gue F yang Pro, gue nggak tahu lah. Sense gue kenceng amat, Cuk. Gue nggak tahu speednya berapa, kenceng pokoknya. Gue beli yang paling mahal. Gue beli aja deh. Gue lupa namanya apa. Gue beli yang paling mahal pada saat itu.
No one will remember them.
PRX sampai DAMWON. Nggak tahu kenapa gue bilang DAMWON yang menang ya.
Fight. I want to see you crawl. Phoenix down. Links. Three down. Phoenix down. Get out of my way.
Mana musuhnya, anjir? Input buffer. Maksudnya apa input buffer ya? Apa input buffer ya? What's an input buffer? Bang, tahu Arkin XX nggak? Tahu, tapi nggak kenal. Iyalah, dia mana mau kenalan sama gua. Tuh main deathmatch aja pengecut anjir, heran gua. It's just a fucking deathmatch. Bang tahu game bola tahu. Pro player dia kan. Cuk.
One down.
Pinjam paling OP Rena lah. Aduh. Bang, Jor mabar, Timo 3, yuk. Yuk, gue invite abis ini ya. Warm up dulu lu. Atau udah jago, nggak usah warm up.
Exterminated.
Hai Ray.
Dominating.
Bangsat. Kalau enggak, gue Frudy. Jangan salah manggil, nggak suka gue saya panggil. Orang gue Frudy. Halo Reynard. Nah pakai panel ini nggak tahu sih Kevin. Skin gue udah 10 juta, dia pakai yang paling
Dead.
murah.
Kills
Three
remaining.
down.
Mana lagi enemy gue?
Squash.
Lah. Tai. Keyboard gue nyangkut sumpah. Itu gue nggak bercanda, keyboard gue nyangkut.
Five kills remaining.
Kevin siapa? Adik gue.
Enemy down.
Kutilnya 100, jadi bisa fake flash 100 kali gitu ya. Fake flash bisa nge-flash 100 kali gitu ya. Lu gila, itu mah curang banget. Glorious modelnya bagus ya? Setahu gue bagus, cuma gue kurang suka. Terlalu enteng, gue gak suka mouse enteng.
Rain.
One kill
Kalau gue itu orangnya
remaining.
gak suka yang kecil-kecil guys.
Anticipated.
Ya, kompe yuk. Mana tadi yang mau ikut main yang emo 3? Mana? Let's go. Kecil apa, Jar? ID? Maksudnya barang. Gue gak suka barang kecil, gue suka yang gede anjir. Yuk. Patokan sensi. Lu nonton video gue tutorial cari sensitivity yang bagus. Gue udah biar bikin tuh. Halo. Carry gue ya.
Bang ya bang.
Feliz Navidad. Wih, Kevin juara 1 loh. Boleh-boleh dia. Jori, kamu kangen saya nggak? Iya, kangen. Double antandre banget gue ya. Pengen main sih Among Us sama siapa ya Among Us ya? Seru sih sebenarnya main Among Us sih. Tetet. Padahal mau jelek Jor. Oh iya, thank you udah ingetin. Thank you. Kita balik ke river guys. White river. Knife-nya kita pakai katana. Mana katana gue guys? Guys, jangan lupa guys kalau mau beli VP di mana guys? Udah tahu belum? Mau beli VP di mana bagusnya? Udah tahu belum? Di mana? Sebut. Mana sih katana gue cok hilang? Guys, kok katana gue hilang guys? Oh, ini dia. Bagus. Thank you guys. Hai, Sylvain Darrell. Ya udah, Koda Shop juga nggak apa-apa sih, tapi pakai link gua. Koda Shop, Skin Kitchen boleh deh, dua-duanya deh, tapi pakai link gua. Sebenarnya Cenglian lebih di Skin Kitchen sih, lebih murah sih. Tapi kalau mau beli Koda Shop bagus juga guys. Koda Shop juga sangat-sangat bagus. Pakai link gua tapi. Dikit ini mah. Jangan dari Valorant langsung mahal, cok. Kareme si Kenny. Jangan sebut-sebut nama toko lain, nggak boleh. Di sini sebutnya cuman boleh Koda sama Skin Kitchen. Hai, Sefri Supermasi, it's okay. Di sini cuma boleh sebutin Skin Kitchen sama Koda, nggak ada toko lain di sini. Sebut toko lain gue time out. Jauh. Dapur kulit aja boleh ya? Boleh. Sebut toko lain gue time out pokoknya. Skin Kitchen Koda. Di time out mod gua anjing kocak. Di time out anjir. Mana harus hadir atau kagak? Hadir. Harus hadir.
Match found.
Di time out lu ye sama mod gua lu ye. Gue mau main Rena. Kok cepetan live DT? Iya nih. Apa Skin Kitchen jualan di Shopee ya sekarang ya guys ya? Skin Kitchen jualan di Shopee sama Tokopedia ya? Bang, iya. Enggak boleh sebut toko lain, nggak ada. Pantas skor Reina bang, Reina punya gede. Apanya skillnya? Skillnya gede ya? Hai Nicholas Eng. Jor, kata mamaku boleh apa? Di dodge kan fracture gue segame sama lu tadi. Gue belum main. Udah min. Hai Dave Matthew. Itunya bang. Apanya itunya? Tangan. Lu parah lu body shaming. Hai Comels. Udah lama gue gak lihat lu ya. FM kapan Jor? Diundur dulu. Apa kabar? Baik Vincent. Kecuali toko lain datang sponsor baru boleh sebut. Nggak sponsor nggak boleh disebut. Bayar kalau mau sebut. Minimal lewat Sosiabas. Halo Muhammad Daniel Akil. Kok warnanya jadi putih sih anjir, jelek amat. Guys, lihat tuh. Kalau kesini warnanya apapun jadi putih anjir. Kalau kegelap baru berubah warna. Ini memang putih beneran.
Bro, give it to me.
I have many, unlimited.
Oke.
Turret out. Multiple enemies.
Aduh,
Reloading.
I cannot heal.
kok gitu? Kok gitu guys?
Reloading.
Iya mirip Ghost Runner, makanya gue suka. Monitor gue dikasih.
Reloading.
Two here maybe.
One on.
Apa kabar Jar? Baik Bagas, apa kabar? Udah lama gak lihat lu.
Spike down A.
Sehat kakak? Sehat, thank you udah nanya ya. Sehat.
Outside.
Kas. Gak buat web sendiri. Ribet, males ah. Bang, cara turun daerah dia gimana? Bosan win-win terus. Bisa. Lu AFK ya deh. Jar, giveaway Razer masih bisa. Masih. Oh, usah beli deh.
Turret out. I have the spike.
Reloading.
I have kill.
Reloading.
Destroyed.
Barrier created.
One more there.
I clear guys, I clear.
Okay, I'm coming.
Nice one.
Stay alive. I'm coming.
50 kill Jack. 2 backside, 2 flank I think most. Air flank.
Planting fireman. I'm planting off it. Fireman.
Flank, one, close to me.
Yeah. You watching me?
Winnable. 50 kill Jack.
Here.
I have here.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Drop.
Oh,
Right.
Sage, we're the perfect pair. You give life. I take it. embarrass them.
Placing sentry.
Multiple enemies B.
Holy fuck!
Reloading.
Go side.
Main dia.
Kill dia. Spike kill dia.
Okay.
There. Cutting their vision.
Let's go.
One shot.
Last
Oi.
player standing. Thrifty.
Tower.
Sage. Let me look, Sage. You go follow them.
Yeah.
Tolol banget barusan kalahnya.
Placing sentry.
Let's play slow.
Speed firepower. Use that.
Thin.
Tag 55.
Kane this one.
There's bundle.
Joseph.
Yeah, I'm gonna check back.
Spike carrier.
Wah anjing nih orang siapa sih?
Down A.
Impeccable kill.
Jet, I pass you the vendor first, Jet.
Turret out.
Let me pick first.
Address.
Last player standing.
Prop.
30 seconds left.
Nice try.
One down. 2 HP.
We get a pick. We move in. Got it?
Do they like to push out B here? No, right?
Sage-nya anjir, Sage gue gaji banget sumpah. Heran gue main kayak gitu deh. Pinter sampah, smite. Ew, smite.
I have this. Your fault.
Nice one. Operator.
One.
Two guys there.
Echo suck.
Hold on. I pick crush.
Running, I can revive.
80.
Wall raised.
Last player standing.
Ngapain di-pick terus sih?
I got out. Just use it for the gun round.
Race into the spike sites.
Guys, when we have sight, just cover sight. We don't need to pick the op, you know?
Okay.
Skin terbaik dan murah, inilah River lah.
Full jet pick. Maybe close. Keep pushing.
Sentry.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Cannot wall up.
Nice.
Reloading.
Ping it.
Down A.
They're full.
Okay.
Yo, use your Q drop. Oh.
Close. Here.
You should run.
Initiated.
Last player standing.
Mana C?
One enemy remaining.
Main.
Whoa.
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive.
Are we going halving, buying?
For you.
Oi, Sage, half Sage.
Yeah, I can buy next round. Shoot, that.
You go. You'll go B.
I can't use that.
Fuck, I cannot divide.
You have wall still?
Reloading. Wall raised.
Apakah katana RGX hampir sama katana? Mirip. They're not the same, but they're similar.
One more tower.
Upper here.
Reloading.
Can't move flying. I don't know why is that stuff.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
On my ping.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
I check.
That's one.
30 seconds left.
Spike's down.
Canteen?
Last player standing. Thrifty.
Nice.
That gives them everything you need. Well, nothing.
Their stale tactics would only work for so long.
Need a drop. Thank you. Embarrass them.
Placing sentry. See ya.
Barusan pick gue jelek banget sih. Kalau ada musuh mati gue tadi. Pick gue jelek banget barusan. Sumpah.
Yeah.
Rotate mid. Can go build.
We go back. Okay.
Shit pick banget barusan.
There.
I have no more wall. Up to fake.
Nice.
Kill this is.
100, Viper.
Spike planted for you. Stand
Viper low.
down. Enemy foe.
Wait for me. Coming.
Don't need pick. Shoot.
Yeah. Upper there. Upper unknown.
They want me off.
One enemy
Nice one.
remaining.
Upper chain. Upper chain.
Nice one guys. Jadi lagi enggak cukup gua habis.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
airdrop. Thanks.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Yep. Bahasa apa ini guys ya?
Reloading.
Get out of my way.
I hear one in the middle already.
Still in sight.
Oh, he's gonna take my gun. 40 extra.
I can hear. Just a...
Wow. Two drop.
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 Ah shit. Amen.
Go in the wall and drop.
Oh never mind. Sorry.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Lagi pada sibuk tuh hari ini, lagi pada nobar juga Jumat, cok.
Who to smother first?
Can we try depart him? Try to depart him.
Tadi gue nembak yang Killjoy di mana ya?
Honestly.
Let's try depart him.
Yeah.
Dari jam berapa? Udah nggak radian, cok. Udah turun. Pilih pemenang giveaway belum. Nggak, lo orang kan literally bisa baca yang gue pin ya, sama lihat baca judul ya. Kayak, it's just weird, you know.
They will cower.
Enemy spotted B. You are divided.
Tower clear. Tower.
One catching.
Enemy spotted B.
Gue ketabrak Viper anjir. Jam berapa diundi? Malam, selesai PRX.
The last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Bye.
Maksudnya sebenernya be aja sih. I can drop one. Request, let's buy.
Can I get this? Thanks.
Oh, we buy. Okay.
Can you come with me? Some. This right.
I have no smoke, yeah.
Placing sentry.
Welcome to my world.
I have spike.
Oh, you there.
Enemy spotted A.
Kasih anjing jatuh
Just
juga.
wait.
Let's check together. Jet 1, 2, 3, let's go.
OP side.
He's not here.
Side.
Die. One down.
New rest. Safe.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, so.
Your duty is not over. I must record.
Still in sight.
Running, man.
Don't get in my way.
Out of charges.
I One flank.
One flank.
And ult. Going back.
You should run.
Ropes have one op.
Tech 60.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nice. Terus kesel gak? Di blok malah dibunuh sama PRX team. Maksudnya PRX team apa?
Last round before the switch.
Ngatasin aim bau habis baru bangun tidur gimana? Ya udah biarin aja sampai ntar kan ntar panas aja gitu kan.
Rina.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get this?
Yeah, can you give me a spectre, Rina?
Yup.
Thank you.
Let's fly.
I'm going underground to out.
Come from me, attack.
Turret out.
You know we're here already.
Reloading.
Kami is one wall ya.
Just go plant. One here.
Nice.
One tower. One tower, guys.
Wait.
Last player
Do we have
standing.
smokes? Aduh, puyeng gua. Halo Samuel Tungki.
Switching sides.
Sebenarnya musuhnya kalau ngomong susah juga sebenarnya nggak susah-susah banget, B. Tapi gua nggak tahu deh. Kurangnya apa itu gue juga nggak tahu deh. Bang, siapa gue bang? Halo.
I gonna wall, amen.
Gue nggak tahu salahnya di mana. Sebenarnya musuhnya B aja, jago. Tapi kayak ya udah gitu loh.
They will be.
Gak usah, ya.
No prisoners.
Yeah, here. A lot of sounds.
Hey.
Just pick on my turret.
Spikes here.
What the fuck? 1B guys. Viper tunnel.
Itu wall up Jet. They smoke. They coming B.
Killjoy one hit ya. Bang bocorat, boleh.
Pushing smoke.
That's done.
Syah, ada lu masih di belakang. Killjoy very low. Just try to wallbang him.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Tower.
One.
Tower hit.
Axis.
Tower dinked. Maybe 2 are hit.
Placing alarm.
One main.
One enemy
Nice shot.
remaining.
Turret.
Attack.
Wait.
Turret out.
Nice.
Bro.
Itu gajah banget anjir bang bocorat. Boleh. Gua udah bilang maksudnya boleh. Silakan. All you can curhat bro.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
How to wall A. Sage, you wanna
Hi,
pick
Gian,
any wall
mate.
for you? Sage.
Yeah.
Let's remind them who we are.
Ano wall up.
Or
Maybe.
You did?
No.
Oh, not yet. Down.
Go on my stuff again.
Halo, Bat. Halo, Kevin.
They holding it.
Ayo.
Fuck! Tear it down!
Going A.
That's not in KO low.
Sounds like they are committing it.
Yeah.
My alarm bot not triggered yet.
They smoke B. Astra smoke B.
Planting B.
Planting B.
Planting.
Out of charge.
Spike planted.
Go yellow.
Lock in sight.
Too low.
Last player standing.
Why? Oh, nice shot.
Sisi Joki ya nggak tahu deh gue.
Just let them try to catch me.
They say it's just pick off my turret. If anything happens to my turret, you just pick. So don't need to pick.
Placing sentry. As one.
Will be.
You are powerless.
Yeah, committed out there. Yeah, coming.
Okay. Yeah, step.
Cannot smoke.
Spike down B.
Anjing di-push kayak gitu dia lari pakai vandal.
Last player standing.
Bang, aku pemula mau mainnya ada saran. Pedein. Nggak apa-apa kalah. Nggak apa-apa kalah, yang penting coba.
Alarm bot out.
Tadi dia ulti atau apa sih si kayunya? Enggak kan, cuma silence doang kan? Iya nggak sih, cuma silence doang kan?
I want where?
Turun untuk kamu apa ngeteh bagus.
Barrier created.
Ayo play. A.
Don't like A, okay.
Be A now.
Coming.
Put wall.
They going back.
10.000 dari Eko. Pesan. Katanya mau bantai-bantai tim. Masa iya kompe kalah wakak?
Nah, itu dia tuh.
Hold down.
In.
Atau ini tim gua rada tolol sumpah. Nggak bohong gua. Literally tim div cok.
Coming over.
Kita kagak ada sentinel yang benar, smoker yang benar kagak ada anjir.
Spike planted. Stealing sight. Cutting their vision. Last player standing. Match point.
The patch belum. Just bye lah. Nice try lah.
Nice try, boy.
Nice try. Jalan kompe berat banget rasanya. Udah kayak main turnamen anjing.
Let's be.
You should run.
You are
divided.
Enemy spotted B.
Mampus gue juga multi.
In sight. Spike down B.
Spike.
Bangsat orang itu, Cuk.
Tahu.
One tower.
One main.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Attackers win.
Gue sekarang kalah sama immortal loh. Gue solo dulu deh. Yuk, thank you. Pipis dulu guys. Pipis dulu. Begini yang mau masuk prosin. Bawel yang minta giveaway terus. Time out loh. Heran nanya giveaway terus. Udah dibilangin berjuta-juta kali. Nggak ngerti gua. The fuck man. Si sombong Yuri nggak pernah nyapa lagi. Halo Akmal Yusuf. Heran gua. Gue dari tadi masuk, gue streaming hari ini nanya giveaway 10 juta orang anjir. Heran gue. Panas lagi AC gue. Atau gue kayak lagi gregetan gitu loh guys hari ini. Heran gue cuk. Toh breeze lagi mapnya. Rena nggak sih artinya?
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Panas lagi. Hai guys.
Hello man.
Pinnya kan Gox. Kompe berapa round? 2 game. Bang, gue streamer baru di Gox, minta dukungannya dong. Makasih, sukses terus buat Bang Jordi. Iya, gue dukung. Semangat dari Sajid Alam. Bang, spill PC tanda suruh specs. Ini apa sih bang? Bingung yuk. Itu bisa ngasih lihat gitu loh, kayak nge-shout out gitu loh hitungannya loh. Main FF gak kagak.
Today is a gift to Radiance. We're finally free to use our power.
this my wall or you think?
Sure.
Enggak lah, nggak tilted lah. Bete aja gue. Bang enak banget, tapi enggak sebenarnya udah nggak bete sih. Udah lewat masa-masa bete gue. Tapi lu orang tau gak sih guys, kayak lagi malas streaming gitu loh guys. Gue malas streaming sih, kayak lagi mager ngapa-ngapain aja sih in the first place.
Cypher non.
Yeah, I can hear.
Dapat tim juga bau mulu anjing seminggu ini, sial.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
No one will remember them.
Sky lagi harum di tangan gua ya. Iya.
I can smoke that.
KB.
Sorry.
Oh shit! In already.
Yeah, maybe.
One bit. Viper, thank you.
One.
Planted.
Nice one.
Last player standing.
Good job. Let's go. Guys, my mother said if we lose pistol run, we're gonna win the game.
Time to hunt.
Huh? Okay.
Let's go. My mother.
Okay.
In my mother we trust. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm gonna push off.
Apa gua harus mandi dulu ya guys ya? Jam berapa sih? FX sama itu gimana ceritanya guys?
Viper 8.
He joining.
One.
More down.
Rena Viper. Oh, Cypher.
Yeah, it's already. Yo, right side.
Shit, jump. Nice.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Nice. FS 9, NTH 11. Map 3 dong ya.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying.
Guys, masa kalah lagi gue guys? Gue udah capek kalah guys. Kalah sama Tragil Tanzil. If it's meant to be, meant to be.
Repel them.
Mid to be.
Gue udah pengen ke prosin aja ah. Pengen turnamen aja ah.
Nothing B now. No sound.
Udah mandi belum kak? Belum dong.
No B. Viper.
Can be house, huh?
Makanya lengket banget.
Yeah, watching out.
Shit! Ah! Nice.
Last player standing.
50 for both.
I know exactly where you are.
Toxins going up. Poison's off.
Nah, main banget.
Spike
Bobo,
planted.
belum mandi makanya nih. Gue lagi nggak mood ngapa-ngapain gitu guys. Gue pengen main. Gue sebenarnya ya, gue tuh pengen 1 minggu tidur aja kerjanya. Itu impian gue, cok. Tiandi, mendingan lu cepet deh, daftarin deh. Turnamen apapun cepetan deh.
Reyna, go play around middle.
Ya, oke. Gara-gara Linda guys, gue mainnya bau guys. Salahin Linda guys. Salahin si Linda guys, gue bau gara-gara dia mainnya guys.
Wow.
Ini. What's that? They rush. Go. Left side.
One hole.
One house to the left.
Info.
Last player standing.
Two back side.
One enemy remaining.
Last one.
Same.
Spike planted.
You have 2 flashes.
Ah, shit.
I know what must be done.
Yeah.
2 mid, maybe 3. Hey, say.
Two.
Parasite.
Nice. One more B.
One enemy remaining.
No, habis peluru. Nice.
Oke.
Need a
Guys, I need drop guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, map update-nya mau move on.
Can you tell me if they're joining?
Yeah, I tell you they're joining.
Okay.
Right here. Enemy spotted A.
Joining.
One mid.
Masuk.
Ah, it's too far.
Nowhere to run.
So far south.
I got aim in, just shoot. Forget.
I'm anchoring B, wait. Shit, horse. How is he horse?
Last 2 email. Already.
Wait.
Last player standing.
Fuck, I just wall horse.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Gue main apa sih, tai? I can buy next one.
Embarrass them.
Okay. House.
They go. Just leave B. Nice.
Two house.
One.
Short. I'll try
House
to
one.
Saw a house.
Yeah, I know.
Let's vibe.
Okay, he opened door.
He's behind your wall, I think. Far.
Just let him come, fuck it.
Yeah, I know.
LOB.
Viper under now.
Tag 80.
Must be a fake, right?
Yeah, so
Enemy spotted A.
Give a few. He win.
Yeah.
He drop.
Drop down.
You drop me. Drop me.
30 seconds left.
Can be nice.
Gue gak tau tadi kenapa gue ngambil darah sih. Mistik ya. Kenapa gak ada yang lihat? Oh ada.
No.
Welcome to my world.
10 seconds left.
See,
Spike planted. One enemy
Okay, let's go.
remaining.
Gas, ambil aja Tendi semua, gue udah pengen main. Gue udah pengen main, lo ambil aja semua Tendi deh.
Right side.
Nice one guys. Sneak peek next bundle kalau ada gue pasti bikin tuh guys. Gue juga kehabisan konten soalnya. Tenang aja, ada sneak peek next bundle gue pasti bikin.
You fail. Now sleep.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Bisa jadi sih. Halo Jocelyn, sorry gue ngeliat chat lu. Gak tau sekarang lagi pada jago. Enggak sih, kayak gue yang lagi cupu sih. Gue ngerasa pada jago-jago anjir sekarang.
B. KB. Arjun, turnover.
Sova B. Jet mid.
RS jet.
Joining left side.
Your duty is not over.
He's close.
Yo, one middle. Close.
Nice.
Right side.
Off you.
Cutting their vision.
In.
Second.
Left side. Left side.
Still there, Kabi.
One enemy remaining.
Left side.
Spike down B.
Nice.
Looks like I was the strongest.
Spike spotted B.
Barusan apa yang terjadi anjir?
I'm amped.
Can I have it
Let's go.
back?
I got things to do.
NTH win. What the fuck? Halo, Kuzer.
I'm gonna break the drone. I'm gonna play on top.
I'll try to shock it if I can.
One horse.
1K.
Can you smoke down?
Enemy spotted.
It's an A push, definitely.
Okay.
Silver horse.
Okay, man. One in.
Middle. Two mid.
Done.
Cypher was mid as well.
Nice one.
On my middle.
One enemy
Nice one
remaining.
guys.
Spike down mid.
Okay. Might drop down.
Flawless.
You're terrible.
I got your backs. Just, from
From the front. I got your back from the front. Maksudnya apa ya?
All big. Cypher here. In
The hunt begins. I got no recon. I only got drill. Yeah, I can drill. Hold on.
Oh, you want copy the gap?
Default. Could be wall.
He push Ana, maybe he can.
There. One enemy remaining.
Okay, one man.
Spike down B.
Where? Nice.
Nice.
Last round in the half.
Iya, gue giveaway abis PRX sama DAMWON. Bisa menang nih guys nih. Apakah lustri kita pecah hari ini? Apakah guys? Apakah? Enggak, udah nggak bet lagi ya, takut gua. Tapi gue pengen bet DAMWON sih sebenarnya sih. Feeling gue DAMWON menang loh. Ocek gede lagi. Nice. Kalau bacanya baca nama aku. Halo Mio ZX.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I know exactly where you are.
Nice, one more last side. Take.
One in front and one default.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Okay.
Bang, lu pilih PRX DAMWON. Gue dukung PRX tapi feeling gue yang menang DAMWON.
Switching sides.
Nggak tau kenapa feeling gue kayak gitu. Feeling gue bilang yang menang DAMWON loh. Feeling gue ya. Karena kemarin DAMWON main lawan Boom promising banget anjir. Kata Vivo feelingnya salah sialan. Jadi nggak ya? Judi aja deh, $10 aja tapi jangan banyak. Halls, Reina Halls. Bangsat digituin gua. Minimal $14 sih judi sih.
One left side.
Spike down A.
Taken out.
Last player standing.
Last one map.
Digituin lo gua lo. Sial banget musuhnya.
What do you say, drone?
Pas gue busuk apa yang kau buat kayak gini barusan kan? Ya udah, tetap mencoba.
I just go fast B the shot.
Yep, let's try it.
The Cypher's B.
Hope for the best ya.
Right here.
Let's go.
Duelis si Jing udah bagus sebenernya sih.
Stop that. Scanning ahead. I just tried to get that.
Back.
Hold on.
Oh, right side, close to you.
Biasa.
One behind the wall. Pushing shit.
Last player standing.
Oh, one back side.
Nice try.
Nice try, dude.
Lagi turnamen soalnya Jamar. Terus gue lagi mager nonton turnamen.
We got this.
Pas kau kena main Valorant apa yang kau buat? Main lagi tetep. Harusnya pernah makan jet itu kan. Lu mau apa sih Ralph? Dah lah, apaan sih lu mau apa sih? Oh, mau tau. Gua mau Valo, gua buat main.
I think Reina will come with us, bro. We go hospital, we die.
Take flight. Holding in. Okay. Could be one more.
I think one more close.
Close. I think we have
Left side. Low. One HP right now. Never get.
Spike
down. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Take 40.
Clutch.
That's right.
Reyna should use our flash, bro.
Oh, lu bacot sih, Sage. Sage aku bacot, Cok. I don't know, maybe you should not die early, Sage. Maybe, just maybe. You know, just a thought, maybe.
Oh, no, come back.
Yeah, relax.
Just a thought, you know.
Revealing area.
Low.
Enemy spotted mid.
I think him.
Reloading.
Marking on us. Yeah, I'll go. Okay.
Shoot.
I'll try and get a gun.
Push A.
Enemy spotted A.
Vipers to
How much you tag him?
Yes.
one more. Viper.
Me the Marshall, bro. Jet.
No, you can take it.
Push it.
Wait a bit.
Maybe I can kill.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, beep.
Get flying, okay? Careful.
Careful.
You can bait me.
Planted. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Got 2 eye.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
Clutch.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
I think one guy can hold up B.
I know fit that.
Because there's always like the cypher just staying back with the chip.
Hai. Ajak
Get
siapa?
out of my way.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down mid.
Tunnel.
10.000 dari pejuang yang melawan banteng. Pesan, Jor besok GW mau dioperasi, doain ya Om dan viewer.
Semoga lancar, tentram ya. Amin.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, last in nest. Yeah, drilling nest.
Terus man.
Tunnel. Cross it.
Wait, Viper marking range.
Nice. Kok Sece udah gak ngomong lagi ya? Mental dia. Hah? Kena dia? Hah? Kenapa dia gak ngomong lagi? Maju mati terus. Mana sih?
Yeah, I got everything.
Aku nanti stay nge-YouTube atau kerjaan lain. YouTube gue masih pasti gue jalanin. Tapi mungkin nggak seaktif sekarang, Cuk. Sekarang aja udah mulai nggak aktif kan? Ini ngomong masih maybe doang ya, maybe plan. Kayaknya gue nggak bakal seaktif sekarang. Forever.
Revealing area.
Reloading.
Can you flash?
Still in sight.
Right side.
Last player standing.
Flank.
Thrifty.
Sage, I think you should aim better, Sage. Just a thought, maybe. Just a maybe, you know. I know he telling me not to go halls, to flash and whatever. Oh my god, so noob.
Chillax.
Can't even play properly, bro. I'm chilling. I'm just asking him. I don't know, maybe get more than 6, you know?
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Hey, did he out here? Yeah, out here.
I don't think we should go.
I tagged him twice.
I think we should go B. Can be pushing up.
I have halls.
Our spikes down. Spike down, attacker spawn. Last player standing. Match point.
I hate to say it, but
Probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Breathe deep.
Panas-panasin dikit.
Take flight.
Oh, finally a kill. Good job.
I am the hunter. The hunt begins.
Oh, good job.
Wait, flank.
Nice.
Exterminated.
Wait, where's Sova?
On separate.
Your duty is not over.
Stealing sight.
Wait, Cypher can't make this out though. I heard it.
Oh. Rich.
Rich.
Water.
Nowhere to run.
Don't get in my way.
Hey, behind the wall, Cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
He's shooting. Right there. Okay, we come now.
He shot.
Lucu ya gak sih kalau orang-orang baca kayak gini. Mereka kalau nge-tilt tuh, mereka tuh kalau mereka lagi cupu tuh mereka bisa nge-tilt sumpah. Nice. Mereka bisa nge-tilt anjir.
They're just batteries.
They're just so fucking funny, guys. Mendingan gua ambil heal aja gak sih, guys? Heal, gua kalau kill 1, gua bisa ini. Darah gua naik. Winnable. 4 more rounds, let's go.
Deploying drone.
Nice one.
Okay, push all.
They might get up, Careful.
Okay, wall up.
get out of my way.
House. Breach.
Tuh kayak gimana? Kayak udah mainnya udah panas, main panas, cok. Udah bukan main Valorant lagi dia.
Last player standing.
Toxins going up.
Nice try, guys. Good job, Sage. Good job. Good job, Sage. You are the best. Good job, Sage ya. Siapa sih Sage anjir? Gua main di antara radian ini. Kalaf. Anjing. Good job, Sage. Good job. Dia udah makan belum? Udah sih. Tilted itu apa? Tilted itu kayak yang ngaco gitu loh. Yang udah mainnya udah sembarangan gitu loh, sembruyungan, ancur-ancuran gitu loh. Add Sage-nya bang, aku beli itu, males ah. Apain gue add dia? Nih guys, game ini katanya menang gue. Tapi gue ngerasa game ini bagus sih, gue sih. Gue ngerasanya ya, game ini gue bagus kok, not bad. Tunggu bantai 81 cok dia. Padahal kedua loh. Jor, gue udah nemu IG tim lu. Bagus deh.
Match found.
Abis ini PRX itu mulai sumpah. Gua nggak mau main smoker yang pasti. Tuh kentang gitu ya gue hari ini mainnya. Nanti yang PRX gak? Nonton abis ini. Forge in the heart of Mexico, Reina dominates single combat, popping off with each kill she scores. Her capability is only limited by her raw skill, making her sharply dependent on performance. VS Max berapa? Gue lock 144, gue lock di 280. Tapi it's usually more sih. Ini kok use your ultimate gue nggak selesai ya? Masih 10/25. Masa tadi full game gue nggak ada ulti guys? Emang tadi gue nggak ada ulti satupun guys? Halo Bray Forsi. Emang gue tadi nggak ada ulti satupun di satu game?
Making other summons, like lions or dragons. Tried once. It was not pretty.
Wah, dia untuk melihat giveaway. Sabar. Oke, guys. Nice one. I have flash one. Kill JB, kill JB.
Turret unlocks. Ready, I smoke.
Concealment. Locking.
Shut there. Let me open. One market, one CT.
Tag 30, tag 30.
Chill.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Last bot.
Lain.
Pulling them in.
Last player standing.
Nice one.
No wahala. I end the trouble. Their jet has nothing on me. I got her.
Jadinya malam.
Going.
Reloading.
You better run.
Suppressing.
Reloading. Concealment.
Spike dropped.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Aduh, sial banget.
Down A. Thrifty.
Reina, just stay in your lane, Jawa girl.
Oke, nice try.
Let's take what they have. Get out of my way.
Middle. One shot.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Nice. Nice try.
Let's get these idiots.
Oke, where you guys wanna go? Aduh, masa gue kalah terus. Lama-lama gue pensi anjing main Valorant. Menang 2, kalahnya 7 anjir. Kalah 7 kali gitu kan. Terus menang 2 kali berturut-turut tuh. Terus kalah lagi 5 kali lagi. Kan goblok, cok. Main apa gua?
Kindok.
Stay down.
Lain. Lain.
One enemy remaining.
There. City loss.
Blocking vision. Hawk out. Blinding.
Nice one, guys. Maksudnya ngaco banget.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it. We win, we survive.
One shot.
Pulling them in.
Low, structure below. Amen. Nice. Good job.
Hey, spike.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
100.000 dari Hendra. Pesan, GPP Jor nanti juga ada saatnya menang terus semangat.
Thank you, Hendra. Thank you. Oh, gue lupa ini nggak bisa di. You can't sell this, man.
Long.
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Last guard.
Hawk out! Obscuring vision!
That does not compute.
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
I can buy for you.
Hawk out!
Well divided.
One market constantly.
Hawk out! Recovering it.
Need that back.
I'll go back. One should be.
Last player standing.
Light planted. Light deployed. Enemy suppressed. Flashbang.
Bau batai. Guys, I'm sorry guys. I don't know what's happening guys. 0-6, my bad.
The symphony of bears.
No, wait, why?
Hurry, you get used
No.
to it.
Can the B. Okay, flash B.
There.
Hey, it's low. Close. Don't know. You think KJA?
Asha A.
Bro, it's low. One is
Killjoy A.
Still inside.
I think
Gaji tai.
Concealment.
Don't make it.
Astra udah gooding, cok. Astra attack 112.
Blocking vision. Heal up, squad.
Buat revisi ya Andika lu ya orangnya ya.
Healing over here. Reloading. You are divided. You should run.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Sumpah lu bisa aim yang bener gak sih? Atau lu mau pakai phantom dulu, Jor? Coba, Jor. Coba ya. Kalau lagi gak bisa phantom dulu aja, cobain. Nggak ada yang marahin, sumpah lu pakai phantom.
Get out of my way.
Nowhere to run.
Spike down B.
Nih.
Last player standing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Reloading. Reloading. Time to mobilize my pack.
I can talk.
Suppress it.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Side. PJ side.
Blocking sight. Enemy spotted.
Shot.
Nice.
Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Tell you what, a day working the farm would do these fellas good.
Need a drop.
Heads down, guns up. Get dead. Shutting them down.
Side.
Can't use that.
Flash 1 second.
Inside. Reloading.
Reloaded.
They will cover. Don't resist.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Careful. Flawless.
Akhirnya 2 kill.
Last round before the switch.
God is in our hearts, but empty your pocket.
Udah guys, kill gue pecah, berarti dah menang saatnya.
Take everything.
What's it? Enemy spotted A. Blocking vision. Enemy spotted A.
Cutting their vision.
Flash.
Our spikes down.
Spike down A.
Powerless.
Multiple A.
use that.
Temen gue jago banget anjing, bentar gue ditelepon guys.
Switching sides.
Let's watch him struggle.
One mid lane. They go back. Mid, careful.
You're done.
Careful, careful.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Something over there.
Can't place it. Like us, but different.
Wanna stuck B, guys?
Find the weak point and break it.
Reloading. Hawk out! Blinded.
I shot. A side.
Grounded.
Spike planted.
Shutting them down. They're suppressed.
One enemy remaining.
Never.
Target sighted A.
These interruptions.
There.
We defend this place. We defend this reality. My people, are you ready? You must cultivate a sense of calm. Here.
Keep up.
Nothing. One B man. Two.
Last player standing.
Lah kemiat anjir. Gua tadi bilang. Makanya jangan sok-sok iko kalau habis menang pistol round.
Spike planted.
Jadinya ngaco kan gitu loh.
know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Donasi, thanks. Nice.
Yeah, good.
Tapi kok kalah abis tuh. Ini shittiest Reina game anjir.
Get out of my way.
Tag 101. Jet low. Jet tag 100. Nice.
Spike down A.
Jet very low.
Last player standing.
Nice bro.
Win. Show me where to go.
Guys, gimana nih guys? Habis ini kita nobar aja kali ya? Kayak gue udah cupu deh guys deh. Gue udah gak layak main. Udah layaknya mati aja deh gue deh.
KB.
Males liat lu main mulu, padahal gue 3 hari kagak main.
You are powerless.
Last player standing.
Pathetic. City needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's send this quickly.
Memalukan.
10.000 dari Van. Pesan. WhatsApp Jor.
WhatsApp Van. Apa kabar Van? Gue suka banget liat lu nongol Van. Apa kabar Van?
For you, Hermanita.
Nah ini nice.
Spike down A.
Still in sight.
Tuh guys deh.
Time to hunt.
Gonna hear. Still in sight.
Two there.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sat.
10.000 dari Van. Pesan. Baik-baik. Game Henry ini aman?
Nggak aman. Nggak aman. Lu lihat kena mental gue main game babi ini. Hai Sky Nano.
Remain.
That's actually quite nice.
You should run.
up.
Spike down
One side,
B.
one side, one side.
One energy.
One B main.
One enemy remaining.
Get out of my way.
Nice. Udah closer 1-2-1-0.
We have plenty of time. Help a girl out, would ya? Yeah. Nice, nice.
Help a girl out, would you? Cheers, mate.
Hai Rea.
Rise and bring glory. Enemy spotted mid.
Middle.
Enemy spotted mid.
Mantap, mantap.
What the fuck?
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Last aim in. Nice one, Astra.
10.000 dari Van. Pesan. Kalau G aman and bad dah.
Kalau gua aman bad dah. Hah? Kalau nggak aman ente bet deh. Thank you deh, Van deh. Makasih deh, Van deh. Si ini deh. Nggak ada aman-amannya hidup gua anjir.
Three big.
Orang-orang em lagi pada tajam, gua kayak tai anjir. Gak ada PRX bang, abis ini. Kok gak niat main gini? Niat anjir! Orang tadi sebelum gue main, gue udah bilang kok, gue lagi pengen main.
They come back.
Tanya viewer gue deh. Gue bilang gue lagi pengen main hari ini. Lagi pengen main, pengen banget main.
Middle.
Sayang banget.
You are divided. I killed you.
Astra gue jago banget anjir.
30 seconds left.
There's a gun on short. There's a gun on short.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. 10 seconds left. Clutch.
I will fulfill my purpose.
Purpose gue apa ya di game ini guys ya? Tujuan gue main game ini apa ya? Udah.
Get out of my way.
Gue gak enak banget sama tim gue, sumpah. Gue gak enak banget sama tim gue. Gue gak enak banget sama tim gue.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Kayak gue harus ngabisin hari-hari gue.
Don't shot. Human brains are hard to replace.
Watch this!
You are powerless.
Right there! Right there! Reloading!
Spike planted.
Need that back. Recovering it. Hawk out! Reloading!
You're not.
Pulling them in! Blinded.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing. Match point.
Take it. Nice, nice. Nice, nice.
Kalian percaya padaku nggak sih, guys? Kalian percaya padaku nggak, guys?
Cutting their vision. Pathetic.
Flashbang.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Let them rot.
Sih, seneng kan?
Switching sides. Overtime.
Nice, nice.
Kalau begini tuh sih dibacain kayak lo bacotin Sage gimana? Kan gue bacotin Sage gara-gara tadi Sage bacot. Kalau si Sage nggak bacot, gue nggak bakal bacot anjir. Kecuali nih, gue lagi bottom frag, gue bilangin Astra, mainnya jangan kayak gitu dong. Lo mainnya begini, gue atur-atur. Ya, bete lah, top frag anjir. Kayak lu udah bottom frag bacot. Ya nggak sih, guys?
Solid work.
Nggak merah.
Blocking sight.
Concealment. Yeah, good.
Flash.
Still inside.
Concealment.
You got heal?
Enemies behind. Heal up, squad. Out of healing.
Nice.
One enemy
Let's go, one more.
remaining.
Let's go.
But that does not compute.
Nice.
Switching sides.
Good.
Match point.
Gue bilangin ya, tim gue jago banget. Itu si jetnya musuh jago banget juga, cok. Jetnya musuh kalau kalah ini mereka bete setengah mampus, cok, pasti. Kayak, anjing lu, gue udah kill 39. Mungkin dia kill 40. Kill 40 dia masih kalah. Dia bisa bunuh diri, anjir.
Cutting their vision.
Mid link.
Pulling them in.
Enemy spotted B.
Jet. One bird.
Reloading.
Too late. Last side.
Cutting their vision.
Spike planted.
Blasting them.
One enemy remaining.
There, last. Nice one, guys.
My ult ready.
Thank you guys, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Nggak jadi kalah, nggak jadi di comeback. 30 bullets, one dream. Maaf deh. Makasih bang, carry-nya bang. Makasih bang, carry-nya. Sorry, what? What just happened? Cuk, tapi jadi dia bete banget sih. Jadi si Sun ini kill 40 loh anjir. Ada si Aratna. Yikes. Mainannya sama radian anjing. Anjing 4 second, cok. Ngebut ya dia. Udah mau mulai belum sih? Apa? PRX? PRX jam berapa sih, guys? Oh, gue mandi dulu kali ya guys ya. Guys, gue mandi dulu ya guys ya. Boleh nggak? Boleh nggak gue mandi dulu? Boleh nggak gue mandi dulu? Gue mandi dulu ya. Pasti masih bacot-bacot nggak sih? Oke guys, gue mandi dulu ya guys ya. Si Jumpi ntar datang ladenin lu ya. Mute dulu mic-nya, ntar ada suara pak cepak jeder kedengeran. Sabar. Nah, pak suara cepak-cepak jeder guys, parah banget. Sabar ya. Woi, Kevin Nathanael kok nggak member? Nggak ada. Member. Gue tunggu lu ya, gue balik-balik dah member ya Kevin Nathanael ya. Oke, saya kembali. Mandi dulu, Bang.
The Cinderella story continues here for North Eption as they take out one of the favorites in this tournament, Full Sense, in a 2-1 victory here. They've kept things rolling, each and every one of their members popping off, and at the end, for once, time and time again, this has happened. Full Sense absolutely dropping the ball at the very end of it towards the grand final of the tournament. Nothing too unusual here, but here to break it down is me, Ilustrado, alongside Asarai in black and blue. I want to go straight up to you here, Asarai. Tell me your thoughts on what just happened.
Well, that last game, it just did not go the way of Full Sense. I predicted that they should be able to take it because, again, I complimented how Thailand players, they just really love this particular map. But in the deeper side of things, it might not have been just that. I think it was just Full Sense just feeling the pressure and dropping the ball once again when it mattered the most.
Yeah, black and blue, I want to get your thoughts here. A lot of great performances from the individual players here. We got Saldam, who was just absolutely on a tear the whole game here. A lot of great rounds from 10 on that Killjoy. I know you wanted to talk about him on the Killjoy as well, so let's hear it.
Yeah, I mean, totally. 10 in this series, look at this. He played both Raze and Killjoy on that Ascent map. He was popping off. While he wasn't necessarily, I guess, at the top of the scoreboard, you got lots of high impact frags, especially in the opening, rather than the second half of it. And coming into Haven, well, he's at the top of the board. 22 on him, 21 on Sugar 0. But speaking of utility players, you know, we might talk about players here like May, like Soldam a lot. But Astel, man, this entire series, he was on that breach here on map number 3 on Haven. He did the same thing on map number 2 and 1, actually breached like for almost the entire series aside from map number 1 where he did play Sky. But this is where you really saw his value. He only got 14 frags, but they were very high impact. He had so many rounds where it really enabled that site hold to be absolutely absolutely influential here for the favor of North Eption. And if North Eption did not have a player like him on that breach to really help them with that initiating and really kind of shake things up, as Full Sense are very, very aggro on their pushes, and things would have been a lot more difficult to deal with. And, you know, Soldam, he is a player that really kind of, I guess, catapults off of that chaos, and that is exactly what Astel brings to the table, and that's exactly what he helps here. So you can see his stats up on the board, but, man, the numbers don't speak for how great this man is in this entire series.
Yeah, you bring up Astel here, and we were having a pretty good conversation about him over in the green room, and just like how much impact he had. He was basically almost always on double digits on the assists. Just the impact that he brought with the guiding lights on Sky earlier on really was, I think, the crux and the core of the success of North Eption here in this best of 3, and they're going to go on ahead and they're going to be in the grand finals. We're going to find out who's going to be waiting for them a little bit sooner rather than later. But Let's move on and talk a little bit about what we've got coming up here. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the stats. Asarai, not exactly the performance that we wanted to see from Full Sense here in Haven. We'll touch on the finer details of it. Something about the attacking side, of SEA right now, just not all the way there.
It really isn't. I don't know what happened with Full Sense, but they really did kind of mess up a lot in that last map. The only really good consecutive amount of rounds that Full Sense was able to take was on the first half, where they were able to just get maybe a couple of retakes on their defending side. But after that, once they started attacking, they just did not know how to go about, as you mentioned it, the utility usage of Northeption in the end. And one of the things that I kind of also saw there was some, I think, tense moments. And like, for example, Lammy Snacks at that last round, when, we were all freaking out how they were able to plant on B, and it seems like Northeption was already going to C, already debated and such. There was that one instance where Lammy Snacks like pre-fire with the Bulldog and basically gave away his position and did not readjust his where he was at the time. And it really did show that, I think, even though this is a best of 3, it feels like this final game has already caught on the nerves of Full Sense. They were taking fights, they were taking firefights. I think were not as clean as when we saw for the first map, and that really, I think, accumulated into everything, and that's why we were seeing that 13-7 scoreline when we went into Haven.
Let's move on and talk about the brackets here, as we do have a glimpse of the journey that we have gone through thus far and will be leading up to the grand finals. Already one team at the very end of it, sorry, 2 teams rather. Northampton securing their place in the grand finals, dropping down Full Sense to the lower bracket grand finals. Now we're going to see who is going to be trying to get up there as well. The next match that we got DAMWON Kia versus PRX. Now, a couple of very strong teams here. Let's start and talk about a little bit DAMWON Kia here. They are such a team that has been made to come back. They've been forced to. They didn't really have the best of starts, dropping down very early on after their loss against Global Esports. And ever since then, they've just been getting better and better. I don't know if this is them sort of just warming up to the tournament or what exactly it is, but they're kicking things into gear here. Black and Blue, let's start with your thoughts here on DAMWON Kia.
DAMWON Kia, they're a team that, as you talked about, they've had quite a run here. One of the hardest runs in this entire tournament to get to this stage. Them with F4Q, who are also still alive, have had to consistently fight their way from that lower bracket, from the very first round of lower bracket to even make it here. And yeah, they did have kind of a wayward performance on their first day when they were up against Global, but after that, they seemingly have woken up. Like, it did seem like it was a bit of an outlier of a performance from them on their day one when they were facing Global, and now they're kind of turning things up, but they aren't really to that exact same standard that we normally would associate with a team here like DAMWON Kia. Texture, though, he's been playing out of his mind, and the rest of them have been, chiming on in, but I'm just not too sure considering how PRX have usually been. I say usually because there's that one series that they lost against Newturn yesterday, but yeah, it's something that I'm quite curious to see how DAMWON will necessarily kind of play against PRX, knowing that they've also quite struggled against offensive teams, aggressive teams, and the teams that they have been able to beat here in the tournament, at least so far, have been a team like Boom Esports, who, yeah, it's from C, but they're not really the same type of monster that PRX might be.
So let's take a little bit of a glimpse here at PRX. These guys, on and off. I mean, most of the time they're good, but then it seems like SEA, just SEA teams in general, they have like either good days, bad days, and it seems like they're one after the other. Looking like the first really bad day here for Full Sense, but PRX, it seems like they had their bad day yesterday. Asarai, maybe today they'll be on the good one.
It's an alternate, right? You get your bad day, and then today supposedly is the good day for PRX, and they really need that. You brush up on how it seems like they were struggling from yesterday's matches. They did not look like the team that we saw just Goomba stomp some of the other teams, like Global Esports. Now coming forward into this is 2 teams that have some sort of contrast. DAMWON Gaming Kia, they were about, starting off very, very slow, very, very cold, but now they're extremely hot and back on point. Now PRX, they started very, very hot, but then they started, going and getting a bit cold. Can they get back into that performance level that we were expecting from them? And that they showed at the very start of the day. I think one of the issues that they had was I think specifically there was some points where I saw Forsaken as that transitioning from duelist to initiator, that he wanted to try to do duelist things, but because he didn't have those mobility abilities that a duelist provides for him, he just could not really find the entryways for that. And it is because I think he feels very forced to try to make things happen when PRX starts to crumble. And I think this is where I'm getting to my point, that PRX cannot really play from behind. They have to always set the marker, and if they don't, excuse me, that's when they start cracking at the seams, and that's going to be very, very dangerous for them moving forward if that happens.
Going to specifics now about this matchup, let's take a look at the maps and where we are going to be having our battle. We have obviously 3 maps here. It is the best of 3, as we pull it up on your screens in just a second. But what are we expecting to see here for the maps here, black and blue? I know PRX, they didn't do so well on Icebox the first time. Do you think we're going to be seeing it again here?
I wouldn't be surprised actually if we see an Icebox this time around. I mean, they did pretty well earlier, and then when they played against Northception, right, it wasn't really working out for them. They got like a 10-2 half, and then suddenly it just went away from them. They let that one slip. On the second half, when it turned around, and you're kind of wondering, like, was that really PRX, or was it Northception kind of standing up here? Was it Northception who really kind of stepped up to the plate? It's kind of both, to be quite honest with you. And I don't think that if PRX didn't drop the ball, even if Northception, even if they stepped up, it still wouldn't have been enough for them to take that map at the very least. But hey, it is what it is. And here we actually do have the maps Bind, Breeze, and Ascent. So we're looking at Bind here being selected by, DAMWON and Kia, and it's very, very curious that they select, I think, map number 1 to be Bind, considering they did beat Boom on this, another SCA team, and they also kind of slapped Reject 13-3 on that. So it makes sense, but I do think PRX is still a very formidable team on this map.
Sorry, let me get your thoughts here on the selection. I mean, I'm personally liking the Breeze here for PRX. We haven't really seen them play on it before. Might be them wanting to avoid Icebox, or unless it was banned here by DAMWON Kia. But what are your thoughts on these maps?
Just to clarify, DAMWON Kia did ban Icebox, and PRX banned Haven. So yeah, I think Bind is a toss-up. I feel like PRX is okay in this map. I'm not sure about how DAMWON feel about this one. Seems like it's going to be the 50-50 for that. But Breeze, it's just interesting because all of the Breeze that we've had selected actually for any best of 3 for LCQ has always been Breeze on the 3rd map. We've never seen it picked for 2nd, and we've never actually seen it being played, I think, for the rest of this week. So this is going to be quite interesting. So this could be the kind of concealed factor for PRX moving forward, because nobody has had the chance to actually play in that particular map for the longest time in this tournament, and that could be something that they can use. So double duelist, I feel, of Davai and Jing could be something, or they may even, relegate Forsaken back depending on what they need. But this is something that I think works well in the favor of PRX, even if they don't have that Icebox to kind of play around.
Yeah, just a little bit of a correction here. We're going to be showing you guys the adjusted roster of PRX, a little bit of a mishap here on our side, but we've gotten it sorted out. So you do have this lineup that we are expecting: Bankai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak, in case you were wondering. But yeah, let's go ahead and break it down here. Let me get your expectations before we get into the agent select. I want to hear your predictions on this black and blue. I'll start with you this time. Ball is in your court.
Well, I'm going to dribble it up halfway and give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think PRX are going to step it up. I don't think we're going to get kind of a throw performance as what we saw in Icebox last time around. And I do think, though, that DAMWON will put up a fight. And in this tournament, the 2 maps that they played in their 3 series is Bind and Ascent for the most part. They played one Haven map against Global, and we know how that went. But for the other series that they did play, it was Bind and Ascent, and so we haven't really seen much of their Breeze. And I'm very curious as to why PRX would pick Breeze. And that only goes to tell me that they have something planned on up here. So I do think DAMWON will probably take map number 1 on Bind. They've been slapping on that so far in this entire tournament. But we're going to go all the way to distance. In that case, the conclusion, I think it's going to go in the way of PRX.
Let's take a look at the agents right now as we're getting closer and closer to the next best of 3 on our hands here. I'm so excited to see what these guys have in store for us. I'm hoping to see the double initiator yet again from PRX. This is something that they bring out previously, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Only a Sky, but a double controller is what we're looking at here for PRX. They got the Viper and the Astra as well. No Jet this time. Jing is going to be on that Raze, and on the other side on DAMWON Kia, a couple of interesting things as well. We do have the double initiator and a little bit more of a, I'd say, a standard lineup, but it's also yet again the double controller coming out here. Asura, you're reacting a little bit. Any thoughts?
My thoughts quite quickly is PRX, they love to go for fights, so that's why it makes sense that Forsaken is going to be copying that battle stage. But I also wanted to point out real quick that I feel like regardless of the map, one thing strikes me the most here is that how well Southeast Asia teams, and right now specifically how well PRX can deal with the mastery of Korean and Japanese teams with the Viper Astra combo. We've been seeing it a lot be adopted by, you know, players, teams from our own specific region in Southeast Asia, but it hasn't really netted in the most value. We saw this happen very, very prevalent with the Boom versus DAMWON Kia match, and this could actually turn a big tide for DAMWON if PRX do not play this correctly.
Well, let's find out whether we're going to get the series of a lifetime here, because I'm feeling like it's going to be the case here. Again, let's pass it off to the casters for the second series of the day.
Thank you very much, Illustrado. And you know, you say you're ready for the series of your life. I don't know what you were just watching, because I felt like the series we had to kick off today was absolutely fantastic. If this one even comes close, we are in for a treat. I'm Ender. We've kicked Achilleos off the desk. I've got Paper Thin, his equally amazing counterpart. And coming off of these compositions, we've seen some mix-up here for PRX. What are your thoughts heading into the game?
Yeah, my initial thoughts here, I mean, DAMWON just showing us the look that they're always going to be bringing with this. But with that Sage there, the kind of interesting question is on the attacker side with that wall, there isn't any utility to get, like, over that wall. There's no, like, frag grenades on the side of DAMWON Kia here, really. So really, other than the snake bite. The snake bite's about the only thing. You got that molly there. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. Yeah, they have the shock dart too, but you're going to have to be breaking down those walls. And, like, are they going to be ready for the kind of interesting setups that are going to be coming from PRX? And I think a big part for me for this game ender for DAMWON Kia is setting the pace. Don't let PRX start to run away with it. You got to keep the pace slow. You got to make them fight on your turf. You know, turn it into, to use the basketball analogies to carry over from our desk, you know, half court, not full court.
Love it. I love it. And DAMWON, I feel like they've had some of the stronger default setups, especially on the attacking side that we've seen this tournament, their series against Boom. A very solid one. That being said, PRX really put up a great fight against Northeption, the team that remains undefeated, just dropping the one map in the series earlier today. DAMWON off to an early creep up A short, but again, they do like to keep it a little bit slower in these pistol rounds, and when the smoke drops, there may be a bit of a fight going down, but there's just so much utility to break through. Big difference here on Bind is that we're seeing double Viper here between the two comps. Texture just lurking on up, sees a little bit of Mind Freak, and we'll be able to take him down as the rest of the team takes control over U-Haul.
Yeah, you can see they're really taking their time. They've got two in the back just in case this push goes sideways into Labs. Benkai trying to buy time. That Boombot's going to help him out a bit, and finally it's going to get intro.
That's just absolutely sick, trying to put the molly so he can't even escape, trying to burst that one down. Flash not going to be played off too much as Benkai actually comes around the corner and gets the kill. Jing will fall over on site, and Eugene getting forced out of U-Haul now completely with these pistols. It's a right-click kingdom, and Texture can't deal with the two players fighting against him. Zhenghai versus Benkai now. The spike on the ground is starting to tick away. Zhenghai very low, down to 48 HP. Benkai has a ton to work with, but I mean, he has to get on this spike as well. He's just going to try and rat out on this one, holding it for half at the very least. He might just go for a full stick on this one. Zhenghai doesn't know where it is. He can just hold this one down, and the pistol round will go to PRX. Benkai gets a third one to finish off the round. Cold as ice there on the defuse.
I mean, that's just, you know, as the old saying goes, pros don't fake. And, you know, for Zhenghai here, this is a bit of a mistake. He's not really ever comfortable to try to either shoot the angle that the defender, or the defender is going to be trying to defend from, or defuse from. And I don't know, that was just a little bit awkward there for Zhenghai. It seemed like he never really could find his comfort in trying to deal with that post plant. He was out of stars as well, so he didn't have any utility himself to utilize to help with that. But at the end of the day, it is a nice effort here from Benkai, a guy that the SCA casters were really hyping up to me in the green room here. You know, this guy is known as one of the most solid, you know, dependable defenders, and he just showed it right there.
And you have to appreciate the awareness, too, because Benkai, he was playing A side at the beginning of the round, put down the Viper smoke on A short, and then in the clutch 1v1, he runs up to pick it up and then reposition it over to on the spike. That's what allowed him to pull off that defuse from within. He's reacting and moving around within the round with that utility, so very good stuff coming through from him. And I feel like during our pauses before the game, we've seen a lot of these players just absolutely tearing these walls apart with their knives. I think we need to take it a little easy, folks. Save that aggression for the competition. And now that we are out of the technical pause, PRX get a set up once again and hold on with the gun advantage.
Yeah, you can't just clean those knife heads up. You got to get some putty and fill them in.
Yeah, they're doling the
then,
blade. What are they doing?
That too, unless you got one of those energy blades, then I don't think those are going to get too dull. But we'll see what this second round is going to look like. Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. Some of those skins are just make you a better player. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. The setup here from DAMWON, again, a little bit slower. Defaulting out, playing right inside this Aster smoke outside of Hookah. And no marshals or anything like this, just a share in the hands of Texture. Forsaken just has this wall, and with those pistols, can't really break through that too quickly. So this push into Hookah all but completely shut down. As off the flash, Forsaken will come around the corner. He's playing the aggressive Sage, the battle Sage. People have been asking for a little bit of duelists on him, and he says it's just about the same thing. The utility usage from PRX is just gorgeous there.
Oh, the setup is so good. I mean, throwing the flash in, and then there's enough space even for Benkai to throw the snake.
Gila PRX.
Jing's gonna pick up another one. I mean, this is just clinical here from PRX.
Just disgusting. 5 players.
Gila PRX.
4 players hold on to
Jago.
Just Forsaken that has to buy into that, and it's because he's the only person that really put himself in harm's way. The rest of it was just playing off of flashes, killing people with utility, and Benkai sits at 5 kills after the first 2 rounds here.
Guys.
Yeah, I mean, again, that Sage wall is really tricky to deal with, especially if you haven't kind of mentally game planned for it. And like the desk said, this isn't something that is normally brought by PRX, so, you know, DAMWON Kia is going to have to adapt on the fly. Of course, on an eco round, it's going to be much, much tougher to break that wall down, you know, kind of doubling the difficulty inherent inside of it. But this time around, it is going to be, you know, rifles abounding, so a big round here for DAMWON Kia. See if they can get some pressure lurking through over to Long B. Nope, not going to fight. Oh, he does hit Forsaken, almost takes him down.
Yeah, 140 there.
Kalian suka judi, lupa gua.
Headshot. Texture continues to push on forward. It's about a bit of a 3-2 split. 3 players over towards B, a couple on A, and this Sage wall is going to be placed just to actually put some really difficult angles to clear away, right? You can tuck on the right side of that wall as long as you're going to be protected from Hookah. And
hey guys, judi guys.
It's very hard to push on past that, even if you have flashes.
Pemain gaming gear di YouTube.
Right now your flashes are solo outside of Hookah. If that player drops, all of a sudden the
Kenapa orang suka grafik lo? Enteng.
Very slow, very patient on their default setup.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see out of DAMWON. Take their time, assess where the players are, where the defenses are. Now, Jing's going to catch Secret out in the open. Fortunately, Intro is able to trade, but so far, I really do actually like what I'm seeing from DAMWON Kia, even though they're down 2-0.
Yeah, I think, you know, they came in, they fell to global esports, and that was pretty shocking for a lot of people, but looked much stronger in their series against Boom to make it this far. Mindfreak gets one before Intro turns around the corner. Plays out the kill. A 3-on-3 now, but watch.
PRX.
A very quick flank outside of Hookah over towards Market. Now as Texture gets the kill on site. Spike still waiting in Cubby, and this round could be blown up. Divide is on that flank. Like you mentioned, there's very little time, 12 seconds on the clock. They know his position though, just 2 HP. And the Prayer, he comes around the corner, gets the kill, 5 seconds on the clock. The spike has to be planted, but there's no time.
Kenapa di pick sama?
And yet Texture comes around.
Kenapa di pick sama Davai, Jo?
Coming around the corner, gets the kill with just a couple seconds on the clock. DAMWON Kia keeps that round.
Kenapa di pick, guys?
He's got to have a little more presence of mind there. Had he waited another second, he had that round. That was a little bit.
Udah ada waktu loh.
Bit of a whoopsie there. A little bit of a whoopsie. That's okay. But again, this is DAMWON Kia doing all the right things. Even though that was an absolute slog for them, there's always someone there to trade out. You know, one of their aggressive pushes. You know, whether that was Secret trying to go up mid to B, or whatever have you. There was always another player behind. It was typically Intro here doing a great job locking down the backside. Yeah, they're going to lose some money on that round, but they are at least able to come through just barely with the win. Texture coming up big.
Yeah.
The only player with a Phantom here, they're just dashing out. Oh man, Forsaken still gets the kill even with all the utility on him. The wall going completely off.
Oh my god.
There, but Eugene is getting kills through smoke.
Oh my god.
For another one, even on that miserable buy. DAMWON and Kia have secured 3 kills and are now rotating back over towards A.
Waduh, fuck guys.
Yeah, the unexpected pressure there kind of made things fall apart pretty quickly, and they're even, planting over here onto
Sorry guys, ambil cemilan, lapar.
That Viper's Pit was the other side of the coin here. Benkai's Viper's Pit was put down. Didn't really, fool DAMWON Kia too much. They're able to just push through it, kind of sneak over here with intro. And he's got the plant down. This is going to be an extremely difficult retake, not just because it's 4v2, but they have a long distance to travel to get to the site.
Yeah, I'm convinced these players think they're playing on the opposite side here. You got attackers and defenders spawn, defenders and attackers spawn. Off the sound of the teleports, PRX were, or rather DAMWON were able to just completely reposition back over towards A. It's not like there's an Omen or Yoru or anything like this. No, when they tape you through on this map, you know it's going to be that. It's just 2 players from PRX end up committing on to this save. DAMWON Kia are hunting. You can see over towards the B side.
Lu mana PRX?
Anything here? 2-2. The score line here all evened up.
Yeah, this is just a really solid round for DAMWON Kia. A little bit lucky in a way. The timing is just really good when they're able to get around that corner on that judge. The wall isn't able to go up fast enough from Forsaken, so they're able to find just enough of an angle to get him down. And then kind of, I think, a little bit of a misplay for PRX to try to jump into hookah to try to either, retake that judge or cover it, because if DAMWON Kia picks it up first, well, it just took the sheriffs because they never saw the player on the side there. But if they get the judge first, then you've got even more problems being in a close quarter space like that. Really, really tough round for PRX, and now they're going to be on a bit of an eco. Not completely. They're able to save 2 guns. Texture going to jump in.
Wah, mantap banget.
Yeah, he's just in there. Won't find the first kill, but Intro is there to secure the trade on that. Not much of a defense put up on site. There was a lot of early util spent to get players out of showers. Donai has to run on out of there, but again, Intro has the rifle. He'll be able to shoot him down as he tries to escape. 2 players come through from spawn now for PRX. 1 off the teleport, and actually Jing is just flying in towards Hookah. They'll have to find something, but DAMWON aren't really giving him any peeks, just playing backside, playing inside a tube. Jing has no fights actually being offered up to him.
Yeah, this doesn't look like much that
DAMWON Korea bener.
They kind of know it. They have to save again. They are already on the back foot economically going into this round. So once again, that's going to be what they have to do, is save. It's a tough one. I mean, DAMWON Kia, again, they're so brutal to deal with. You've got Texture leading the way, doing a decent job covering himself with the judge, whiffs a bit on Forsaken, but again, it's Intro right there to cover for his teammates. Good job by Mindfreak there, with no assault rifle to be found to die to the spike, get a little extra cash. But this is just what makes DAMWON Kia so difficult to deal with this on this map. They're so good at assaulting on this map that it kind of befuddles a lot of teams, and it's in Korea. Most of the maps have been attacker-sided because the teams are so good at playing off their utility, at covering each other.
Ya elah baper anjir, jangan dong.
If you only have 2 players on the defense on a side, DAMWON Kia, they're happy to trade those 2 players out and have a 3-for-3. When they turn the tables, when they get the spike down, they're playing defense, and they are able to set up the crossfires and make you pick their onion apart, peel that onion apart.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love that you're bringing this up about Korean Valorant.
Dia lama amat kan nggak salah ngomong. Lama tadi keramasnya lama gua.
Seems so rehearsed down to like milliseconds of when the utility is coming out, being able to play off of one another there. And I think DAMWON might have even read with the early dog from the sky going through the teleporter, clearing out over towards showers. Hey, maybe they're not actually playing super deep over here on the B side. They just went absolutely haywire, jumping on forward there with Texture's judge.
Makan coklat.
The team is there behind him, ready to follow up on the play. Very impressive stuff coming out of DAMWON. Even after losing the pistol round, they've battled back and won 3 consecutively for themselves. And, well, now they have the Viper's Pit to work with, too, if they're able to get the spike on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is some counterplay to be found for the Viper's Pit with the Seekers, and the other Sky utility is very powerful against that. And there is quite a bit of ability to clear out the inside of it with the Raze utility. So, the Viper's Pit, if they could get to it, is going to be powerful. It always is. But there are some answers available. No Sova, which is one of the better answers I find to the Viper's Pit. You could use that Owl drone in particular quite effectively to figure out where that Viper is lurking.
Yang gila, ini mereka semua compete cuma buat 1 spot loh. Jadi berapa puluh juta tim ini ya, yang masuk cuma 1 anjir. Rada gila sih.
DAMWON Kia is angling in this direction. That's slow orb though, and a little bit of damage on the back to Texture. Gonna have to be healed up here by the Sky as they continue to think about trying this A push, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see DAMWON Kia bait this out a bit and then rotate off to B.
Yeah, I mean, right now just trying to soak up as much utility as they can. There's 4 players on this site, but they are committing to it. Texture sees ahead over the Viper wall, gets that initial kill for the team, and he's not done just yet. Dashing into the back of sight inside of his own cloud burst. He's taken so much space, and Benkai getting chunked out by the Molotovs inside the smoke too. They're not going to expect Texture all the way back here, although they do see him peeking out of U-Haul. Defy will secure the kill for the team. 3-on-3 now as the spike hits the floor, but there's no pit. They know a player has escaped back in towards Showers, but Secret and Eugene.
Gila, ini DAMWON bisa menang sumpah.
DAMWON take their fourth.
Well, I was thinking maybe DAMWON would back.
Gua nggak tahu mereka main cara mana kayak Hong Kong deh. Kayaknya ya.
Too exposed on top of the truck, he gets headshotted instantly by Texture, and then it all just starts to unravel. And even though Texture maybe pushes a little bit too far out, he's at least able to get the information on where the reinforcements for PRX are coming from, relay that information to his team, and they're able to set up decent crossfire.
Game tadi apa yang menang? NTH bukan?
Control of Showers, then you don't have to control lamps. You can play back a little bit off of that truck plant spot. So it's all about getting one or the other. You don't need both. And DAMWON Kia here just, playing off that opening pick so well, so quickly. Going to shoot down this wall right away. No utility this time coming out from the side of PRX to maybe try to harass DAMWON Kia around this choke point. They're going to send the dog out to see if they can find him. They're going to see him. Is there enough of a hole through that wall? I wonder, to take Forsaken down just barely over the top. Secret's going to come in and get him.
Yeah, a little bit awkward right there, trying to dodge around that last chunk of the wall, but DAMWON got what they came for. They opened up that area of the map. Quick rotations have come on through, but Benkai sees a couple of players. He can just wait, pulls out his knife. Oh my god, how many can you line up here? This is absolutely unreal. Pushing out Showers, and now from behind them, no one sees this coming. He gets the first kill because the
nggak dapat dua guys, sayang banget.
The Seekers that ruin his day. Texture is there, so it's only the single kill. The 3 remaining players of PRX.
Wah, padahal udah clean banget tuh.
And that round almost got blown up. A good kill from Intro, a second one, and DAMWON have all but secured this round.
And the Seekers just saved the round of DAMWON Kia big time. I mean, the timing on that could not have been any more unfortunate for Benkai. Mindfreak is going to pop the head of Intro there. Not too bad. Going to grab a Phantom and probably just peace out. So, it's the little things, I suppose, on this. But, yeah, PRX
Halo Reynard.
have a difficult time.
Aku beli VP belum ada respon lagi. Ntar aku urus semua sekarang. Sorry, aku habis mandi.
And even though they do a phenomenal job of getting this lurk, it's just doesn't seem to be the right day for them in terms of the timings. I mean, you also do have to kind of be aware of that situation. You do have to know that those Seekers are up and that they can turn around and find you in that situation. So,
mana expect sih di ulti Astra tadi?
He probably should have had to. Yeah, it's toughy.
It's a toughie, right? Because you're trying to line up as many kills as you can, because the rest of your team, like, you're the only one with a rifle, right? So it's you against the world right there, and even if you get 2 kills, you're probably still not winning the round, so you have to get 3, you have to go absolute god mode, and it just was not meant to be. Still, though, PRX do a little bit of damage, and now they will be able to invest into this round.
Jumpi udah meninggoy, hilang Jumpi.
Phenomenal ones to work with.
VCT lagi tuh, Jer. Iya, VCT lagi. LCQ tapi ini.
That'll be the one way on top of the A short box. Of course, you got Jing with the showstop. You got a resurrection available as well. And 3 players stacked up over towards B from DAMWON, or from PRX rather, to try and shut down any sort of push down long.
I'm worried about Jing having an opportunity. Showstopper and DAMWON, I wonder if they're trying to bait it out first or if they're just going to get caught, peeking down here a bit. Texture, I think Jing might have just seen him a little bit. We'll see if they're going to be able to go for the ego peek there. No, it's Texture's just going to back off, and I think wisely so. Again, DAMWON
PRX bad performance gimana? Enggak sih, kalau emang dari analisa gue sejujurnya ya, emang Deka jago cowok gitu loh.
Yeah, because the Sage Wall goes down so early on in the round, like, even if they hadn't shot that, it was going to time out. Still, though, Forsaken, playing on top of Tube, will just easily get that kill. That's going to signal the rotations over. Look how far Intro has gotten up A short, just walking past all of those Viper smokes. Pretty claustrophobic on that A site. The rest of the team will be there.
Emang Deka tuh jago anjir. Kemarin pas lawan Boom tuh gue udah liat kayak, buset, performance mereka begini banget gitu loh.
The rest of PRX are on the way to try and lock this site down. 25 seconds on the clock, and that spike sort of stuck in showers.
Si Sky udah megang lagi.
That happen quickly if they want to get that one down. Intro does get the kill. That's a couple.
Lihat Sky musuh, lihat Sky musuh.
Also finding 12 seconds on the clock. Spike will hit the floor over by triple. It's a 3-on-3 situation. DAMWON, there's 3 players standing.
Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck?
DAMWON Kia somehow make it happen again.
Oh, man. I mean, those 2 kills towards the heaven side of A were absolutely brutal for PRX. They had such a good idea. They had such a good setup. They had all the potential in the world. They were sitting on their ults. They already had 2 members of DAMWON Kia. DAMWON Kia had such a tough task, right? They only had sort of control of lamps. Secret had to watch for the lurk because we've already established that PRX is willing to go for those. You have another player over in
Ntar guys,
showers.
gue mau isi Shopee Food dulu, Shopee Pay dulu, mau beli makan.
Wins them the day here. I mean, I guess the good news for PRX is you're still sitting on your ults. You didn't waste any on that round. But I was hoping at one point during that PRX would be able to win the round without losing any of their ults. It was looking like they might be able to do that, but it's just the timings just aren't there. DAMWON Kia is just frankly playing better right now. They're really doing a good job of being patient, waiting for PRX to make mistakes and then capitalizing.
Makan apa ya?
They absolutely are. Last few rounds have just been pushing up outside of hookah, breaking down that wall.
Cerita kalau giveaway-nya gue hadirnya di Gox bisa gak ya? Bisa. Tapi kan ntar levelnya di YouTube.
Credit spent on that one as it dissipates. See, they do the same thing here. Texture playing down B long as well as they don't overextend themselves too much. Last round it was a walk up A short, completely uncontested from Intro. That was able to put him in a great position to find a couple of kills. But
Hawkben enak kali ya, Hawkben ya?
to keep their options open very late into the round.
Guys, gue beli Hawkben kali guys, kayaknya enak di Hawkben deh.
They baited the rotate out into A, so now they're rotating over to B. It's Forsaken all on his lonesome here. Wall already spent, all of his utility gone except for his res. They're just gonna dash in on top of him. This should be a pretty clean execute here. Yeah, Texture's gonna take him down.
Jago banget, cok.
Both cosmic divides have gone.
Antoni Susanto nickname Goxnya apa?
Not really going to accomplish much of anything, as all those players going to be locked in spawn. Huge damage.
Oh my god, Secret!
But it's Secret who cuts down 3 himself.
Secret gila anjir mainnya.
Now Mind Freak clearing out the site.
Kayak orang gak ada otak, cok. What the fuck? Tapi Deka kalah sama Global Esport. Kemarin lawan Bumanya Deka promising banget, cok, kelihatannya. Makanya gue kayak, wah ini mah bau-bau ini.
Kind of create a funnel of the DAMWON Kia players that could be on the spike and give a great opportunity for that showstopper. They do, but they don't check their corners. They don't identify Secret, and that allows him to pick up just an unbelievable triple. I mean, again, PRX right now doesn't seem to be able to handle DAMWON Kia's pressure and their presence. They're getting out-thought, they're getting out-strategized, they're getting outshot. Right now, PRX needs to find their footing. It's an eco. It'd be a huge thrifty if they could come through with it. Texture does have the Blade Storm. Doesn't really need to use it. Seekers again and the Hunter's Fury for Eugene. But Ben Kai out! Oh, only gets one.
Yeah, you're really hoping to find another one right there.
Jor, notice atau nggak bapak gue pukul gue. Jangan. Bapaknya Alan, jangan dipukul Alannya. Gue notice. Jing gantiin si... Siapa sih? Shiba.
Forsaken is on this flank though, and they're not going to expect that. No one clearing him out, no one holding this for the time being.
Dia kemarin kalau PRX masalah jaringan, cok. Alasan tai. Hold up. Ini winnable.
was just on 10 HP. I think Forsaken just saw a toe right there on Texture. Not going to mean enough for him. Texture will get that kill, and will get the other one too. So PRX have a solid defense on the eco round, but it's not enough to get a win.
It's a good round, but it's just, is it going to be too little too late? That's a solid eco. You'll take those ecos most of the time, but when you're down 8-2, completely different situation. Again, PRX doing a lot of good things, coming from different angles on these retakes, but again, it's just, in this situation, they're just outgunned. So I like the ideas for PRX. I would say, from PRX's perspective, the things I would be telling them if I was their coach would be, hey, you guys are making good decisions. You just got to turn up the pace. You got to start hitting your shots. Let's see if Forsaken could get heated up with this.
Akhirnya Forsaken, man. Oh shit! He got a TP, man.
To teleport out of that one, has the shotgun. Will they follow into him? I don't think so, but Eugene is able to remove Divide from the competition.
Cok, lu lihat deh, DAMWON nih bagus banget anjir mainnya.
DAMWON Kia just keep barreling through.
I mean, I feel like that's the complete opposite of
DAMWON King namanya.
last match ender with the players chasing each other through the teleporters. Instead, DAMWON Kia is
Jago banget, cu.
to just let him go, but Forsaken's like, I think they might
Ya,
chase me.
gak bisa gitu loh guys tuh. Kalau misalkan main Valorant begini, tim-timan begini, kalian tuh udah harus bisa koordinasi sama tim. Misalkan tim kalian ada yang bisanya duelist doang, kayak Jing contohnya nih. Ya udah, satu harus ngefur, harus gantian. Mau nggak mau. Mau nggak mau, cu.
Time is ticking away. Not much to be done except get these kills before it goes through. 10 HP and a prayer as it comes flying on in. DAMWON put 9 on the board. Absolutely.
Mendingan si JF aja yang jadi duelist, mungkin guys.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's DAMWON Kia is calm, collected, and cool here. They're not making any mistakes. They're not chasing Forsaken through that teleporter. They want to isolate that operator, see if they can pick it up. They're not able to do it. He's able to escape, and that's fine. That gives them the sight. That gives them
Gimana guys?
out of their
Gue tanggal 21 turnamen. Lo orang dukung gue nggak? Kalau gue turnamen tanggal 21.
They get it down. They set up their crossfires. It's just clean, efficient. Valorant. These guys are really
dukung gua nggak?
I love the pace. I love what I'm seeing from them. Let's see what this last round has in store. It looks like Forsaken gonna get aggressive.
Forsaken just all the way up here. Lines up 1-2 with Jing a third as well. He can't Forsaken gets 3, and yet Eugene still does damage on the back end. 1 versus 2. It's not over for DAMWON Kia just yet, but that was what you want to see from PRX to kick things off.
Yeah, it was a great timing.
Tungguin aja ntar tanggal 21 guys.
DAMWON Kia might want to get a little aggressive down that long B side because DAMWON Kia has been, pretty much taking it slow, defaulting around. It's the last round of the half.
Kayak gue live-in deh namanya.
Maybe see if we get away with
headset gue di video itu Barakuda X.
Great recognition on something like that being possible, getting aggressive themselves. And even if DAMWON Kia is not there, even if DAMWON Kia is getting aggressive on a different point, say showers like where Eugene's going through now, that gives them quick rotations to set up good flanks. So I love.
Nggak guys, jangan taruh ekspektasi tinggi-tinggi. Tim gue tim tier 2 tier 3 lah.
No, it's not. Has recon dart drone full util here. On the Sylvan, there's only one player to contest him for the time.
Dukung bang. Bapak gue bilang, coba lu bisa main duelist ya gue kayak JF.
Bring about the 9-3 curse. But paper thin.
Tungguin aja deh. Yang pasti gue pengen kompetitif scene lagi guys.
Why the hell is he not on a duelist? He's playing Sage with the res up, and he's going in, he's getting kills, right? Like, absolute genius. Fantastic play from him, topping the scoreboards for PRX, but so many people have wondered why he
sebelah sini Kal, di bawah.
And made the plays himself.
I'm scratching my head a bit too. I mean, you can see in the early rounds, yeah, that wall that he has provides a lot of value. Those slows are nice to maybe combo in a little bit of utility. They work really well with those snake bites. You saw the early coordination from PRX, but then it just fell apart because DAMWON Kia plays so slow. They're so smart. They're so methodical that they stopped.
Okay, Alan. Good luck belajar. Lu orang kadang-kadang mimpinya Jordi di atas stance, gila lu orang ya. Tadi aja gue main kompek kayak tai.
She's got nothing, so it just comes down to better shooting for the Sage players. And yeah, Forsaken, don't get me wrong, he's quite good, but I'm with you. I would much rather see a different agent here for this team.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ini serius, Madzen. Ini tim serius.
To the attacking side.
Ini gue bukan tim-timan kayak Tokyo lagi, ini tim serius, tim yang pengen turnamen menang gitu loh.
Well, you're not really having access to the teleport, so you're pretty much locked into that site. Especially with them starting to creep up here. Zhonghai wants this close angle. Has the play off as well, and oh no, Forsaken tries to play off of that one. They're getting sucked on in here, but Zhonghai has to reload. Somehow he doesn't get traded out immediately, and because the wall did still go down, I think they should be able to plant this one still. Is it actually? Oh no, it's too close. They actually have to break through the wall if they want to put that on the ground. And currently there's madness going on in terms of flanks as Mind Games aplenty with texture looping all the way back around through defender spawn. He's going to have an insane timing on this one as they try to leave showers. Look at that.
Oh no.
Down A.
Oh no, Ender, this is all going wrong for PRX. There's still room to recover, but Eugene's gonna find the head of Divide, take him down.
Wah, GG, Cok. Nggak, emang Forsaken ngapain, Cok? Gua nggak lihat tadi. Wallnya salah ya?
to find a plant. This is so rough for PRX. Eugene finds another at Jing, full health versus two very
winnable.
1v1 now.
Just no time on the clock. He has to sprint down and find the final player. Just 22 HP. A light breeze would have knocked Secret over. But it will be DAMWON Kia again.
Wah, nice try deh.
Out here 10 on
Nggak dapat duit lagi ya? Iya nggak sih? Nggak dapat duit kan kayak gitu kan? Hidup.
Well, two things go
Ya kan?
very wrong
Iya
here
nggak sih?
for PRX. One is that wall is not in the proper spot.
Yang si Rayak
because of
bukan.
What you, excuse me, Junghai, not Eugene. Junghai did. Junghai, this tells me that PRX kind of forgot for a bit about what these Korean Astros and Vipers really like to do, and that's to hide in that cubby on the corner. They'll use their smokes, they'll use their utility to play off themselves, to find kills, find picks, and that causes a lot of chaos and disruption. It buys Texture the time to wrap around, and at the end of the day, it's just a stall tactic that works. Forsaken is going to win that battle against Eugene. Hello?
As you do, with a classic in hands on the stage. Forsaken, just built different here up against Eugene. Utility will slow down any sort of attack on towards Hook. You don't really want to walk through that and take the extra damage, especially when you're down in...
Jordi Soldam, bapaknya lah.
Still going to be difficult for PRX to find a way to actually break out onto any of these sites. Barring yet...
Wah, pesan makan, pesan di mana ya guys ya? Gojek?
Players holding on it.
Atau Grab?
Is close though, so if he steps a little bit too far forward, they could all of a sudden get a Spectre in
Domino pizza boleh kali ya guys ya?
Just one round as the smoke does drop though. He gets the one, and I think PRX have to be happy with that one. Can they deal with Secret in the back of sight? They can. Huge attack now for PRX in the 4v2.
Well, this is a pretty good setup from DAMWON Kia, but better shooting from PRX, able to recover from this and that early pick onto Eugene.
Nggak, gue timnya tim tier 2, tier 3 guys. Tim kecil, bukan tim, belum tim gede, cok. Ntar sama gue jadi tim gede tapi.
Unbelievable play from him. Now it's the two players without Spectres. It's just pistols now for PRX. Intro gonna pick up his smoke and try and put that one down. You can't really spam through that. Mindfreak did upgrade to a Spectre, will be taken down though. A Ghost
nice try deh.
World intro locks it up. It was
sekali aja Shopee Foot dari kemarin gue Shopee Foot anjir.
Heroics for the Texture secure them the round.
Yeah, it was a bit slow and sloppy to start there for DAMWON Kia, but Texture able to kind of come through with the hero play. And
minimal belanja 150.000.
Texture and Intro are playing well. Typically, that means DAMWON
belanja apaan 150.000?
Right now, those two are coming through with some big moments. Intro's been clutch on the attacker side. This time around, it's Texture here on the defender side again, swinging around in and out of lamps, being an absolute nuisance, doing a good job of staying mobile. Staying difficult to track down, making sure that his opponents can't get the timings to get the flanks on him. Really, really nicely done here, as we'll see if they can get a little aggressive down short A.
I mean, down B long as well. Look at Intro using this wild Viper wall. You kind of have to expect that if you're PRX. That is not something you see every day. And yeah, Forsaken is waiting, ready for it. PRX are just huddling up in their spawn, waiting for DAMWON to push forward and watch them die. I like the attempt from DAMWON mixing things up. As
DAMWON jago banget anjing, gua nggak bercanda.
Absolutely shocking. Good for him. Jing is there to get that one in return. DAMWON showing a very aggressive defensive look. A little bit fun there.
Yo, I mean, that is not something you see
aku
every day
jangan
on
dong.
Yeah, I've never seen that, but to be frank, that's so good. I mean, the fact that they get 2 kills, if that's the only 2 kills they get out of it, that's fine. I mean, they lost a lot of guns on that bonus, so they weren't able to buy here. And the more kills you get here, the better.
Kok gue mau beli pizza jadi mahal jadi 100.000 ya? Enak sih pizza sih.
So every piece of damage you could do, that war of attrition you can create just makes things harder and harder for PRX to get the comeback.
Absolutely. Secret gonna pop out here. The Sheriff Junghai was able to.
Sumpah, kalau DK menang round ini, gue nggak tahu lagi mau ngomong apa, cok.
Market too, and they might not expect Secret to be already inside the Viper's pit. Secret actually gonna back away here and wait for Junghai to come in on the flank as well. Try and play this one together. Flashing in.
Gue udah bener-bener nggak tahu deh mau jadi apa nih.
As much utility as they can to try and get themselves a favorable fight. Jing is gonna get executed from behind, but Junghai runs out of bullets.
Guys, mendingan gua beli pizza 100.000 dapat 2 biji gede, atau gue beli makanan 20.000. Lebih enak pizza sih, tapi makanan 20.000 kenyang juga. Mendingan makanan 20.000 nggak sih? Ya nggak sih, ngapain ya mahal-mahalnya nggak sih guys? Sayang ah, pesan makanan mahal-mahal. Sayang uang.
You know where DAMWON is going to be because they're all over the place. Junghai is doing a good job playing off
Iya,
his own utility.
ini gue makan 20.000.
In the early parts of the round, if they try to push A, intro is just an absolute nightmare to deal with. I mean, this is just rough for PRX, man. I hope they can find something in this timeout.
Gimana sih kok nggak sayang duit? Makanya gue nanya anjir, nih gue yang sayang tuh.
Look at their money there, Ender. It's not
enak doang, kenyang kagak.
Not at all.
Ranger bisa sekali-sekali aja. Iya sih.
You can get light armor vandals on the remaining 3 players.
Tim hemat duit.
You can see Divide only has the 1 flash for the time being.
Nasi rames, beli apa ini beli?
But I think it's worth saying like,
enak nih guys nih.
Putting a very strong performance forward here, right? After, you know, the really slow start to the tournament, losing out to Global Esports, they bounced back against Boom. Now they're looking really, really well coordinated, much more living up to the expectations of them heading into this tournament. And for PRX, this is a team that only lost to Northeption, our grand finalist, by 2 rounds on both.
Nasi putih, ayam suwir bumbu Bali, mie goreng, serundeng, sambal merah. Tau gak cuma berapa duit guys?
This is exactly the kind of look you want to put up against PRX, another one of those tournament favorites.
Cuman 30.000 anjir.
Kind of tale of the different teams and how they play over the long run of tournaments. DAMWON a team that typically gets stronger, and it's funny because the SEA cast talk about how Full Sense kind of starts to falter as tournaments goes on. So the Korean team's really coming up big when it matters most, just like F4Q, just barely able to best GE, and one of the great matches of this tournament so far yesterday.
Berlemak ya elah, yang penting kenyang.
Aggressive. It's going to get hit by that guiding light, but nobody's able to play off of it. I think Mindfreak knows. He got over into this cubby.
PRX again taking things pretty slowly.
Pinter sih sebenarnya taruh Viper gitu ya.
The information there is someone playing very far forward up in.
Jordi tuh emang anjing tuh gak sih guys? Buat judi 200.000, 300.000 nggak masalah. Buat makan 50.000 mikir, anjir. Goblok banget tai. Bisa 2 emang lu habis kagak. Tadi kalau beli pizza sekalian gue suruh emak gue nggak usah beli makan. Jadi gue aja gitu loh.
Secret's taken a whole bunch of damage, but somehow him and Eugene have held on for the time being. Getting some damage on through here, but Benkai...
Wah, comeback nih guys nih. Comeback.
PRX destroy the round.
Comeback guys. Tower jadi 15.000. Geblek. Tower siapa bapaknya? Kan bisa makan ya bang? Kan pizza makan. Ya makan pizza lah, masa nggak makan pizza? Siapa nggak makan pizza? Comeback guys, gampang ini guys.
Kind of solid round win.
PRX out of the blue.
Cost them a ton of money economically.
Yeah, a round win, you know, they didn't have to use any ultimates in that one either, right? So Divide has his ready to go. Jing just a point away too. Super powerful ults about to be on board for them.
Pizza kan kenyang. Pizza 100.000. Ini makan begini segitu banyak 30.000.
Between them, the attacking Viper wall sort of cuts off U-Haul in the back of sight. Decent if you want to try and creep on out here, but opens up all those angles. Doesn't matter if you're just winning your shots. Benkai gets the opener, and Mindfreak even going out into the gravity well.
Nggak bisa, Allen, lo harus hadir.
Was able to trade one back, but he's sort of stranded in shower.
Pizza nyemil. Satu loyang tuh 8 slice lu. Satu loyang 8 slice.
Jing is still sending it on forward here.
Well, intro, let's see if we can find one. Nope, not gonna
pesen 2, 16 slice. Lu nggak kenyang makan 16 slice. Perut lu bukan manusia anjir. Ini gue udah pesan tadi yang nasi itu guys.
To find any connection with those blades, and then it's just some more great shooting. Benkai seems to really have found his groove, and now you've got even more ults online. You talked about it last round, Ender, and it's even more stacked. You got the Cosmic Divide here, Seekers and the Showstopper on the side of DAMWON Kia taking a smart timeout. I think this is a good time to reassess, slow things down. Don't give PRX. This is what I was talking about with the SEA casters. In the green room is I really think
kalau gitu pesannya pizza sama nasi aja ya.
With these really kind of momentum-based teams that they have in SEA is to take timeouts early when they start stringing rounds together. Don't give them the chance to get heated up.
Makan pizza nggak ada kenyang-kenyangnya. What the fuck? Lu makan pizza yang crustnya doang kali, yang pizza tipis banget ya.
Of course, they have stuff like the Hunter's Fury. If they can find an early drone tag, remove one of the key players of the enemy team for hitting a site, that's going to be super effective. PRX have played strong defaults as well. You know, DAMWON was really good with those on the attacking side too. A couple of rounds from PRX have been a little bit slower.
Dulu pas gue sekolah di US ya, kita cuma dapat satu pizza sama satu buah-buahan atau sayuran sama satu susu. Tiap hari makan cuma itu, guys. Karena gratis. Orang kere kan. Gak bisa gue ke McD beli makanan, gak ada uangnya, guys. Jadi setiap hari dikasih di situ cuma dikasih pizza satu. Siang-siang. Pizza satu slice, sayuran atau buah sama susu satu. Makan dulu sampai muntah tiap hari.
The angles, don't give the players in the back of Hookah a chance. They gotta play a bit forward, and you can see what Jinx try to push.
Emang kenyang kagak, cuman ya gak ada duit anjing, mau makan gimana?
Go straight through the vulnerable, doesn't have a killer in the world, tanking up the molly damage, and well now he's going to be back on towards the site. Still has yet to pop the showstopper, but they know someone is playing back over towards elbow. They have the information coming through from the seekers, and well, Jing can hold.
Wah, Jing udah sekarat guys. Comeback nih, menang ini mah. Easy gak sih guys?
Jing can wait because the second he pops it, you can't try and attack that site. Now you're going to be working to Bankai's ult as well. Texture dashes on forward, but just a little.
Lucu ya, attacking malah menang ya.
Down the showstopper moves Eugene. There's so much utility going down on site. It is impossible to break, and it's secret that somehow finds a brilliant spam through the tube right there that finds a kill, but there's simply too many players.
PRX menang beli pizza lah. Kagak lah gua PRX menang, gua kagak dapet duit.
Well, this is just a huge play by Jing. I mean, just a clutch shot. That's all this is. It's a great read here by DAMWON Kia. They suspect that they're going to try to take Hookah. Once that toxic screen came down, they were ready for it with the utility like you called out, but it didn't matter. I mean, sometimes you're just better. Sometimes you just hit that Vandal one tap and just put the player down, and then again, it seems like PRX's current strategy.
Lu bayangin nih guys ya, gua main di turnamen kayak gini, wah seru banget nih. Dukung tim yang mana? Dukung PRX, tapi gue bilang DAMWON yang menang.
So again, this might be more of a kind of playing for a pick and seeing if they could capitalize on it. So this time around, the toxic screen from DAMWON Kia going to be over into showers, trying to cut off some of the angles there, but it's Bankai who gets intro.
Yeah, and the thing is, PRX are so decisive, right? When they get that pick, they can very quickly explode out onto the site. You can see this here. They're going to flash out U-Haul, a little bit more tempered in their play.
Pada nobar dong kalau yang main.
Do their due diligence, clear their nearby corners, knowing that DAMWON haven't invested much into this round. Just a whole lot of sheriffs in their hands.
Ya nobar, suruh siapa kek?
Default wall that makes it really hard to come on and get back through. Maybe Texture jumps up on bench to get an angle over that one. See if he can tag just a bit of a head here. And some really insane utility usage.
Menurut siapa yang menang? DAMWON.
Making those players have to run outside of.
Gue dukung PRX, tapi menurut gue yang menang bakal DAMWON.
DAMWON to try and reclaim space on the map. Mind Freak is going to take.
Nggak tahu kenapa ya, gue ada feeling gitu loh. Iya, ntar suruh Ray yang streamingin lah.
Yeah, it's textbook here from PRX. They get the pick, and then it's instantly talk screen, you know, cuts across A, cut off the bottom part of the truck. They have a smoke onto heaven for where there's likely to be a player, like maybe Texture buys a Marshall. He's likely to do that from time to time. You've basically got all your bases covered for the execute. You know that you can kind of give them lamps since you've got shower control.
Ntar guys, suruh cewek gue streamingin aja guys. Suruh pacar gue streamingin aja, ntar gampang. Ntar suruh cewek gue streamingin, tenang. Halo, Indi 1120. Gampang guys kalau stream mah.
Doing their role and doing it well.
Oh, Texture pulls the trigger on that one. They know an operator is here, but he finds the adjustment. Removes Bankai from this round.
Kagak ada guys.
2 points away, so, well, he could try to challenge, but I don't know if you want to be walking back into that operator.
Kagak ada. It was just a fucking joke.
They also have a Viper's Pit on A.
Kagak ada.
Have to work through if they want to hit that site.
Halu doang guys. Halu doang.
Now and go for A through showers.
This is such a big round for DAMWON Kia. They're finally able to get their economy stabilized in terms of guns and guns. Texture getting that opening pick is huge, and so you can see PRX rotating away from that operator. They don't want to deal with it. I don't blame him. He's absolutely nuts with it. And like you said, the Viper's Pit is here. Eugene's Hunter's Fury still being able to sit on that, so he can play back a little bit. Benkai still the only player
Terus gue Sweden, oh iya bener juga ya. Sweden apa kabar ya?
And so far, no comfort to be found for PRX. Maybe seeing if they can catch Texture, lurking potentially with that op or something, or just try to break open B.
But I mean, DAMWON haven't bit to the hits.
There! Oh, what the fuck was that flick?
Texture though, the timing, he looks away and can't redirect on the flick. Now all of a sudden, you have access to a res, just 1 point away from that. Forsaken actually has it after the orb. 3 players on site. Eugene has to
comeback nih.
team, but it's PRX that find 2. 3 versus 2, 8 seconds. And there's players backside you have to deal with. Forsaken finds his shot.
Jonghai clutch, gue bugil.
Those actually walled off. Oh, it's painful for him. 3 players.
Jonghai clutch, gue bugil guys.
Not even full HP.
Jonghai clutch, gue bugil.
PRX not making many mistakes in these post-plant situations. See how no one's really giving him access to a fight. He could isolate this player to his direct right, but nope. PRX are actually ready for it. They readjust.
Kan masih dukung PRX. Masih. Cuman gue bilang DAMWON yang menang.
PRX do it again.
Ngenyangin pizza atau burger? Pizza lah. Gila lu.
No, absolutely. In a 1v3, I mean, you're just so done, especially if you have no utility left. And that's a devastating round for DAMWON Kia. This is potentially going to be an 11-10 here after this round. I mean, it's a Shiko, as has been coined over at EU. You got Sheriffs, maybe a Bucky from Secret. Maybe he's going to try to play up in the showers there, try to see if he can catch him. Slipping a little bit. Jing here does have a judge of his own.
Ini Hode atau gimana, banyak banget anjir yang dapat WhatsApp gua. Mau lihat gak mukanya guys? Siapa anjing tuh WhatsApp gua? Siapa tahu ini orang? Namanya Nabila, cok. The fuck? Dominio tapi jahat, gue lebih suka jahat sih.
But yeah, Jing gets the kill and spawn. It's complete madness here as PRX overwhelmed the site secret. He's just getting burned down. He's on the Sage slows right there on a Molotov as well. Not much fun for him to play up against. Oh man, it is happening. I mean, DAMWON Kia looked so perfect. It seems
sombong amat.
The game they're attacking.
Gua tadi siapa anjir?
Absolutely gorgeous when they're attacking the site. It was so well coordinated. But PRX have found a similar level of
nawarin kasino kagak.
hits here, working off those early picks and absolutely.
Enggak, belum ada yang nawarin gua kasino.
Yeah, they made a great adjustment. That timeout they called early in this half, they just kind of had the right reads, find those picks, then play off.
Nabila suruh gue tanggung jawab. Seumur-umur gue belum kenal orang namanya Nabila loh. Seumur-umur. Ketemu aja belum pernah gue ketemu orang nama Nabila.
So again, I talked about it a couple rounds ago. It's going to be a big one for DAMWON Kia. This one's even bigger.
Ini PRX bisa comeback sih. Moni kan pacarnya si ini. Pacarnya si. Pacarnya siapa? Raya. Serius. Gue bilang sih Deka menang dibilangin. Lihat nih ya, round ini Deka dapat nih. Oh, Napski itu Nabila ya? Gue nggak tahu. Gue cuma tahu nama dia Napski udah.
On Fountain right there was actually to try and play anti-flash. If Secret was flashing down there or something, I can't think of another use case of it, right? You hear the hawk come through, you actually deny the info, but you're actually pushed pretty far forward, and you can swing out there. Then the upper might not be expected.
Temen lu cowok namanya Nabila.
Of that one, especially.
Bapaknya lah Nabila.
Pick that one up. Doesn't cost you really anything in terms of cooldown.
And we know that Skies love to send their guiding light down.
Yeah. Especially like sometimes you have an aggressive jet player too. You can like dash up.
Gue nggak tertarik sama Nabila. Sorry ya Nabila ya.
Down there we actually have an attacking cosmic divide to split this site in half. And what this can often do is if you can push up pretty close to it, you flash through it with your own sky play off of that one. Jing is actually just in backside. There's so many players from DAMWON here ready to trade it off. Forsaken could play on top of this Sage wall if he wants to. But again, you need these flashes to break on through. And
gue bingung nih apa yang akan terjadi.
But he's not the one playing up there. The TP through from Jonghai removes the flasher.
Oh my god! Gue udah bilang apa round ini yang menang siapa kan?
DAMWON just absolutely destroyed that attempt by PRX.
Kan gue udah bilang kan.
Yeah, the cosmic divide there.
Gue udah bilang kan Deka menang round ini.
Gets anything set up for them. I mean, I like the idea. I like what you're saying. Absolutely, you can throw some flashes, some pop flashes through it.
Berarti udah mencoba? Kagak. Gue masih doyan cewek. Doyan lagi bahasanya. Demen cewek.
behind the box. He's never really identified, and he takes
Udah PRX comeback lu bugil. Nggak mau anjing. Kalau Damwon menang gua dapat apa?
Track of players not checking their corners just enough. Cost them.
Gua dapat apa kalau Damwon menang?
Not able to get secret displaced. We've seen it before with Junghai and intro. And yeah, this is one thing about
Doyan anjing bahasanya.
They're going to be constantly showing you different looks, constantly showing you different setups on their defender's side. And here again, a little bit of a different
masih.
Junghai playing up, and we still have texture up here on the op. This wasn't identified in the last round. Nobody ever heard or saw that he was going to be up here, and he's going to get Jing for it.
They're just not ready. Fire in the boom. Jing dies, loses the ult charge as well. A do or die round here for PRX if you want to stay alive on Haven. That's already a 5 versus 4 for Dom on this hold. It's looking challenging to break. There's a Viper's Pit for Bankai if they wanted to try
mana makanan gue udah diantar belum?
Showers or something like this, but they have to hit their shots to make this one happen, and it doesn't. Junghai gets that one on a short. PRX just walk on in once again and get sliced down.
Well, this is looking pretty dire now for PRX. DAMWON, Kia, up in numbers, up in rounds, match point. They're going to have to use a Viper's pretty desperately to try to cover the bottom right corner of the site. But Junghai, not fooled, just steps up and in, takes Mind Freak down. This one's all but over.
Yep, they don't even have the spike. Bankai has looked insane on this map, I think, especially once it started turning around, but it's not enough to clutch up against 5 members.
Guys, gue pengen off stream di Gox. Tapi biasanya kalau gue matiin di Gox di YouTube bisa mati juga. Kalau mati tunggu ya, gue restream ya. Oke? Oke? Oke enggak? Oke enggak? Oke enggak? Gue matiin nih di Gox. Kalau tiba-tiba mati, gue restream ya.
They're kind of like Vision Strikers light. They do a lot of similar things. They have a lot of combo plays on their executes that make them very difficult.
Mati nggak? Mati nggak? Mati nggak? Mati nggak? Mati nggak?
The early part of it also they were heated up with
mati nggak? Mati nggak?
PRX though on their attacking side, big credit to them. They turned it around like so fast. I couldn't believe it, man.
Yes! Udah nggak mati.
Honestly, if the last series was all about defender side being like heavily weighted, I'd be down if the attackers in this game just look they've got all the setups and they can make it happen for themselves. I think PRX
nice. Alhamdulillah.
On that one, but we have a lot to do with our analyst desk.
Alhamdulillah.
We are going to step away for a quick break here before we get into the action on map 2.
Alhamdulillah. Ini gila sih yang forcekan di sini sih. Ini juga cok, secret di sini bisa dapat. Wah. Crazy play, cok. Giveaway-nya apaan, Bang Jordi? Tungguin aja deh. Yang pasti makanan gue lagi OTW ke sini. Kita ngapain dulu ya, guys ya? Guys, kita ngapain dulu ya, guys? With a love so blue, you took me right out of the blue. Out of the blue. Jangan lupa, sebelum makan jangan lupa bismillah, Jot. Iya, oke. Masa main, cok? Spill dikit tentang tim barunya. Jadi nanti kalian kayak pernah ketemu. Enggak sih, kalian mungkin pernah lihat. Jadi satu tim kan 5 orang, guys. Bener nggak, guys? Bener nggak, guys? Satu tim 3 orang. Bener nggak? Satu tim itu 3 orang. Apa gue salah? Bener nggak? Bener kan? Nah, yang gua tahu itu, bentar guys. Yang gua tahu itu, kalian pasti kenal 3-nya. Bukan kenal lah, setidaknya kalian tahu 3-nya lah, 3/5 kalian tahu lah. 2-nya gue nggak tahu sih. Jujurnya 2-nya lagi gue juga kagak tahu anjir. Lu kira gue tahu? Kagak anjir. Gue kagak tahu siapa lagi sisanya. Out of the blue. Bednya ya. Gue udah bilang kan DAMWON menang kan, gak ada yang percaya sama gue. Heran gue. Cuk, makanan gue lama banget nyampenya. Kok gue udah kenyang anjir. Gue udah keburu kenyang, cuk. Iya, Kokim, guys, Kokim. Roster gua ya bahasanya. Main apa dulu ya? Tebak gambar. Tebakgambar.com nih guys nih. Aduh. Bus. Anjir, masa salah? Cuk. Nggak mungkin gue salah pilih bus, saya nggak bisa, emang gue robot. Nah. Ini nggak bisa gue main di PC. Dah. Ribet lo anjir. Orang gue pengen main di PC. Gartik kelamaan, cok. Ya udahlah, Gartik lah, hajar lah yuk. Tes psikopat. Tes psikopat apaan anjir? Oke guys, apa yang gue lihat? Asap. Apa yang gue lihat? Asap anjir. Hah? Perempuan tua, bapaknya perempuan tua. Apanya perempuan tua ini, cuk? Gigi lu perempuan tua. Dinosaurus. Rakun. Ya, ya dinosaurus deh. Kepalanya T-Rex. Ya deh. Awan anjir ini. Anjing. Cok. Dari mana ini bisa resemble anjing, cok? Ya anggap aja monster deh. Hati. Kalau ini gue bisa lihat hati. Kalau ini gue bisa lihat hati. Ya nggak sih guys? Kalian lihatnya hati juga kan? Ini. Gue lihatnya orang jahat, cok, di sini, cok. Goblok tai, gue liat orang jahat anjir. Ini minuman Coca-Cola tumpah. Lihat deh, sepatu deh. Paling mirip sama sepatu deh. Paling mirip sama sepatu. Anjir ini nggak tahu. Bapak lu bunga.
$10.000 dari Guntur. Pesan, Wakakak mohon bersabar.
Makasih Guntur. Si goblok bilang gue 60% psikopat. Ya. Ayo nunggu apa? Enggak ada baru. Udah. Let's go. Let's go. Kelamaan kalau enggak. Duh. Ini gimana gambarnya ya? I don't know, bro. Gimana caranya anjir? Mana kelihatan kan, Gus? Kan nggak kelihatan dong. Game, cok. Ini apaan, tai? Godzilla. Mr. Crab. Apaan anjing? Hah? Oh. Easy lah. It's for the noobers only. Easy lah. You took me right out of the blue. Gue juga kira itu zombie anjir. Dino anjir. Ini apa ya? Hah? 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 Goblok anjir. Nggak. Rumahnya apa kajor tuh? Gopin. Anjir, poin dia langsung main tinggi, curang. Dasar pencurangan. Itu jam berapa? Oh, udah mau mulai. Nggak boleh gini lah. Tapi tadi gue gitu juga. Sialan. Gambar, cok. Orang-orang ini nggak mau gambar, cok. Monyet. Woi, gila jago banget gua. Udah main PRX? Belum anjir. Kamu jangan bohongin saya ya. Kamu jangan bohongin saya ya. Belum guys, tenang guys. Lu orang jangan udah mulai. Hah? Wow. Kok bisa bener anjir? How the fuck did I get it right? Woi, lihat poinnya Hiwi dari 0 sampai ke 71 anjing. Tuh orang bener semua. Guys, mulai guys. Bubar. Bubar, gue menang. Selamat, Jordi menang. Bubar. Main.
Was talking about
Nobar.
This is a map that relies so much on
Bubar.
control, and I'm not surprised at all to see the Cypher switches for both of these teams. Normally, DAMWON Kia has run Killjoy, but switching over to the Cypher this time around.
Lu Hiwi. Jago juga lu ya.
Cameras give you so much vision of the open space on this map, and the other thing I want to talk about real quick is, you brought up the earlier point of that, there was some division on the desk, and I'm with them. I don't know who to pick on this. I think this could go either way.
Hey, that makes it all the more exciting. Mindfreak says, pick me. Gets the first kill to start things off. PRX need this map to stay alive in the tournament. Again, this is the lower bracket for these two teams. Their run in the last chance qualifier will be over, and their run in the VCT this year would be over too if they lose this map here. You see Secret's also been taken down low, but Intro will turn a kill, so a 4 versus 4 on the map.
Oh iya, bet, lupa.
Taken some of mid here.
Judi. Terakhir PRX di map ini sih killnya 0 ya Shiba ya.
All the flanks are going to be guarded as well by Intro Cypher.
Yeah, now Intro's going to take a bit of a lurk since he hasn't seen anybody from PRX make their way through the tunnels or through short A. So he's going to take a pop up there, see if he can find somebody, while the rest of DAMWON Kia gets ready to look towards B. He might try to fake a bit of a hit or at least try to catch them as they rotate out. I like what Intro's doing here.
I think this is really smart. I think Blee's play often comes down to just insane.
Gila si Deka. Hah? Dia berani banget, cok. Darah sekarat kayak gitu dihajar toksiknya.
Kill on the lurk as well. Will be traded out with GIVEEWE there, but I think he got the damage done that he needed to, but Forsaken back in sight. There is still time for the spike to be planted. Now,
wah, ini gaji anjir.
No flash to work with, 2 players. He has to be able to deal with, knows their positioning. Only 11 bullets in the tank. can play off each other so well here. They're not forced to peek into him.
No!
They do though. They offered up to him now 1 versus 1.
Gila, ada apa ini, bos? Pick terus. Pick terus. Pick terus, DK. Pick terus.
If you're not able to clear the backside of the sites, particularly on B, if somebody's left either on the back of B or in the arches, then you have real problems. And that's what happens here. It's just him coming up big with those clutch shots at the end as well. Maybe DAMWON Kia should have tried to coordinate a double peek at the same time to see if they could catch him, since they just kind of let him go 1 by 1 there. So a few missteps from DAMWON Kia, some good ideas, I'd say, strategically, but just a better play from PRX here, leaving somebody out in the back, you know, to really make sure that they've got somebody to lock things down. If the site execute goes sideways for them, if they lose their players that are holding the site, and it comes through big time for them, that is a really nice start for PRX after the way that they lost by.
Yeah, Forsaken kind of been a guy to watch a couple of times, and stopping the plan from going down is so huge for the team. Jing.
Selamat malam, Jori. Selamat belanja. Hah, selamat belanja.
Quite a few shots there, but Jing doesn't even take any damage on that play. You gotta be happy with
Halo,
that.
Noms.
Interesting little Cypher camera here as well. Intro's playing right on top of ropes. If he sees someone walk up on him, he can quickly turn around the corner. Use that shield to potentially get something done. But yeah, the op play, the Marshall play on a map like this absolutely can break rounds open if the Secret trades one back.
Well, this is what's so important about this map is the long-range shooting, and it's what makes it such a difficult map, because it offers the longest sight lines for the most part in Valorant, and it makes it really challenging. I mean, you get spotted out like that by the Cypher utility, and you know, even if you have the opportunity to maybe land some good shots, it gives the enemy team a chance to collapse around you just like this and set up crossfires, come from different angles, and just make your life difficult. So all on intro for DAMWON Kia, 1v4 with a member looming here. Ben Kai in the attacker side spawn, not going to be able to win that, and pretty clean round here for PRX.
I'm going to be honest, Favorite, I hate this map. I feel like the sights on this map are an absolute mess. Like, just clearing all the corners. It feels like you're trapped in a little valley, just a shooting gallery when people are opening up door on A site, peeking you from there, pushing bridge, whatnot. It can be a little bit of a mess, but that's why you get things like the Viper to be able to slice up the site. Use Sova and Sky to be able to scout things out, play off of it, but yeah, I mean, now with the rifle advantage, DAMWON Kia are going to look to put one on the board here. But Marshals in the hands of PRX, you can never.
Kata Netflix, PRX menang. Bisa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Marshals can sometimes just win you rounds straight up. A Texture going to win that trade against Divide, peeking around the corner of the A entrance. I would do this map isn't my favorite. I'm a Killjoy player, so this one's a little bit more challenging for me for sure.
Oh man, I mean look, they're just coming from everywhere. They open up the door, there's still 2 players in A main. Jing though, and Mindfreak are gonna get a couple of kills. That all of a sudden gives them...
Sebenarnya kita belum pernah lihat sih Jing kalau pakai nggak duelis kayak apa jadinya.
Oh my god, they're finding heads. Mindfreak gets it done on the Cypher. And now it all comes down to...
Oh my god, Byron kalah DAMWON. Oh my god.
Forsaken and Mindfreak comes through, opening up that same door that we used on the attack. PRX convert on the bonus.
Yeah, and they pick up a bunch of guns off of it too. That's huge. I mean, a huge momentum swing for PRX on the defense. You said it right at the beginning of the round. It was spot on. Those Marshals could be a difference maker, even when you're on ecos, even when you're not able to get the full Vandals and Phantoms in your hands. And it's just great positioning here. DAMWON Kia never really cuts off many angles with their smokes. They're never really able to get themselves quite into a comfortable position to do so. So now they're on the back foot with this economy once again. A Marshall for Texture is going to be him pushing up through mid to see maybe if he could find a pick. A little bit of a flash to maybe clear some way, but that, yeah, he's going to get darted by that drone, and this becomes infinitely more difficult.
10.000 dari Zax. Pesan. Halo Jor.
Halo Zax. Apa kabar? VCT tar Champions Desember setahu gue.
Crunch in on the positioning of Secret. And look at that, the knives come through. Forsaken is the one to secure that kill.
Dibully-bully anjir di map Breeze.
Poor little intro, he was trying to lurk up halls again, but it's not going to work out for him this time around. PRX with a flawless round, only losing 1 dink on Mindfreak.
PRX menang coy orang ini, map ini jelas kelihatan.
About how impactful it is for Jing here. Not only is he getting kills with the Blade Storm, but he's been sitting on that Marshall for a couple rounds. He's got to be so rich. That's going to allow them to really spread the wealth on the team. If he needs to buy guns for other people, they can. You can see Devi's the only one that's really even short on cash. And Jing is just going to stick with this Marshall potentially. Okay, a timeout. Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, well... I think now's a good time for the operator.
Take a pause. Take a pause, man. Dude,
Nggak cuy, ini kelihatan banget. Mereka udah confident banget di map ini.
He's not even buying for his team. They've already got rifles. He can't even help him out on this one. Just keeps finding the shots. He could honestly, I think with that amount of money, you're putting the Marshall down. You're just going to upgrade yourself, whether or not it's an operator or a rifle. We'll wait and find out. I would hope it's the operator. Definitely, especially now that DAMWON could go ahead and buy into this one. But you never know. Maybe wants to save it, invest it for later. Keep.
Gue pengen KFC sebenarnya sih guys. KFC enak sih guys sih sebenarnya sih.
Jing is gonna buy his own rocket and send himself into space here pretty soon. I'm pretty sure he's about ready with the money for that. But this is just fantastic. Yeah, the old Bezos special. He's doing a really good job here though. I mean, doing all the right things as a Jet on the defender side of this map. You know, using your Marshall effectively, getting the blades early, using those effectively, banking your economy, and creating less space for your team, for your opponents to breathe. It's just really good stuff.
Oke, dibeli makanan 30.000 udah.
That's what you need.
Nggak nyampe anjir, heran gua.
Come out swinging. DAMWON and Kia, again, a team that does better typically on the attacker side of every map they play.
Mana makanan gua?
To hit them early and hit them hard like this could be devastating.
Well, a lot coming out here with the Viper wall setup. Texture up deep. Has a tripwire just in
Whoa. DAMWON King.
Junghai and Intro secure a couple there. But
Apa ini?
Forsaken has the lineups on the shock darts. Poor Texture is going to fall, and a lot of chip damage down into Intro and Junghai as well.
Yeah, around these pyramids, it gets
10.000 dari Kifli. Pesan, Bang pengen join member tapi gak bisa pakai OVO.
Pakai GoPay kalau gitu Kifli. Atau nggak Dana? Ya kan Dana bisa kan setahu kan? Pulsa juga bisa.
Jing? Just yet. I mean, getting back in this Viper's pit isn't going to be easy. There's still two players actually back over towards main a little bit more, trying to hold on the outside. Don't know if that's the right idea, as Forsaken is going to win the aim duel up against his counterpart. Still a lot of things to be done. Oh my god, Junghai sees players flying all around him. Jing is able to find a kill. 1 versus 2, but I just don't think there's enough time here. Jing will get the kill. Doesn't have time to lock down the defuse. They actually lose the operator in that play as well, so very nicely done by DAMWON Kia to secure the round, but they lose all 5 members for it.
And you have to utilize a lot of economy, not just for their guns, but also the ults. I mean, you lose that Viper's pit, which is oh so important, and they're just still
semangat, makasih. Gue udah 4 jam anjing capek.
See the importance of being able to hit these long-range Vandal shots. Forsaken hits a couple good ones in that round, and that creates a lot of space for them. On top of that good utility usage he had, right? He had the shock dart kill too. So, I mean, he's doing a lot here to create space for his team. Even though they don't get the win, they make it really darn close.
Well, it's that same ace setup once again. This time they don't have the Seekers, but the dog will come on through and clear out. Actually, one tripwire still survives all the way back over there near Palm. Mind Freak in the back of sight. It's a 5 versus 4, and a lot of players already rotating over to the site. You have one coming on that big flank. That's going to be Bankai two through double doors rather. And the Seekers of the defensive side themselves. PRX clean
menang cok ini PRX.
On the play. A flash as
udah kelihatan cok mainnya. PRX hot. PRX hot guys.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that PRX is just really reading DAMWON
Team
really
PRX
well and how they want to play this out. They know that Intro's trying to lurk around, so they get aggressive, try to catch him early, take him out of the equation, and this is going to be...
Gue belum pernah join membership sama sekali, tapi mau join membership gimana? Pencet join di sebelah subscribe button, terus pakai aja alat bayarnya apapun yang ada di sana ya. Jason Sova juga not bad sih sebenarnya sih, cuma dia duelis lebih bagus sih menurut gue.
50.000 dari Yuda. Pesan, joki gua udah belum Bang Jo.
Belum Yuda, sorry ya. Sorry belum. Gua kemarin main ID lu kalah. Ntar gua nggak main berlima lagi, dia main berlima kalah adanya. Sorry Yuda. Ntar gua selesaiin. Sorry ya, lama. Maaf ya.
It's a sheriff, it's a shorty, all in one. You'll love to see it. Does look like PRX have mixed up their defensive setup and Jing loses his face. Junghai with the only sheriff for DAMWON is able to get that. A couple of kills now, actually, but Devi is good for all of his. Yeah, okay. PRX, the defense will come on through for that.
Too fast, bro.
They were able to re-secure that operator in hand. 2-6 on the board now for the squad.
Too fast. Maybe gonna be a thrifty there for DAMWON. Kia getting that operator down and out early. You know, putting that sheriff to good use. One of the few they had. They had the Blade Storm, of course, as well for Texture, but then they all just kind of pile into mid there and right at bottom mid and just get absolutely just slaughtered. So a bit of a weird play there. I don't know what we're doing with that Hunter's Fury with Eugene. I mean, out in the open, shooting that Hunter's Fury off, there's no real reason to do it from that spot. A little bit of a weird one there from DAMWON. A lot of ults invested on a thrifty round.
Kelihatannya sih ini map PRX banget ya.
Oh my god, Jing is just up here with the operator. If there had been another player ready to come around the corner, punished almost instantly. You can see, again, very different setup from PRX. They've rotated their Cypher over to B for the last 2 rounds. Some tripwires a little bit deeper on the side of camera that you can't break unless you're actually pushing out on there. So I do like that.
Kok masih di-pick ya? Tahu ada operator loh.
Operated there earlier on in the round, and well, Jing is going to secure that kill. Zhonghai, though, will take his. And wow, Forsaken waiting for that walk up through.
Nonton F4Q gue bilang Nonton.
Also 4v3 now for PRX.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
enggak deh.
kind of like the
Bisa
idea
F4Q loh.
to try kind of a double lurk here with intro and texture, but doesn't really pay off. They do have the Viper's Pit awaiting them from Benkai at the front of A, and they are going to be making the rotation in that direction. Do they have any real ability to identify his position inside of it? I don't see much. A couple guiding lights, I suppose, is going to be what they're going to have to use to try to push through.
Yeah, the Hawk tells him, yeah, someone's there, but I mean, you basically
Oh my
already knew
God.
that. And Benkai sees the players from around the corner.
Oh my God.
Gets blinded though, and that's going to make
Itu kacau banget, Cok. Messi play banget. Kita lihat intro. Wah, intro song. Intro.
I think he has to be the one to show up and get this kill. The spike should be plantable. And he's got this insane forward position now, but he gives it up for the time being with that door open. Actually gives a
Boom,
lot
gimana?
of
Boom,
reason
udah selesai.
for PRX to get back onto the site. Intro has to be worried about a whole lot of different angles, so he positions himself between those pyramids. Now you got to worry about that flank from Jing. Jing with operator in hand, sees the shot, takes it, hits it. Now it's all down to Secret back on site. The one guiding light to play off of, and only 5 bullets.
Boleh lah Joki sampai plat. Nggak harus sampai immortal kok Joki. Plat boleh.
PRX are looking solid here on Bruce.
I thought you hit the nail on the head here, Ender. I was a little bit curious about what Intro was doing, leaving that spot. I thought he had a really good opportunity to catch PRX off guard in one sense or another, whether that had been Forsaken trying to come off that bridge, or even if they rotate back through halls. I think he could have been in an awkward spot. Instead, he just moves himself right towards pyramids. That's not going to shock anybody. He's right in the line of Jing's operator when he comes around the corner, and it's an easy one. So I think a little bit of a, again, it seems like DAMWON Kia's a little uncomfortable on this map, and this isn't surprising me too much. They haven't had a lot of experience on it. They've only really been challenged on it one time, and that's by New Turn, and nobody in Korea is really interested in playing this map. It is so infrequent that anybody even lets it get through, and if it doesn't get banned, people still aren't picking it.
The camera actually saw the toes of Jing right there, forces him off the top of the pyramid. Well, again, a bit of a thrifty purchase from DAMWON Kia. Don't have a ton to work with. And PRX have actually played pretty aggressively against these thrifty rounds. It's cost them a couple of kills early on. I remember the peak of the...
Suara OP kok bagus? Suara operator emang kayak gitu anjir, mau berubah suara operator? Hah? Gila lu ya?
Yeah, look at the space they've taken down in mid. Mind Freak pushed all the way up to underneath shoot here. Now you can't get those quick rotations between A and B. All of mid completely swarmed now by PRX.
But look at these flanks. They've gotten a mid-top. Even though Secret's going to get taken down, they're going to trade a couple out. So a huge rotation through halls that somehow doesn't get accounted for by PRX, even though they had a trap wire up in halls, is causing disaster.
Yeah, they break it, pop on right through. What the? Viper's Pit in the spawn.
What?
You know?
30 seconds I don't got anything on that one. I got nothing. I can't figure that one out.
Oh man, Devi is now trying to solo take the site. He doesn't have a player with him. What is he doing? Trying to go for a little bit of a hero play right there, because Benkai was 1.5 miles away. That puts Benkai into a 1 versus 3 completely unfavorable situation.
Well, this is going to be tough for Benkai. I mean, he's been lights out today so far. Let's see if he can heat up. He's been great with this Vandal. They're going to pop the toxic screen to keep him kind of out of the vision, out of the sight lines of the members of DAMWON Kia. They have a lot of good angles. The time is ticking down. I think he might just... He's going to...
matilah, Cok. Jeder.
There's no real reason for him to save, but look, they can already molly it. Intro's going to be there to pop the head.
Gua pengen muntah ya guys ya. Gua hamil kayaknya guys. Bentar guys. Gua mau muntah.
That was a really bizarre round. I don't... That Viper's Pit, Ender...
All right, so hear me out.
I don't know.
DAMWON Kia use Viper's Pit in defender spawn, knowing that that would trick PRX into playing super quickly, taking the 1v3 on site before the Viper rotated over. No.
Oh, I don't know if they even saw it. Did they even see the Viper's pick?
They heard it. They heard it.
They
I
heard
don't
it.
know.
That's true.
I don't know.
They
I'm
heard
trying to make some random stuff up here. Doesn't quite make sense to me, but you know, a win is a win, I think, as some people say. And it
would have been real nice to have that for this round, though.
Yeah, you could say that. Well,
Gua hamil guys ya guys.
Some aggressive positioning up mid here from Texture.
Blech.
And see, could be a difficult window because right now double doors is being watched. Defenders have pushed all the way up elbow, and well, Secret's position is going to be blown here as soon as the dog comes around the corner. Maybe there's a world where Texture can actually spot them leaving this elbow. Because now you know there's two players there. I think Texture is going to try and swing around.
Cuma gua tidur sendiri kok.
And spot them. Taking it so slow for now.
And nobody's getting a lot of information out the gate. Not a lot of the utility being spent. Oh, Divide. Oh, come on. That is just brutal. Going to take Texture down, and now it's just a quick hit onto A here for DAMWON Kia. Nobody around, though. A lot of players playing back here for PRX, playing for retake. Got some decent ability potential to do it, but Intro's going to shut Forsaken down.
All right, now 4 versus 4 on site. I love this camera, the smokes to be able to play with here, but they're peeking out towards bridge, and Jing's got an operator in hand, so an initial pick here will make things slightly easier. But PRX are certainly taking their time, clearing out mid, worried about a late flank.
I've got your
look on through double doors. Now it's all up to Jing once again. Bankai gonna get a kill on towards Intro. That removes the information from the play. A dash on through. Jing can't find anything. The dagger's going just about everywhere.
That's all. GG anjir. PRX easy.
They'll take their 8th.
Makanan gua kayaknya udah sampai. Gua ambil dulu kali ya.
You know, you dry peek the op and bad things tend to happen. Not everybody can be 5K. Not everybody can clutch those out like he did at the end of last night. In fact, most players lose that fight. That was just kind of one of the a 1 in 10 there for 5K at the end of the night. And yeah, like I said, they had a good opportunity for retake did PRX. They've got the operator. They've got a couple abilities, a couple long-range abilities. They've got a few snake bites to flush out the areas around the pyramids. Everything pretty much in their favor. They're able to come from a bunch of different angles. And yeah, DAMWON Kia just kind of forced the issue after losing Texture early. And they get the spike down, but they don't have much else to follow up on the back of it. And you're lacking smokes. All you have is the Viper on both of these comps, so it is pretty difficult to cover some of those long angles. If you're not able to win those duels, you're going to get shut down.
Oh, I mean, Divide just absolutely reading Eugene like a book. Gets that kill. And DAMWON were trying to play for a little bit more early information. Knowing that a couple players of PRX pushed that just last round. There's actually a Viper right to the left of Texture here. This is really awkward. Just inches away. They don't even have a clue in the world. Oh, but Texture comes around the corner. Bankai gets that Mind Freak, lines up another one as well. PRX just rolling through the round now.
Oh, that's a whiff and a half Texture. He'd love to have that one back.
Kalau headshot itu ya.
He had the drop on Bankai is just a great.
Kayak LCQ belum boleh pakai fracture deh.
Zhonghai, the last member alive for DAMWON Kia. Oh, they jump around the corner. He's able to take down Bankai though with a headshot. Let's see if he can get this operator down from Jing. Gonna chase him down. Yeah, he's gonna do it. Okay, there's still a hope.
Di atas, Cok.
Second jumps in from above. Unlucky.
Cok, ini orang nggak kasih makanan gue ya? Kemana sih makanan gue, Cok?
To the main feed right here, but you know, I can't hear a word the favorite thing is saying. Sounds like KO's on the call with me in Discord right now. Absolute robo voice, but again, the feed is gonna be fine for you guys. So sorry if I interrupted.
11, right? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine now. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Oh man, it was like we were getting infiltrated, we were getting hacked or something.
Here.
But all good for now.
Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes it happens. Jing here with the early angle. It's like, wait a second, I was trying to watch that. I don't appreciate it very much, Intro. I don't appreciate getting spammed out either. Why you guys gotta do this?
Wow! Dari mana itu?
Actually get shot by Eugene. Oh my word. Absolutely takes his head off, and now DAMWON are just instantly out onto the site. Look at Texture all the way in the back, trying to get spammed out with the Hunter's Fury, but Forsaken doesn't find much with that one. Quick flanks coming in from a couple of defensive players.
Itu Jing pernah main sama lu, Kak? Iya.
DAMWON have control of the site.
Yeah, I'd love to see Texture get aggressive, get behind the bridge, get underneath Forsaken, and then, you know, set up even more difficult crossfires to deal with there. Exactly. Very well done here by Texture.
Come back.
Read of what Forsaken's tendencies have been. He's going to find 2 off of it. Huge plays here for DAMWON.
Oh, from up above.
Iya, butanya ya.
Can't quite find it. Poor Texture doesn't get the kill, but I mean, Bankai in the 1 versus 4, not gonna make that one happen.
People are just so good at this game. I don't
Another
even fucking get it,
here,
man.
except this time it is
They're just so
PRX with a
fucking good.
convincing lead on defense, strung together 9 of those rounds. And
Shanghai!
well, playing for their tournament lives, have to win here on Breeze to force us to a 3rd decisive map, because one of these 2 teams is gonna be going home at the end of the day.
Yeah, you'll take that 9-3 defender's half every time, but this time around, it's mid doors that are left unaccounted for. Eugene sneaks in there, gets that crossfire onto Jing, takes him down, and that busts everything open up for DAMWON Kia. Texture just makes a great read on the positioning kind of tendencies of Forsaken, gets him from behind the bridge, gets up there, takes down Mind Freak as well in halls, and that's basically round over there for DAMWON Kia. So they salvage 1 at the end. This pistol, oh, so important here for DAMWON Kia on their defender side.
Oh, I like the little smoke lineup right there from the Viper to cut off the peak from top.
Jujur lu jadi lagi kagak.
Jing pretty far forward up here through mid as well. See if anyone peeks into him. I mean, there's nothing actually watching. He could literally just jump up into nest if only he knew. If only he had map hacks.
If only he had map hacks, yeah.
Got a flash
What?
as well, but look at that, 1 right click just removes Jing from the fight. That was the only sort of
Shit.
play right there. Secret and absolute man possessed.
Secret ini orangnya gila ya.
He himself falls, some shock darts, delay the plant and get some chip damage down. DAMWON Kia trying to retake this site. 3-on-2 now.
Guys, satu backside guys, Hawk out.
Damaged players.
Dibutain teman, sakit hati. Oh, Davai terulang lagi kah?
All of a sudden has a chance, has some life in this round. 28 HP though. Just 1 shot to the ghost here of Texture.
Oh, Davai terulang lagi. Pistol round.
Like a book, gets the 4K and takes the round for PRX.
Well, there's a lot of things that go wrong in this round for both teams. First of all, Secret reads that push from Jing very, very well. You know, recognizes that that poison cloud likely to be so they can push through mid into that hall, and he's very ready for it. But then there's also another misstep after the site is taken. Divide flashes his own teammate, kind of causes some problems. It puts him in a 1v3, but he's able to clutch it out because DAMWON Kia is just kind of walking in there 1 by 1, giving him the opportunities. Even though they know exactly where he's at the whole time, to just pick them off, and some great shooting with the Ghost, and that's going to get it done.
Kagak.
DAMWON Kia, a Marshall and some classics to see.
Gue udah berjanji ke emak gue udah stop betting dulu sementara. Ma gue nggak suka gue berjudi guys, Maya nggak suka anaknya berjudi guys.
I mean, there's no sleight of hand, no nothing here for PRX. 5 players perched up in A main, but Texture gets the headshot on towards Jing. Absolutely critical. Doesn't find any damage with his next shot, trying to push some bullets back into his Marshall there, but the rest of PRX
Maya nggak suka guys, anaknya berjudi terus guys. Nggak bagus katanya. Padahal judi itu bagus.
Find any chip damage for Forsaken. It doesn't matter though when his shots are good.
1 enemy remaining.
Continue to line some up here, and it wasn't even a
he
full buy from PRX. I think a couple players had pistols heading.
Breeze itu attacker lah. Jordi, welcome to Filter Geng Jordi. Aneh anjir manggil orang Jordi kayak Jordi. Jordi kemarin malu gak gara-gara judi? Kagak. Cuma dibilang aja nggak boleh. Bukan nggak boleh sih, jangan.
It's too late. PRX has already swarmed onto the site. They're already taking control, and he's all on his lone.
Bukan nggak boleh, jangan katanya.
He has 1 player to back him up, but that's it. The other 3 are trying to rotate over, and Breeze is a huge map. It takes forever to get across, and then you're coming in there with classics, which are just not the ideal gun to have at long range. That's the round for PRX, as they're 2 away, 1 away from overtime, 2 away from taking the map and forcing a map 3. Guns in hand for both teams, really, because, you know, PRX, like you mentioned, was able to kind of save a little bit, kind of skimp a little bit on that round.
Yeah, really odd hit here from PRX. 2 through A main, 2 through double doors here, and they find 3 kills almost instantly. It's actually
12-3 cok.
On B that gets caught out by Secret. Really good game sense on that one. Completely aware of the play that was going to be coming on through, but well, Secret is stuck all on his own, and PRX are just straight up winning.
We're just straight up winning.
It's pretty much over. Secret gonna look to see if he could turn this around somehow, some way. He has to check.
Secret clutch go bugil.
Another one of those difficult
Nice.
entries to make. And
Nice.
Gonna end him and end the round. 12-3. One away.
Kalau bukan nggak boleh, berarti boleh tapi nggak ikhlas. Itu Reinhardt.
For PRX. It's gonna probably have to be a force buy out of DAMWON Kia here. Their economy just never, ever in this game, ever to get anything really established.
Yeah, their economy never ever getting back together. Really struggling on this one. Hey, maybe they can string a couple together. Can be feeling a little bit closer to 12, but it is a long, long journey ahead for them. PRX have been so solid on this map. You know, they started off really weak on map 1, fought back, made Bind competitive, and have really carried that momentum over here on towards Breeze. DAMWON just not as comfortable on this map, the map, and not finding the same level of success.
I mean, it feels like a mop up for PRX, right?
Wait.
Like this is
Wait.
basically
Gila, lihat gak lu?
going sideways so bad for DAMWON Kia. I mean, they hit a good guardian shot. But, oh no.
It's just painful. PRX, everything is going well for them. The push-up Paul, somehow they're winning that every time. Mindfreak looking good on that. Secret's like, oh man, someone's pushing through there. I have to try and clear this away, but Mindfreak's actually already leaving. He's going to go drop through shoot. Actually, I think he just dropped a classic through shoot to pretend that he's going to be coming in through double doors. DAMWON not betting on that, though, just trying to get into this, but the timing is just terrible. Forsaken is a god. Oh my lord, 2 kills for him.
Ini yang di Berlin killnya cuma 0 kan,
PRX 4K for Forsaken.
GG.
I mean, this was such a dominant performance here. And again, this is kind of what I was trying to hint at the beginning of this, that DAMWON Kia hasn't played Breeze a lot. I understand.
Guys, gue ambil makan dulu bentar, guys.
Only played it in Korea. Again, the only team that ever even pushed them on it was Nonton. In general, Korea doesn't fare well on Breeze. I love to see this. I love to see teams bringing these Breeze picks out.
Gue ambil makan dulu bentar, gue ambil makan.
Because they don't have a lot of practice on it. They're not very good at it. They're not very comfortable at it. They're shying away from it as much as they can. If they don't just outright ban it, they just won't pick it. So I think this is a very smart pick by PRX and is a huge boost of confidence going into the next map.
Well, it helped them tie things up, but they can't go to Breeze 2 games in a row. Game 3 certain to be an absolute banger here. We'll see if PRX can do it right after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But oh no, I will not resign. And I'm biting my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the
PRX are looking like they're here to play as they take the second game of the series very definitively up against DAMWON Gaming. You're joining us on the desk here in the APAC LTQ. My name is Illustrata. Joining me on this desk, Asarai and Black and Blue. So let's begin to unearth what we just witnessed here in that previous game. We saw Breeze really go in favor of Paper Thin. Paper Thin, excuse me, PRX. The Paper Boys are getting in my head. But yeah, Asarai, tell me a little bit more about what happened there for PRX. They absolutely stomped in this one, making up for that last game, the first one in the series.
It went by like a blur, and I'll help you unfold what happened in this kind of origami of a match. It really felt like PRX were on point. I think Black and Blue will probably be pointing this out non-stop about something about Forsaken, but I'll save that for him later. But I really did feel like everybody clicked a lot more. Their takes, their everythings were very, very clean, and there was a lot more, I think, proper reads that they were doing that I don't think DAMWON was very much prepared for. I think one of the players that I really enjoyed the most watching in this particular second map has got to be Divide. He was just so clutch into it. Last time it was Benkai, now it's going to be Divide. I was complaining a little bit that, you know, I wanted to see Jing and Forsaken come into play, but man, can't forget that that the rest of PRX have an all-star roster, and Divide shows why he's one of the players that is, you know, willing and worthy of that PRX player title.
Yeah, an absolutely great performance from him, and we were talking about Forsaken as well. Him back on the Sova just definitely looked a lot more, I'd say, comfortable and a lot more confident than he was on the stage a little bit earlier. That definitely came into play. Definitely look, so many great rounds coming up from him. But before we talk about Forsaken a little bit, let's zone in a little bit on the statistics that we were seeing. Take a quick look. A big damage disparity here from PRX and DAMWON Kia. And obviously, it was just a very dominant performance all through and through. Black and Blue, what about you? Your thoughts on this last game as we take a look at the stats?
Well, I wasn't expecting it to go that deep and that in favor of PRX, but I was expecting him to take this map. As I talked about, you know, we have seen actually many kind of underdog wins happen on Breeze, and a lot of people might be wondering why. I honestly feel like that a big part of it is how big and open it is. It really does kind of enable, you know, a lot of these teams who might not be as, once again, adept strategically, like PRX are the DAMWON, but they've got that mechanics on point, and it really allows them to kind of enable themselves and really pop on off here. DIVEEWE had an amazing game, 4.4 KDA, but so did Forsaken, so did Jing. Honestly, all of them, they were popping off. Bankai had some really good late lurks there to really cut off and, I guess, hamper the backline on a post-line situation. We've seen him do that time and time again, him wrapping around from B, going into the A cave, and that kind of presence that he just shown forced DAMWON to always be checking around their shoulder. And Forsaken here right now, the thing is that while, you know, you could say he could hit those shots no matter what agent he's been using. Even if he's using a stage, even if he's using a breach, it doesn't matter. He can probably hit those shots, right? Yeah, that's true. But when you're actually feeling confident and you have, you know, kind of your instincts down on the agent you're actually using, you don't have to think of anything else. You don't have to second guess yourself, and you can see him just landing every single shot that comes across him, every single opportunity he catapults and capitalizes on. And I really do love him on this Sova right now. It's kind of a weird thing, I guess, for most people. Like, why would you put your biggest gun on a Sova? Why not the Jet? Why not the Reyna? Well, they kind of are doing a good thing here, I think, by keeping him on that Sova, having him last later into the round to make those clutches happen. And, I mean, for him being a Sova, he should have been there in the first place ever since Bind. And so, as I said, we're going to a map 3.
Yeah, 35.5% headshot ratio for Forsaken, by the way, just in case you guys missed that statistic. Absolutely popping off those heads. Now, let's take a little bit of a closer look. We wanted to zone in on the Jet, so we're going to have a little bit of a Jet diff battle coming up for you guys. And, you know, we talked about Jing, how he was performing, and he was absolutely, you know, on fire in this map. There were so many rounds that he was opening up with that, you know, with those blade storms, and he also really got in a lot of value from the entries, especially when they were hitting that A site, which seemed to have a lot of vulnerability here. Asarai, before we go to the head-to-head, I do want to ask you, do you think they were just a little uncomfortable playing on a big map like Breeze for the side of DAMWON Gaming?
Possible, because I feel like the way that PRX approach a lot of these sites, you know, putting aside the abilities that they use to try to take it, is more of like they were just aggressive and feeling incredibly confident with the open air kind of, or open ground flicking fights. And that's like a legitimate thing that happens in FPS games, right? If you're really crisp with your aim, if you're feeling as confident as PRX was with Jing as well as Forsaken hitting it, I don't think there was much that DAMWON could have done with that kind of regard. I think that they were kind of like hoping that maybe they could react a little bit more with some of their own kind of set strategies, but it just did not work when PRX straight up won a lot of those aim duels. And you can argue with me on that one, but 13-3 is a very big round differential, and that was, I think, because of how confident PRX was in taking those sites with those firefights.
Absolutely right there, man. They look confident all throughout, and they were hitting absolutely
Hello,
every
guys.
spot. Will it be the same story here in Ascent? They're not very good on it, PRX. In fact, it's one of their worst rated maps. Only 58% win rate.
Makanya nggak terlalu banyak ya.
All of their tournaments here, it's not a very good look for them. They have performed
sebanyak yang
well
gua
on it
kira,
before,
anjir.
but this is where also they got shut
Tapi
down
oke sih
by
kelihatannya sih,
North
Pangnya juga
Epsilon,
enak.
previously. So PRX not looking like they're in the best of spots. They probably wanted to head on over to a different map entirely, almost anything except for this one. Black and Blue coming
Not
into
bad lah,
Ascent.
wanginya oke sih.
PRX are in a lot of trouble here.
I wouldn't say they're in a lot of trouble, but they definitely are in muddy waters looking into this. DAMWON, they've played like, what, 2 Ascent games already here so far. You know, they were able to take it versus Boom. They were able to take it earlier as well versus Reject. And, well, they kind of lost to Global on Avenger and stuff, but, I mean, Ascent has been a good map as of recent here, coming from the side of DAMWON. It's a map that they've been very proficient at, and PRX, they have dropped the ball here, and even during C Challengers, we have seen them lose on Ascent, although they were able to win one map on Bren against that, but we know how the run back went in the grand finals of C Challengers. But now that we're in APAC, well, as of recent, we haven't been seeing too much good stuff from them, at least on Ascent, and DAMWON have been performing on that, and so yeah, there's a bit of a caveat there, and there's a bit of something to be worried if you're a PRX fan, but they have what it takes in them to kind of pull themselves out of this hole. And after that 11-3 kind of win, I don't want to say it's an outlier, but at the very least, it will give them some confidence to go into an underdog situation. And when you're the underdog, you're going to be punching up every time, and hopefully this time they'll land on the chin.
Worth it lah. 30.000 kayak gini.
I feel like again,
Sama-sama makan di Bali gua.
The metric a while ago that KO has only been used, I believe, by Full Sense.
Tapi di Bali lebih murah sih kayak gini, paling di Bali 15.000.
Teams that has used, I think, outlier agents like this and maybe even the.
Guys, gue pengen ke Bali, guys.
I wanted to point that because the last time that PRX did this, again, when you mentioned it with Northampton, right? One of the things that really took me by surprise was how aggressive Forsaken was.
Gue pengen ke Bali.
Didn't feel like he
kayak
was
seru ya ke Bali ya.
element. And Divide was the one who was actually using the Sova while Forsaken was using the KO. Now I wanted to bring out the question as well that are they going to be switching out their compositions here? Are they going to be putting again Forsaken into a much more comfortable role, into a much more comfortable agent? Because I feel like when he's not really comfortable with the utility that he uses, he tends to go back to his demeanor of just like rushing out, trying to win the aim duels. But when there's so many smokes, when there's so many utilities, I think he puts himself in a really
kalau ke Bali gue pasti kabarin kalian sih.
Well, with the picks that we have
Mau
here,
ketemu deh, yuk.
my answers or my questions were already answered.
Yeah, you mentioned the compositions and
Vlog ka, Bang?
Forsaken back on that KO, something
Jalan-jalan aja ya.
really
Nggak
been
vlog,
a fan.
jalan-jalan.
He's been very good on it. Divide is going to be playing on the Sova this
Gua orang Bali sih, bosan di Bali, gila lu. Di Bali seru anjir.
Well here, but we go to the other side there on DAMWON Gaming. You get Zhonghai
Beach
on that
clubnya mantep,
setup,
boy.
excuse me, on the Astra, something he's super duper comfortable on. Definitely looking to see what he brings to the table with that intro back on that Killjoy as well. And you know, it's looking like a good roster, like looking like
Malang
a
jauh.
lineup, excuse me,
Bali lebih jauh
composition for
sebenarnya.
this one. The double initiator coming out yet again for the side of DAMWON. Meanwhile, PRX a little bit more of the same with the exception
tante-tante ya?
of
Kagak lah.
Initiator. So your insights, guys,
Tante,
your thoughts,
tante.
how is this gonna go? Really
Cantik-cantik
quickly,
lah.
rapid fire. Asura, you first. Is it gonna be PRX or is it gonna be DAMWON?
Depending on how well Forsaken now plays the KO, I feel like it's going to be a very much toss-up, but I believe that day of a difference has given PRX the much-needed time to recuperate, recover, and understand what they need to do to keep them alive in this tournament, especially now that this is, again, their lower bracket.
Bahasa lu jajan bule ya.
Last team standing fight to go for.
I do think so are you saying PRX or DAMWON?
Oh, PRX.
Gue kurang demen bule, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry if I.
Gue lebih tertarik sama yang mukanya oriental daripada sama yang bule.
Like I was talking about PRX.
All right, black and blue. Your thoughts?
I have to say that DAMWON are probably the favorites.
Kalau kenapa kurang ya gitu? Gua sama bule tuh kurang.
I think it's a bit concerning to me to see Divide on that.
Kurang mantep ya.
Even though I've talked about how they need a Sova, they need it for Bind, they need it for Breeze that we just played, but I don't think I saw too many good things when they played Northampton on that. To be quite honest with you, he seemed pretty lost on that Sova and that series.
Sama banget anjir.
So many forward positions that didn't work out for him. In this case, I'd even like to see him on the sky maybe with that Kaio, but they're going to have to kind of pull themselves out of this because it is going to be an underdog battle. I'm going to go PRX, but it's going to be a very tough one.
All right, well, you heard it from us here. Let's hear it from the caster, so take it away, guys.
Alrighty, you heard it from the desk. They're cautiously optimistic about PRX, but DAMWON and Kia are going to put up one hell of a fight, and they're going to have to. Both of these teams, it all comes down to this, whether or not their hopes in the Valorant
Akhirnya, guys,
will continue on here at the APAC Last Chance qualifier. DAMWON and Kia took the first map on Bind, but PRX just slaughtered them on Breeze Paper Thin.
Yeah, the map living up to its name for PRX there. I mean, not hard for them at all, and I love that they picked Defender's side here for this map because this has historically been a map that DAMWON and Kia struggles with on attack. One of the few maps that they actually do struggle on attack. They're much better on the Defender side historically here. No surprises on the side of this. The only thing, again, coming into this tournament that's been a bit of a change-up is Secret and Intro swapping roles, but Intro has been a real thorn in the side of teams on this map. So
Yuri.
There's Killjoy here. He's doing a really good job locking down space. You can see he's over there on B main, while the rest of the team is allowed to push towards A.
It's a really interesting setup from DAMWON and Kia. Currently the Spike as well as Texture pushed up into Tree Room. But you'll notice that Benkai has been able to make it back in towards Wine here. The rest of the team now pushing on through. So I was worried if only one player was going to go A main. Benkai's in a brilliant position. Now all of a sudden, you have some utility that could try to flush him out of that position. No shock darts, though, from Eugene. No actual Molotovs from Intro either, so that could be a big one for them. Intro is going to clear Benkai back in A main. Mind Freak falls on site as well. All of a sudden, DAMWON and Kia just running over PRX on attack. You said maybe a little bit weaker on this map than others, but in terms of the pistol round, at least it's 4 out of 5 that survive.
Well, this is a really, really good start for DAMWON Kia, not just because they won, but because they dominated that round and they read what PRX wanted to do here very, very well. They get deep into A-side territory, all the way into tree. I believe it was texture for DAMWON Kia, and that's a ton of space given. That's great ability to cut into the A site, and they recognize that because they're given this space, and then that gravity well gets popped at the front of the A arches, they kind of suspect that, something's amiss here. Something's not right. They realize that Benkai is hiding in wine. Intro goes over there, clears him out, and that opens up all the space in the world for them to take A. That is very, very well done by DAMWON Kia. Great senses for them.
Well, moving into round 2, PRX have 4 players stacked over towards the B site. The only A player actually just a little bit closer to Cat, hiding in that tight corridor there. So no real contest for DAMWON. You can see, oh, well, PRX have realized it doesn't seem like it's going to be a B hit, boys. Let's buggy over to the A side.
Well, the pigs just came out. I mean, they're a little late. That's a pretty good shock dart, and it's texture on the way in at least. But yeah, this is going to be a rough one here for PRX. They're just a hair late.
Wow, Mindfreak, though, does manage to find 1 kill. The pistol.
The knife kill, Mindfreak!
But Secret somehow is getting the knife kill on that one. You love to see that. If you're a if you're a DAMWON fan, I should say. Some damage done here with the pistols already, but retaking with pistols, 3 Spectres, 2 Spectres, and the Ares in hands of DAMWON. Not the easiest in the world, when no one's holding from heaven. When you're planting from there, what on earth is going on? Somehow some damage is done. Texture with the 4K, but not before 3 players fall.
Yeah, somebody's assignment got mixed up in all the chaos towards that spike plant. You know, Intro's going for it, and then it's Secret and Texture holding that short A door. I mean, there was somebody there creating pressure, but one of them has to turn around and look at heaven, like you said, and nobody does, and so that allows, I think it was Mindfreak there to jump down, or somebody who was it, for PRX to jump down there. It all happened so fast that kind of caught me off guard, but it's really nicely done by DAMWON Kia in a way. A little bit sloppy there at the end. The rolls not all quite being accounted for.
Well, the knife comes out from Forsaken. Don't know if it actually caught any information. Of course, they heard the Skyhawk and whatnot, so they know there are some players on over here, but DAMWON Kia going back to the defaults that they've been so effective with the last couple of games. Breeze excluded, I suppose. Not a ton for them to work with here, but they are playing into a bit of a softer site for the time being, just a tripwire to sort of hold them for the moment. But PRX have been very quick on the rotations over. They've actually rotated their jet all the way back over here to try and hold from CT, and well, it is a bit of a fake out from DAMWON. They're not committing to this B site. The spike is still over by A.
Exactly, they're just trying to put a little pressure on over here. Again, Intro's picking up those LMGs early to be able to help himself cover that B main side. He can wallbang a little bit easier, and he's been hitting some really nice shots with it as well. So it's going to be a lot of Astra utility coming out here for PRX to try to buy Forsaken a little bit of time on this execute for DAMWON Kia.
No flash to work with, no utility, it's just the gunplay for Forsaken and his friends up in heaven. Benkai gets one before Intro takes him down. Shockdart doesn't accomplish much. Again, Forsaken just sort of wiggling around here, trying to figure something out for himself. Does get the kill up against Texture. So watch that flank from Eugene up towards heaven. Mindfreak was waiting for it. Really nice play from PRX, locking down the site.
Pinter ya, mereka masih bisa jaga heaven ya, masih bisa jaga window gitu loh.
Never bite too hard on the fake, not enough that they're able to recover.
Jangan Forsaken atau Jing. Kayak lo kalau aim duel jagoan Jing deh kayaknya. Tapi nggak tahu sih. Karena yang gue tahu Jing itu aimnya kayak orang tolol, jago banget.
Get underneath hell to stay safe and to keep him alive for the whole round and really just be an absolute nuisance. You know, if you could have both Heaven and Hell as the defenders, you've got a really good chance to hold on to that site. If you could find one more crossfire from either short or main as well, that makes it nigh impossible for the attacking side. But better guns in hand this round for DAMWON Kia, able to do a little bit of damage economically.
Lah kok orang tahu tapi yang busuk bang. Yeay. Kapan ikut lagi? 2-1 gue turnamen guys.
Well, now Jing is going to be gone for PRX. You can see the compensation is a push out of B main with a couple of players, both Benkai and Mindfreak, and well, if they can actually get into a forward position, that could be really damaging. As DAMWON looking to rotate on back. Intro is good for the shots though. Do they deal with this player over to the corner? Benkai does. And oh my god, 158 HP on Texture too. Now getting healed up. Just 2 is remaining on that player, and well, this site take is going to be so hard to break. Forsaken is a good guy to do it though, as he actually falls back on towards site. Now all of a sudden doable with the Vi coming back in towards market. 3 players down lane, and as Forsaken gets taken down, the
Sekarang sabar nggak bisa.
PRX in this round quickly diminish.
Well, it's good senses here from DAMWON. Kia, they're going to clean up Divide, take the round, take a third win on this attacker side. Again, every round that DAMWON Kia gets on attacker side makes me more and more concerned for PRX, but it's just good sense.
Kayak gue live-in deh. Kayak gue live-in deh.
They realize that they need to rotate off of A. There's too much defense stacked there still, even after taking Jing down, and they're ready for that quick aggressive movement here. And the 8-pack team, or the SCA teams, excuse me, have been really keen on trying to press forward off of these early round openers. Even if their team loses a member, they still want to hold through, they still want to take space. And DAMWON Kia not fooled at all, doing their homework, even though it's a little sloppy there on the backside against Benkai.
Langsung gas giveaway, nggak ada istirahat-istirahat. Tapi di stream yang berbeda, guys.
That site clear, site open, they're able to get the job done.
Ntar guys, gue isiin orang VP dulu guys. Makanya kalau beli VP tuh langsung di skin kitchen guys, gue yang isiin loh.
Going back and forth between A and B, but committing largely through main. You can see Texture just dashing out onto site for the time being. Couple players up towards heaven. Oh my god, Benkai just drops on down, gets a kill. He's good for that one. The rest of DAMWON on the site. They're going to be quick work here. Junghi with the triple kill. Absolutely beautiful work from him, just down to 17 HP, and it's all down to Mindfreak here, who has been able to secure himself a Phantom in this round, jumping on through his smokes, does find a head.
Wah, DAMWON menang kalau gue bilang. Kalau gue bilang ya, DAMWON menang.
Tries to make it happen before the Divide comes on up there, but DAMWON get another on the board. 4-1 now for the Korean reps.
I like that little attempt there by Mindfreak, seeing if he could get in behind Generator and give himself a little bit of safety. Just there's a player already there, so he wasn't able to do it. But overall, that was not bad at all of a recovery there for PRX. And even though the entry isn't great for Texture, it's good enough to buy a lot of space for the other members to get in through main. And you're right, this is typically DAMWON Kia's game. They don't pay a lot of attention to mid. They're more concerned with trying to cut off the mains, trying to make sure there are no lurks, trying to see if they could get picks early, and then utilize these fantastic executes they have with their utility.
Bukan masalah Indopret atau enggak, gue nggak mau realistis dong.
Honestly, that's been super great for today. Not too bad. They're gonna trade out here, but Junghi.
Karena gue kemarin lihat aimnya si DAMWON ini bagus.
Beautiful stuff from him.
PRX juga sih.
War in A main, and well, we're expecting some rotations to come off of the B side, but PRX were waiting there. Divide gets a good kill. And the spike rotates back on over towards A, so where the battle lines were drawn to start the round, we will return here, and I think Intro is the man to really break some space. Can't push through window, that one's still there without making noise, but they're not going to be ready for him all the way up forward, pushed past tree.
Player standing.
Or maybe they are. I eat my words. Benkai just clotheslines him. Absolutely brutal. Eugene finds the tripwire. Actually gets the kill on Mindfreak as well. Credit where credit is due on that one. But yeah, the 1 versus 2, Benkai already out. The hero of the round, Benkai locks that one up.
Yeah, Eugene just not quite ready for that wide peak by Benkai. So well done by Benkai to put himself in kind of an unusual.
Welcome back, Benkai.
That Eugene had available. Being stuck behind that generator means he's not going to be able to see that. And you expect somebody to be closer to that wall, and Heaven catches Eugene off guard. Very nicely done. And yeah, you can see there that in this round that these main pushes can be slowed up. They can gum up the works. You have to be able to adapt as DAMWON Kia, and I'd love to see maybe this round put.
Ntar guys, gue gisin orang VP guys, sabar.
You can see Jing's already kind of thinking about it. He's already pushed up there for PRX.
Yeah, even if he has to fall back off this angle, there's a tripwire behind him. That'll make sure no one can lurk on through. As soon as that gets shot, though, you know someone's pushed down bench. So DAMWON might be a little bit more hesitant to play around this area. You can see 4 players actually really quickly ready to pounce on mid if DAMWON were going to go for any sort of burst out through that area. But DAMWON, in typical DAMWON fashion,
Tim Soldam udah fix masuk Champions belum lah. VP iya VP, Valorant point kan skin kitchen punya gua.
Find a pick, burn some utility.
Lanjut giveaway apa Rehat? Langsung lanjut giveaway.
And then maybe rotate over for that A hit. I mean, keep faking like you're going towards B. Put a lot of presence over here. Throw some of those hawks from top mid into the pizza area. But Jing hits a great headshot on the Eugene.
I mean, just not even phased at all. Removes him from the lobby.
Restream.
Of DAMWON not accomplishing much on the other side of the map, apart from Texture, who's been able to work up towards Cat, but he's playing alone here.
VP-nya udah kemarin kan udah gue announce di Skin Kitchen.
Himself still waiting quite a while.
Lah, ketahuan nggak follow Skin Kitchen. Parah.
Over and back him up.
Parah.
Trying to lurk through mid. Bankai's waiting for it. Oh my god, the first time DAMWON tried to make a little bit of a mid lurk happen. PRX are just
Bang, lu skongnya tim mana? Skong apaan?
Yeah, they're doing their homework well. This gives enough space for DAMWON to get into A and potentially get this plant, but Secret has the spike, didn't opt to go for it. There's still a lot of people above him. He doesn't have much time here. Gonna put it right at the bottom of the Hunter's Fury. He's right at Tom, just barely able to get it down. I don't think this is gonna last long. Ender, this is absolutely disastrous for DAMWON Kia.
Bisa apa anjir DAMWON di sini?
Not sure what Texture is hoping to accomplish here. I mean, it's already being diffused. Yeah, Bankai pops out from behind the divide, gets that kill.
Nggak ada story di aku. Ada di post semalam, Gue dukung PRX, tapi hati gue bilang DAMWON menang. Bang, mau tanya jual akun Valorant yang aman di mana? Skin Kitchen lah. No debat, bro.
Yeah, I think for DAMWON, you know, you gotta assume that the players are going to want to push up on you as the round goes further and further, as that timer starts to tick down. So if Junghai is going to cross mid, I think, you know, maybe try to find some way to cover him a little bit better potentially. I know he's trying to lurk, trying to go unnoticed.
Hati lu kan kotor gak ke gereja-gereja. Lumayan kotor ya hati gue.
Great read from PRX, starting to stabilize, and now it's on to the Sheriffs and Spectre for DAMWON. So for the first time here, they're on the back foot.
Kenapa nggak datang ke Serindo? Nggak mau enakan sini. Caster Indo gue harus izin, males. Terus gue harus bikin laporan kalau Caster Indo. Ini gue nggak usah. Males gue. You know guys, being lazy. Sing aja bisa pakai QRS nggak? Bisa. Aduh. Aduh. Ya, pede.
Just has the utility trying to slow down this hit on towards A. Watch Texture on the minimap again, pushed past Pizza. Now his timing could be everything, but Jing is ready for it. PRX are just ready for it every single time. And well, Devi is ready for it too. Taken down very low, but does get his kill. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. DK, Intro, Eugene, Junghai, they all line up their own kills. And now it's Bankai in a 1 versus 3.
Kok buffer? Nggak.
Well, they get caught trying
Sorry,
to come
guys.
in through the back site, and it just isn't fooling DAMWON Kia, and they have had some good shots in this round, and they just continued it top to bottom with those Sheriffs able to find
Map 3, last map.
Benkai trying to see if he can get that gravity well.
Mereka kena thrifty ya?
Into his purview, does not find anything, and it is going to be Intro stepping out, blasts him with the Sheriff. My word.
Anak-anak DAMWON ini pakai Sheriff kan tadi gue lihat ya?
From DAMWON Kia, that one changes everything in this half.
Absolutely, and it sort of comes out of nowhere too, right? Like, they just have these Sheriffs, the lurk up mid doesn't work out for them, and then boom, 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 3 headshots in a row, all of a sudden DAMWON have a numbers advantage, and yeah, I think call a timeout after that, figure out exactly what went wrong, because that looks like it should have been an absolutely one round for PRX.
Well, and it's kind of the interesting part of the equation here that they don't have the same ability to make you know, to recover from mistakes to PRX. You know, they don't have that Sky who can bail out and bail your team out, not just with the heals, but with the flashes and the Trailblazers. So this is, you know, it's kind of difficult. Once you're on the back foot as PRX, things can tend to fall apart a little bit quickly if you're not just gonna, especially if DAMWON Kia is just gonna hit their shots like that. That is absolutely filthy stuff. But again, a lot of the Korean teams spend a lot of time practicing their Sheriffs a lot in the shooting range. Like, they have little games.
Time out guys.
Their practices, and there's like their warm up will be they go into the shooting range, and it's like you have to hit X amount of you know, headshots with the Sheriff in the hard mode on the shooting range before you're allowed to start the day. So there's kind of interesting little things they do, and it pays off because the Sheriff is an absolutely fantastic weapon, and you can get a lot of value out of it. That's why European teams do, American teams, everybody you know, that seems to do well in Valorant also has the ability to turn rounds around with that Sheriff.
I'm just imagining a Korean coach stand behind this player like, no, you have to land 10 more headshots before we start scrims today. Player keeps whiffing, just absolutely embarrassing. No, you're out.
Oh my god.
Bring in the 6th man. He's been looking good in the practice tool so far. All ready to kick off the round for Forsaken. Just popped the null command to shut down the early push on towards B. Surprising, honestly, use on that one, but doesn't mean that DAMWON slow things down for the time being. You can see the spike actually working a little bit back towards mid. A couple players rotating through spawn once again. Now that DAMWON know.
Ini di rumah sendiri Hafiz.
B-side, they actually put down that alarm bot. So maybe someone's gonna push out of that one. An intro is good for the kill. Swings back in and takes a second. He's completely on his own. There's nothing tactical about that. He's just clicking heads.
That's devastating.
Nggak salah anjir. Dia udah cuma headshot doang, Cok.
Levi is going to be able to shut that down, but still plenty of space open on the A side now. They're going to make a mad dash for it. I like the change up here. They're able to put that smoke into mid to cover the cross. There is still Benkai waiting in the wings. They have Jing up there as well. Benkai finds a great
Aduh, chaos banget anjir.
know that the spike's over there.
Wow,
sure.
Jing.
Jing hits a good one with the op.
That wall actually.
That's a actual wow. Cok, itu posisi lagi. Aduh, internet goblok. Nice, Benkai.
Benkai's ready for it, and the time is just gone. Zhonghai is on his own, and DIVEEWE walked all the way from B main, through mid, through Cat, through Tree, and gets that kill. PRX, I mean, they lost 2 players in B main. It seemed like it was going to be enough for DAMWON Kia, but it just did not work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Benkai gets over in a hurry over to that garden area, the glass area on the side, and cuts
5-4 keep in mind ini map CT loh guys.
And that's the whole round there for PRX. So hats off to him. That was fantastic recognition, fantastic movement, just great senses to know that, you know, even though DAMWON Kia had gotten to that trade from DIVEEWE.
Abis ini gue refresh.
And it's just, that's just what PRX needed. I mean, even though that probably wasn't, oh, Jing.
Wow.
Oh my god. He's feeling confident.
Gila. JF?
I'm surprised he took his knife.
Tokyo
out.
JF?
I thought he was
Is
just
that you?
trying to get one more. Oh, he is feeling it. Oh, don't even. Like, come on, man. You got what you came for. But he doesn't even have a care in the world. Jing is on fire right now.
Well, this is what they needed. PRX really needs these next couple of rounds, and DIVEEWE gets one for himself. It's Eugene gonna be falling. Only 2 left. Sheriff's in hand for Secret and 3 health, and well, that's gonna be rather.
Cok, ini kenapa sih?
Just not given any room.
Bentar guys, gue cek dulu apa sih yang ngambil internet juga?
And you know what? I feel like this is a
OBS sama Chrome. Oh, udah kok.
One-sided
normal.
halves of the first 2 maps. I think Bind was definitely close at the end.
Tuh guys yang nanya kalau mau streaming berapa Mbps? OBS gue cuma ngambil 10. Lu 15 sudah bagus, upload speed 15.
Ready to go. Intro just needs 1 orb before he can place that one down. Things DAMWON Kia might want to be thinking about heading into this next one. And well, yeah, nothing really waiting there in the bookstore. Just a bunch of empty shelves in the era of Audible and.
Attack map defense lah, lu gila ya.
Feels bad, man.
Oh, this gravity well could feel bad. Oh, nobody's gonna play off of it. Man, oh man, that was perfect. Catches 2 members of PRX, but nobody there to capitalize for DAMWON Kia. That could have been real disastrous. As DAMWON Kia, now they're starting to get a little bit more pressure at a bit. 2 rounds left on this attacker's half, and again, I'm gonna mention this. PRX really needs to get these last 2. Going into the half tied or even behind would be devastating.
Yeah, actually, shock darts there, unintentionally clearing out the tripwire that was placed in tree room. I was just about to say, like, you don't really see a trip there every day, but DAMWON had been pretty committed to attacking this 8th site through Catwalk. Benkai. Catwalk? I said that right. For a second there, I was starting to slip. The catwalk.
On the catwalk.
Yep, we got it. We're good. Everyone take a breather. It's gonna be fine. 3-on-4 now. DAMWON Kia don't have any purchase in towards this A site yet.
Just channel your inner Madonna. You know, on the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah.
I love it. Bust some moves while we're at it.
Hulk out.
On the red carpet. We're just gonna flash out of this one and try and bust on into the site. Mind Freak solo behind Generator almost.
Wah, site-nya dipegang sama Deka, Cok.
DAMWON gonna be able to plant the spike.
Well, there's a good opportunity here for DAMWON. They've got PRX in kind of a bad spot where most of their players are trying to come through heaven. They've got intro and on glass. He's gonna take down Forsaken. This is huge.
Oh my god, intro.
Second, because like, wait a second, where'd you guys go? I just want a quick trip into outer space, and all of a sudden my friends are dead on ground. Relativity not his.
Gue mau lewati giveaway. Belum. Don't worry. Guys, ini yang nonton sepi nih guys ya, gue bilangin dulu ya. Kalian kesempatan menang giveaway gede banget loh.
Down in hell gets the first. Doesn't quite get the second. Zhonghai takes that one. DAMWON back in the lead.
Well, this is pretty devastating for PRX. 6-5. Even if it's 6-6, you got to be real worried because again, DAMWON loves the defender's side here. Zhonghai is having one heck of a half for himself as the Astra on the attacker side. He's
Kapan giveaway habis ini?
for them today. Doing a great job with his utility. I mean, again, even though that gravity well early on doesn't find any value, he caught two members of PRX inside of it, and had someone been able to step up off of that, they would have been gone. He's been just doing intro has been just incredible with those shots. I mean, with the Vandal, he's hit multiple doubles in this game, and he's really opening up a lot of space. He's been fantastic on this Killjoy throughout this tournament on this map. You know, not just with the LMGs, but also with the Vandal. And he locks down space so well.
Pasti gue taruh IG story, pasti.
On these lurks in the late part. So really, really good stuff here for DAMWON.
Oh, gue giveaway merek Razer doang guys, karena yang support gue cuman Razer guys. Best brand itu Razer guys.
Get this last round, even things up, going into the next half. And you know, for DAMWON, you said this was one of the maps they were maybe a little bit less comfortable on attack, less effective.
Internet babi, heran gue.
They're able to secure 6 rounds for themselves thus far. They've actually held on to their big heavy hitter ultimates. To Eugene, intro ready to go. Secret Zhonghai very close to having theirs available as well. So expect to see those used to explode onto a site in this round.
I'd like to see the lockdown early because Divide doesn't have his Hunter's Furies yet. So maybe try to see if you could press that advantage before Divide is able to get a kill.
That's a really good call out, I think, actually. I like that a lot. Jing, oh my god, just fearless. Was expecting some aggression out of it, not quite that much, but you had Forsaken holding down from bench, making sure no one could peek top mid, and cut off Jing as he tried to aggressively peer in towards tiles. The B players that actually pushed up as well from PRX also going to back away. So early aggression instantly followed back on. It's actually a decent lead in against DAMWON Kia that played pretty slow at the start of rounds. And, well, you might get what you asked for with that lockdown. It's going to be placed here in B main. Texture should also have enough for knives, so we can actually boost up in B main here. Maybe take a peek with that as well. Jing finds the op shot through the smokes and everything as well.
Sometimes it's better lucky than good.
Yeah, sometimes. You definitely take those. 4 versus 4 for the time being. DAMWON Kia have...
Nggak boleh IG, boleh ikutan, boleh. Nggak boleh lah. Orang harus follow IG, anjir.
Trying to get some room here for PRX to push out from stairs, push out from CT.
Oh my god!
From Eugene as well, gets the tags onto Jing. They're getting kills through walls here.
75 cok, berat nih.
DAMWON Kia, 7-5 at the half.
This is just a great execute, great patience off the back of the early aggression of PRX. Don't really take any damage off of it. Able to kind of wait things out, and then again, get that lockdown in, get the Blade Storm online, and you know, if they could have come up over the top, if they found the opportunity that's available. Jing, yeah, he hits a nice one through the smokes, and he is also a very, very good player. I'm not just saying he's lucky, he's very, very good. You should be taking shots like that. You know, it doesn't harm you to shoot through those smokes, see if you can find some luck through them. And then they just get into the site, and yeah, the Cosmic Divide doesn't really matter because there's all kinds of utility for DAMWON Kia, and there's players playing up front by the ramps, and so there just isn't any space for PRX to get through, for them to breathe. This is a huge pistol round right now for PRX. I'm sure they talked about it in the last break. Let's see what they've got dialed up for their attackers half.
DAMWON Kia and PRX, 2 teams thought highly of heading into this tournament, both finding themselves in the lower bracket. Long run ahead of
Razer the best, jadi Benji nggak ada best juga.
But it all ends here. If you can't win on Ascent, PRX switching over to attack here. They're going to dash out onto site. They have the shutdown with the KO knives too, so no utility going to be able to come out from Zhonghai for the moment, but it doesn't quite matter if you're just landing your shots. 3 on 3.
Kasih tahu Forsaken.
Is good for a couple here. Has to find the reload. Peeks out again. Takes his 3rd on the
round. Gila, Forsaken 4 kill.
Well, that is all
Gila lu,
in a lot
bos.
of different ways, not just with the shooting, but also gets that knife early to shut down Zhonghai's utility, and that is everything. There's not much they have to answer other than good shooting, but his is better. Great start for Forsaken. They really need him to come through big in here, not just with his guns, but with his utility, because if he can find ways to shut Intro's utility down, to shut Eugene's utility down with with his no command, with his 0 point, they've got a real good opportunity to break DAMWON Kia on the defense.
Yeah, because I mean, it has been hard to get through Intro's KO. I mean, the B hold with the spams through B main, all the utility that can break that, and wow, a lot of damage. Speaking of that utility, it's gonna damage out Jing there as well as Secret, traded back both ways. PRX try to push on up through mid, get Jing in a position, peeking off of the drone. I love that. And Texture is gonna fall into a quick A hit.
It's the classic kind of drone follow-up with the Jet. Secret not able to find any breathing room there. Benkai doing a nice job reacting to his
Holy
jump.
fuck!
Spray through a fragment kill for Forsaken. Unbelievable. He is all over the place right now.
Yeah, I think there was some damage coming through from Benkai that sort of, you got that slowdown, and then you're stuck in the Molotov there on the ground. Boom, blown up completely. Benkai gets another. I mean, PRX are just everywhere.
Yeah, this is a great start, though. The start they desperately needed to tie it up at the half, or past the half, I should say. Yeah, let's see if they. I mean, Benkai here.
Ini baru nih guys nih. Gun round.
Aren't usually the players you're talking about on any map in terms of top fragging, but here we are, and they're both having great games. Benkai did such a good job on the defender's side, catching lurks and catching players in bad positions, and Junghai himself is filthy on crossfires and playing off his own utility. Let's see if he can get that done here on the A side. B's going to be, again, really tough to crack. And if they ever need to, it's going to be on the back of Forsaken to land some good utility. Mindfreak trying to get up and over, use that camera to get some information. Nothing to be found here right now.
Yeah, interesting. Forsaken just sends that KO knife over in towards B again. Maybe shut down the utility, but it's a bit of a fake. The rest of the team walking over towards A for a split hit. There's one player working in tree. They're gonna have to be able to get past Secret, but actually now that he can't use the flash,
oh my god, Secret
sort of caught out here. Doesn't matter though because he lands his shot. That's an excellent play by him. Yep, PRX are onto the side.
How do you do that?
So he almost wishes he was taken down there. Now won't be able to get the res, won't be able to get a heal or anything like this. And the plant will be out in the open here from Divide.
Well, there's a lot of people coming from heaven, and if Mindfreak could shut more than one down, this is going to be real tough. They do get the
10.000 dari Ayub Andreas. Pesan, saya donasi. Saya bakal donasi awal.
Makasih Ayub ya.
Just a little bit right there, spamming through the floor. PRX, yeah, they're not going to even try and play A main. They're going to try and get Forsaken back on towards the site. He's in a really interesting position right next to Switch. And he gets the kill. That's absolutely massive with the rest of
Oh my god!
From hell! Benkai was not cleared. Do they have the time?
Ada.
Have the time. PRX or DAMWON Kia will get the defuse. Not a whole lot to work with there. Maybe a
what the fuck?
Second point 8 right.
Odinnya kurang ajar, Cok. Odinnya benar-benar kurang ajar.
Zone smoke there. Well, this is why you love to have the Odins on this map. There's a lot of great opportunities for those wall bangs, and Intro takes advantage of it. And Benkai, once again, is just an absolute nuisance. He's just in such peculiar spots that are really hard to keep track of, and he's able to find some really nice kills off of it. And I loved what you're talking about there. Forsaken's positioning was wonderful. It gets them one and gives them a huge opportunity because it shuts down one of the crossfires for DAMWON Kia and makes it so much more difficult for them to come in just from that single direction of heaven. They're still able to get it done, but just barely. We're getting aggressive on the B main side, potentially.
DAMWON didn't buy this round. They won the previous round, but they decided just to hold on to the Odin from Into. The rest of the team just
kok nggak beli anjir, goblok banget,
against the rifles of PRX, clearly not happy with the money they were gonna have. Eugene though is gonna find a kill with the explosion there.
What the fuck?
Some monster flank Texture sprinting through.
Kok nggak beli, Cok?
The spike is on the ground, but DAMWON.
Gua nggak ngerti logikanya apa, Cuk.
Plenty of time for DAMWON here on this retake. They can get everybody in position, and they could come from 3 different angles. They could come from heaven, they could come from short, they could come from main. And that's going to be a challenging defense for PRX, even with the gun advantage. And DAMWON has picked up 1 extra. I mean, Eugene has that Phantom, and there's a lockdown here for Intro to make things even more complicated.
Lockdown to try and push them all back into A main because there's 2 players waiting there, waiting to pop on out and get a couple of kills. That's the duel that's really going to break the round. It feels like Eugene does get that name.
Oh my god! They still win it!
Had to leave and contest in A main, but they decided to stick around there, try to get someone up to break that KJ ultimate. It does not work, and DAMWON Kia get around where they went into it with 1 gun.
It's unbelievable.
Satu Odin, sisanya pistol. Mereka masih menang.
Just so smart, so well thought out from them. Just push off the back of that big gun.
Belum, habis ini pengumuman Razer.
Like play it off the heavy and
Yang kemana-mana.
You just get that big gun up in front and you push behind him. And, you know, a great shock dart from Eugene to open up some space there on that B side to give them control of the left-hand side of the map. And once again, a timeout going to have to come early for PRX as they try to stabilize the bleeding because they're going to be on the bad side of the economy now. Oh, DAMWON Kia playing this one so smart here on the defender side.
I mean, DAMWON Kia just money bags here. Look at all the extra cash they have in their inventory. They went for a light buy to make sure they could full in this round, and then all of a sudden they find themselves winning a round pretty convincingly there, all things considered. And wow, I mean, they've got
beli akun bisa barter nggak? Nggak bisa. Nggak semua bisa. Ada yang bisa, ada yang nggak.
Can shut down pushes with that Hunter's Fury. DAMWON Kia with so much momentum now heading in to what could be their 10th round win.
Okay, so what I would love to see, and I don't know if we're going to see it, but you can actually get some really good Hunter's Furies from the bench area. So if you can gum up the works at the front of the mains, you have an easy like vertical line towards B main in particular, but also A main pretty easy. So if you could like use some utility there, you could oftentimes get free picks. But I don't think that's what DAMWON Kia is setting up for. It's a set play when your opponent doesn't have a killjoy that I really like to see taken advantage of. Can really catch opponents off guard.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially maybe even looking into the next round. That could come into play. Maybe DAMWON want to hold on to those ultimates, considering PRX lack of economy heading into this one. But I like the idea. I think we actually saw that a couple days ago. That lineup where you're blasting through A main. You don't even need a dart because you know where they're going to be standing. They don't have a lot of room to go.
Kayaknya nggak mungkin deh Riot bikin trade skin deh. Soalnya di League of Legends nggak ada.
Rotating back over to the B side.
Oh, but you made a great point. They absolutely should save this for the next round because it is an eco. I love what you say in there because that's 100% the right thing. I mean, it's going to be tough for any team to break through the defenses of DAMWON Kia with just sheriffs in hand. And I mean, now that being said, PRX could absolutely do it. We've seen them be absolutely filthy with these sheriffs themselves here, but that turret's going to let go, and that's going to be also let it go of Mind Freak.
Bete banget gak sih digituin?
Like, who does that, man? Intro out and before you can even blink with that kill.
Guys, satu dash masuk site ya, guys.
There as well. Jingo's flying onto the site. Intro over by Switch. A couple players have moved out now.
What the fuck is that flick?
Around a full one.
Wow.
Kill for Zaken. Still managing to find a ton of kills for this utility here on the KO.
Guys, last di site, guys. Last di site. Pegang spike, pegang spike.
Intro starts it off with a quick kill in the round. Falls apart very swiftly for PRX.
DAMWON
3-round wins away from moving on here and staying alive in the last chance qualifier.
You know, it's so funny that you say that because I don't know. I've never seen Intro do that either. This is just, he's just pulling new tricks out of the bag, and I love it.
As he goes.
Hey, that's sometimes the best way to play Valorant, man. Just kind of figure it out as you go. Now, let's see if they've got a set play for this Hunter's Fury. If they're going to play for retake, maybe there's that opportunity as well. But the Seekers early, you could pop those, get some good information on what's going on, see if you can get some kind of follow-up with that. We'll see exactly what DAMWON Kia has dialed up because it's going to be guns in hand once again.
Ooh, that's a cute little dart, just throwing it through that back alley there. Trying to clear out Market.
I did not know you could do that.
I never even thought to consider that, but I guess there's no reason to think about that area until KO exists. How about that? You can learn something new every day, especially when it's Forsaken, piloting one of your favorite agents.
Eugene did take a bit of damage there behind that wall, but Jing took the much worse end of that, so not a bad trade at all for DAMWON Kia to start. They don't.
Guys, sebenarnya Odin tuh nggak salah kok. Boleh kok orang pakai Odin. Gay aja tapi. Cuma boleh kok.
Pretty good in this spot. He's gonna find out some pretty good information pretty quickly.
Yep, PRX tried to pre-fire that angle, but I think Secret was still able to see at least 2 players over towards Catwalk. Unless he blinked. If he blinked, then maybe it's a little bit tough, but should have gotten that information for the rest of the squad. PRX a little bit indecisive currently, using their drone to work up mid. And I mean, you kind of want to take space off of that drone if you want to make that pay off. Otherwise, you'd much rather have that used back trying to hit on towards the site. You can see Eugene, a bit of a lurk up in towards Pizza. He can be real patient with.
Oh my God, Secret!
Hey, but look at the spam through the smoke. Secret gets a kill and a whole lot of burst damage onto Forsaken. PRX.
Guys, udah masuk guys, udah masuk.
seconds.
Planting.
Shanghai underneath heaven right
Oh
now.
my god.
Apart 6 seconds and no one here to plant the spike. Divide has to run away. DAMWON Kia take it to 11.
Just so smart, so disciplined, so patient from DAMWON Kia. They never give up space. They're always a thorn in your side. Secret gets another big kill there from the garden. I mean, this is so difficult. And then that Hunter's Fury is saved to deny the plant. Just so well thought out, so patient from DAMWON Kia. This is what I expected to see from them on this defender side, and they continue to just be an absolute nuisance. These other teams just cannot find ways to break through this wall that they've been able to create on this map in this event. I mean, this almost is starting to feel like, they're so good on bind. They're almost as good on ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting the kills. And, like, how do you break them when they're just shooting through smokes and killing your flash? Like, what are you meant to do when you're nearly dead as KO, when you've already lost a member? Well, the answer from PRX is buy one rifle or hold that on to the last round and just sprint up through mid. Look at this crossfire DAMWON have set up. They've got player over by logs. That's going to be intro. Eugene has the shock dart and the drone to gather some information. Doesn't even end up using that. Wants to dart out B main so the intro can't get snuck up on first.
What is this positioning from intro? He's like stuck behind his turret. That's gonna be so dark. Intro gets out. Okay, he did get out, but man, he's gonna have to win this trade against
Oh my god.
He's just a cheeser. He's buying a judge. He's buying Odin's. He's getting kills with him too. It was looking way too good for him. Benkai, the only PRX that could blow this round open. As I
Mantap nih guys, si Benkai nih.
Just a sheriff removes intro from the game. Benkai, he has a spot here. Walks on forward, sees the spike, but how long until they expect someone could have pushed through CT?
Oh boy, this is so difficult. Secret's not ready for this at all. He's done. Let's see if they can react.
Absolutely massive. Benkai gets the one, but there's a player to buy.
Oh my god.
He's gonna shut that down. 1 versus 1. Forsaken versus Texture. Forsaken will put down the knife.
Aduh,
again.
geli.
12 seconds, 11 seconds. Time is of his enemy. And Texture's not going to give him any time.
Oh my god, the cancel! Just like that! Oh my god, guys! What the fuck?
The cherry on top. A 3K and DAMWON Kia move to match point.
What?
I mean, just unbelievably smart here from Texture. Knows the situation, knows the time, knows the clock, and knows that he has the knives and the updrafts to get up, and even if he isn't able to hit the knives, he can force the plant stop. Unbelievable from DAMWON Kia. They are just so disciplined, even when things go sideways. Even when they get flanked and they lose members, they react quickly, they're able to recover, and they're able to use the clock to their advantage. That's the second time they've won a round on time. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a defender's half. It just almost never happens.
Absolutely ridiculous. They're able to pull these off. I mean, and PRX are taking their time too, right? The spike got strained into market. They did so much work. Remember, they had one rifle heading into that round, and somehow Forsaken was able to get so much done with the Sheriff, turned it into a 1 versus 1, but with the clock working against him, it just doesn't work out in the end. PRX gonna have to force into this round. We do have a brief technical pause. Guess it allows the players to collect their thoughts a little bit here as well, but it does look like PRX are going to be able to buy here for the most part. It's just to buy on light armor, and the Spectre going to be a little bit unhappy, but they've got ultimates to work with. PRX need to string 5 rounds here together, and Intro's opping. The man is trying to do. He's playing what he's playing. He's playing that gun game where you're just upgrading.
Oh my god, gila ya si Intro ya.
Going to take him down.
Mainnya autis banget, tai.
Now PRX can try and hit this site very quickly. The flash on out. Enemies are revealed, and B-side belongs to them.
It was double ops, actually, for DAMWON Kia. Zhonghai even, I mean, they were so rich, they could afford to go for something a little cheeky to see if they could get those early picks and just finish this one out. But, oh, Jing gets 2! Fast and furious.
You take those, Jing. You absolutely take those. You need the confidence pushing into defender spawn right there. Zhonghai might just end up saving this offer. Yeah, DAMWON, they say, we don't need to risk anything. Let's keep our economy nice and fresh. Zhonghai has the money too, so just having the 1,000 cap out isn't going to end up hurting him all too much. But PRX didn't have to use too much on that one, just Forsaken's ultimate. They just blew that round wide open.
They just spot the back of Eugene's cape. He tries to re-peek it. Forsaken's going to set him down. I mean, and Eugene can play for retakes. I mean, again, it's basically max money for DAMWON Kia almost, and there's no reason not to try to see if you could damage the economy of PRX just in case. Not much going to be found off of that. It is Junghai still alive, so no flawless. Going to be able to keep that operator. Probably pass it over to Texture, I would guess, after that cheeky little look from him at intro. I don't expect that to be done again anytime soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially not after dropping early on there. He's going to go back. He's going back to the Odin. Okay, the tried and true. I think that's the best gun for intro, especially here on Ascent. PRX, I mean, maybe, did they just go for that fast hit once again?
They might.
An option for them, although this time they'll run into Texture's operator, maybe a little bit more fearsome than that of the Killjoy. Although with that knife tag, I think
wah,
even 3 players.
Intro udah menculik 1, guys.
What? Oh no. Oh no, the counter ult comes through from Divide.
Okay, guys.
Something, but there's an operator waiting there.
Abis, guys. Abis, guys.
Spam, trying to find out
guys.
Player. Sure, some guys are low here, but DAMWON are off to a fantastic start.
I mean, he just knows the angles. He knows the lineups through that wall. You know, you kind of play pin the tail on the donkey on that graffiti that's on the side of it, and you can get some pretty good stuff done. More damage. Texture is going to go down to the shock dart of Divine.
Or is it?
For them. But Benkai,
or is
very
it now?
Mind Freak, very, very hurt. They're trying to get out of here because this B-side...
Udah habis.
Just not gonna
udah habis, guys. Gak bisa. Mind Freak, Benkai 2931. Utility udah pada habis. Habis.
Over towards the A site. There's a positioning here from Junghai. Oh my god. If anyone were to go A main, that would absolutely blow up the round. Even if they don't, he's going to be able to have that flank positioning already on PRX so quickly heading into this one. Secret has a flash in 7 seconds, sees them crossing on through tree rooms. They know a hit is going to be the name of the game. 20 seconds on the clock. PRX are taking this one slow. Cosmic Divide is going to come down. The flash will follow. DAMWON Kia, they get the spam! They get the spam! Intro is unreal. If Rex are paper, Intro and DAMWON are scissors. 13-8, Ascent goes to
GG anjir.
And PRX will be
Oke guys, gue siapin buat giveaway ya.
I mean, DAMWON Kia is just so versatile. They're so complex. Their strategies are so deep. They show you so many different.
Gue siapin buat giveaway ya.
It's impossible to recover, and I mean, Intro is so smart. This whole tournament, his Ascent play has been incredible. His pickup of these LMGs and the way he utilizes them has been absolutely devastating to other teams. I just love what I'm seeing from DAMWON Kia. I mean, right now, I'm starting to kind of feel like they might be my favorites to win this tournament. They really seem to have a really good grasp on a couple maps that they're basically unbeatable on, and that's a great way to win Valorant tournaments.
Ntar gue siapin dulu. Pengumuman giveaway Razer Gaming Gear. Kok pengumuman? Pemilihan pemenang. Ntar gue panggil orang Razer dulu ya.